A warm welcome, everybody, to yet again another event with the 24H series. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, for a one-off 6-hour event at the Abu Dhabi Yas Marina circuit, powered by Hankook. My name's Johnny Palmer, and delighted to be joined by Bruce Jones, and a little later on, John Hindhoff, who kept you company earlier this morning for qualifying across the short-ish session for just fewer than 32 cars. In fact, 32 entered into the event. Not all of them made qualifying. But this then, an exciting extra as far as the 24H series is concerned. A standalone event, of course, off the back of the 24 Hours of Dubai last weekend. This a 6-hour event then around at the spectacularly looking and recently re-profiled and remodeled Yas Marina circuit. So actually, whilst we're on the subject of the twists and turns of the Yas Marina circuit, let's take a closer look at the track that is in front of everybody for a 25 minutes past 2 o'clock start. So the venue itself, 5.2 kilometres, with the addition of a couple of corners here and there, and the reprofiling underneath the hotel as well, which makes a much faster left-hander on the run into the marina section. So track split into 3 different sectors, 16 corners in all, but the new bits are at turn 5 and then, as I say, underneath that whale-shaped hotel. 105 kilometres you'll drop down to for the tricky first corner. That's always a sticky point on the first lap. Then a high-speed approach into a much faster turn 5. The left-hander gets you onto the back straight rather more quickly as well. Then the twist left and right at turn 6 and 7. Turn 9 has been opened up much more as well, gives you a slightly more overtaking opportunity. 10 and 11 incredibly quick, and then 12 the right-hander. 14's much faster than when this place was first built, and 16 pretty high speed as well. 100 kilometers per hour brings you out onto the main start-finish straight, but you have to be careful with track limits on the exit there, including as well a few other places too. There are walls around this place, particularly around the marina, which really does hamper mistakes. So that's where we're racing for the next 6 hours. A really impressive grid of cars split between a number of different classes. Some of them you will recognise if you joined us last weekend for the 24 Hours of Dubai. So we have GT3, we have the 992 class for the brand new Porsche Cup car, but also classes for TG, which is a combination of sports-type road-going cars, although Ligier and the Lamera are technically not with a street-going counterpart, but it's great that they can be included in the entry. There's a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 in that part of the field as well, and then the TCRs, 5 of those from teams like Zhenga Motorsport, AC Motorsport and Sally Racing. In fact, there are 6 TCR cars that will tack on the back. The stream of Porsches working their way then through turn 16, and teams frantically trying to draw attention to where each of those cars need to be parked on the grid. Pole position is nicely lined up as well, and we have the pits and grid completely covered this weekend because Lucas Gajewski and Phil Anson will be on the microphone, as they have been for the support races for the local crowds here at the Yas Marina circuit. And as the cars are assembling, including one of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches now heading down the heading down the pit lane rather, to then turn left underneath the circuit. Remember, very special pit lane exit here where a tunnel is used to go underneath the track, and you pop up just the other side of turn 3 on driver's left, and everyone needs to be clearly aware of that as well. So the grid's getting busier and busier. And no need yet for the massive amount of floodlighting that is in place here, but the race is due to finish just before 8:30 tonight. So the whole place is going to take on a completely different complexion from the race start, which is just 15 minutes away now. and the grid getting more and more populated. Just before we bring in Phil Anson and Lucas Gajewski for maybe a couple of chats down on the grid, let's get a word with my co-commentator for the opening few hours, Bruce Jones. Bruce, this race, this venue has provided plenty of frantic racing through the years, not least a few months ago with the end of the Formula One season, of course. And it is going to provide a new challenge for drivers that haven't been here before, or indeed some that have, because Car Collection have taken a race win here a couple of years ago as part of the 24H series, but the track has changed since then.
It has. It's a fantastic circuit, and I think actually it's better suited to cars that aren't Formula One cars. Yes, of course, we've had the reprofiling of a couple of the corners, and that was a marked improvement, because when you think about a lot of the Grand Prix over the years that it's been coming here, you know, they haven't been dramatic, apart from the fact they're the end of season race, so that puts an artificial sort of element on it. But for these cars, I think the circuit is absolutely fabulous, and you can get a brilliant flow. But I just love this genesis of races in the Middle East at this time of year, because the weather, looking at people down on the grid, it's looking fantastic, and it's a great place to go racing. And I can only see this growing and growing, Johnny. We've got the Dubai 24 Hours, and I think it's a really good add-on.
Fully agree, yeah, let's hope that it can continue to be a fixture. It being a 6-hour race, remember the 24H series, despite its name, is a combination of 24 and 12-hour races. So you could argue this is a little too short to be part of the championship. But whilst all the cars and the teams are in this part of the world, having been containered in from various places generally around Europe, although some a little bit further afield, it's great to have this on. Only, an hour and 15, hour and 30 down the road, easy to get to, and a great little add-on then for the championship, although it doesn't carry points. So the Ferrari of Philip Barron is now in position. That took pole position earlier on with a 153.706. And I think I spotted a moment or two ago Phil Anson, who is down on the grid. So let's see who he can catch up with before we get going in just under 15 minutes time. Phil.
Thanks, Johnny, and thank you, Bruce. We're going to try and get a word with a few people out on the grid. Ernst, can I grab a quick word with you? Ernst Kirchmeier, in the Barron Motorsport car, pole position for the Ferrari. How are you feeling about this race?
Yeah, it's amazing, but I'm a totally gentleman driver. So if I'm coming for my turn, it will be a little bit harder, by the way. Yeah? But I try my best. I'm 66 years old, and it's a challenge for me. 1 hour, it's long time, or 2 times 1 hour, let's see. But anyway, the pole position is unforgettable.
Magic lap of who are you driving with this weekend?
We are 5 drivers, and I will be the second one.
Okay, no worries. Good luck this weekend, Ernst, for your the Barron Motorsports team.
Thank you much.
As we make our way up the grid and just have a look who is around as we're getting cars into position. I just want to go up and, because we have 4 classes running here, Johnny, I want to get to where the classes, the pole sitters for each of the classes are. And we need to go up to row 4 for the 992 class. And that is 923 car for Huber Racing. And I'm going to try and find Christoph Huber if he is around here anywhere. He has 2 cars here. They qualified on a pole position for the 992 class and the second class. And I can see Christoph over here at the moment. I'm just going to nick in amongst all the photographers. Christoph, can I grab a quick word with you?
Of course.
Congratulations on getting the class pole, but you've got a 1-2 as well. It looks like you've got some drivers from the Dubai 24 Hour, but you've got a new set of drivers in one of the cars.
Yeah, you know, we have here in this car, we have a brand new lineup with 1 gentleman from Poland, 1 German, and 1 French Super Cup driver. So very strong lineup as well. And in the other car, in the Italian-based car, we have Enrico Fulgenzi, Rindone, and Hofzimmer, which already raced also in Dubai, but unluckily we had an engine problem. So hopefully we can, survive and pick up a trophy as we expected already in Dubai.
What about strategy? You come from the 24-hour race. What's the strategy difference to this, a 24 and a 6-hour?
Honestly, we are not coming from endurance. We're coming from Super Cup and Carrera Cup, so it's a completely different world to us. Here it's more like a sprint race, and we have new regulations with this pass-by rule now. It will be very interesting because I think not everybody have understood it yet. So
I haven't understood it yet, and I'm reading the regulations.
Expect some chaos, but we're looking forward to it. And we are playing with the GT3 cars, with the big ones. It will be very interesting, and we're all excited. And we also did it last year with a grid of 13 cars. Now we're over 30 cars. I hope it will be bigger and bigger the next years, and we always will be here.
Thank you, Christoph. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Just making our way over to the 977 car. Now, this is a local entry. We saw this at the 24 Hours of Dubai. I just want to see who is at the wheel at the moment. And one of my old colleagues. Hello, Mahiri, how are you doing? And are you looking forward to this race?
Yes, I mean, we qualified in 3rd position in the class, so it's a 6 hours race. There's a big chance we can win or finish in top 3, so I am very excited, yeah. And good team, so I'm looking forward for the race. It's gonna be a fun race, especially the first 1 hour. It's gonna be almost like a sprint race. So let's hope we can have a good race today.
And now, who are your co-drivers this weekend?
Myself, Saad Al-Mahiri, and my second driver is Saif Al-Amri. Third driver is Salim Al-Kitbi. So full lineup Emirati team.
Total Emirati driver lineup and a total Emirati team. Congratulations. Best of luck for the weekend, mate. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Saad Al-Mahiri, one of our local championships. And I have another local champion here, John Simmons, in the 960 car, the TTR racing car. Now, normally I see you driving a nice M3 or a Clio Cup car. It's been a while since you've been behind the wheel of one of these.
11 years, Phil, 11 years. And that was with Quayfi, who's over there. So it's a reunion. It took us a little bit of time to get back in a Porsche, but here we are with Kenny.
The car looks amazing. Once again, it's a totally local team with TTR Racing, also running some radicals here this weekend. How did you find getting back behind the wheel of this car, and how did you find the new configuration of the Yas Marina circuit?
As far as the car's concerned, I must admit I was a little bit apprehensive getting behind the wheel after such a long time, but that's the advantage of having Phil here with us. It helps us build the confidence really, really quickly and gets us on the pace, and we're fairly happy with where we are. And the new configuration is epic. I never had any real complaints with the old one, but this takes it to another level. It's much more exciting and much more enjoyable as a driver.
Thank you, John. Good luck for the weekend and for the 960 team, the TTR Racing. We're getting thrown off the grid here. I'm going to hand you back upstairs to the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre with Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer.
Phil Anson doing a sterling job on the grid to catch up with as many classes as possible, and the grid then is, as Phil quite rightly says, being cleared of, apart from just key personnel, one team member per car to make sure that the car fires up correctly, and then they will be told to scarper as well. Qualifying earlier this morning then, it was a 2-part session, and therefore 2 drivers needed to take part, with an average of the 2 times producing your grid position. Just 2 12-minute sessions, or at least that was the plan from 9:50 this morning, but unfortunately an incident saw the Ligier, number 215, SK Ligier, hit the turn 3 barrier, doing quite a bit of damage to the rear for Franck Eberdery, the Frenchman, and that meant that car was out of the session. But once the 2 sessions had finally been completed, Baron Motorsport's Ferrari on pole position, the Austrian outfit, car number 86, starting on driver's left of the front row, alongside the Saarlochsin by Cox Racing, the Cox family members assembling to be in the number 48 car. That's a Porsche 911 GT3 that will start on the outside of the front row. Green Porsche, as the cars now start to roll for this green flag lap. Then it's the LP Racing Lamborghini Huracan, number 88, alongside the first of the 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches, number 92, and the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini 710 will start 5th, alongside ARC Bratislava's Huracan as well. But it's a Super Trofeo car from Lippert, a GT3 car from the Slovakian team. JR Motorsport of the Netherlands, Ted van Vliet crew, and that's a BMW M6 GT3, starts from 7th alongside the 923 Uber Racing Porsche 992 Cup car. Another Uber Racing car in 9th position, same spec of machinery. Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing, represented with their Porsche number 977 in 10th. ID Racing's Porsche 944, good number for a Porsche, certainly, starting in 11th position alongside the TT Racing Porsche Cup car, which is a Gen 1 991 car, 960 starting 12th. Speed Lovers Porsche didn't have any drivers against it, even checking the entry list yesterday, but really pleased to see that they are on the grid and ready to race for the 6 hours. 13th position for the favourite Belgian squad. Then HRT Performance have their Porsche 929 in 14th. Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan GT3 car starting 15th. So that looks like GT3 car starting behind the Super Trofeo version. The CWS Engineering 478 car is the Ginetta G56 that debuted last weekend at Dubai. On to row 9. And HRT Performance, the 930 car is also in the 992 class alongside the HRT Performance 928. The 992 class is a mixture of the older spec and the newer spec Porsches, I'll remind you. CWS Engineering's Ginetta G55, another Colin White entry, number 278, starts 19th. Then from Portugal, P21 Motorsport also have a Porsche, entered in the 992 class. That's a car number 921. Zhenga Motorsport with their TCR car, number 133, starts 21st. 217 is the PCR Sport Ligier JS2R, starting 22nd. Lamera by Racetrack, they had a couple of Lamera GTs last weekend, and the Luxembourgish entry are 23rd on the grid, number 223. And Valunga of the UK, their Porsche 718 Cayman, is starting in 24th position. Sally Racing's 219 TCR car starts 25th. AC Motorsport, they have two cars in the entry. The Patrick Singh entry, number 188, starts 26th. Another PCR Sport car, 27th, is the Cupra Leon. Sally Racing's TCR car, the second of those, 218, starting 28th. Then Le DHABI, who had such a good result last weekend at the 24 Hours of Dubai, starting 29th. Their car is 202. AC Motorsport, Audi RS3 LMS, number 199, starts from 30th position. Finally, the crashed car in qualifying this morning, have they got that car fixed is the big question. Should start 31st if they have. Number 215, the SK Racing Ligier JS2R with Franck Eboury that had the incident earlier on. So cars coming out of turn 16, some with headlights on, others not. The Ferrari from pole position waiting for the red lights to be extinguished, which they are now, and the Hankook 6 hours of Abu Dhabi is underway, bang on time. It's going to be side by side, virtually door handle to door handle into turn 1. Did they both make the corner? Well, no, the Ferrari's out in really the wild stuff, the Grascrete out on the exit of turn 1. Debatable whether it took an advantage there. One of the two Lippert Lamborghinis was very close to the wall indeed through turn 3 as well, but the Ferrari has maintained its lead from pole position, and now from a long way back, challenging for second place, was the Lamborghini there, trying to squeeze up the inside of the green Porsche that didn't quite manage it. Everybody else is able to funnel through safely. Nice wide approach these days to turn 5, and that has helped one or two, but whether that was cold tyres or cold brakes, it was a bit of scrabbly approach to turn 1 and indeed the exit, as well as there is now the change for second position. That's through the sweepers at the end of the back straight, or halfway down at the back straight, and that Porsche has not started as well as the Lamborghini that is now in second place, Bruce Jones.
Evan Chen had absolute faith in what he was doing. The first few corners he was really attacking, but that move was excellent. But also, I just thought the start, bearing in mind we got, 30 cars, because in fact 215 and 915 have failed to start the race. But that was really, really feisty, but well done indeed for Peter Cox. He's been around the block a few times. He thought, no, it's not worth defending this position. We've got plenty of time to come. But Evan Chen got his tail up for LP Racing in that number 88 Lamborghini. However, Philip Barron starting on pole position, pulling clear. But in fact, the gap's starting to come down. Evan Chen's decided he's going to take the life out of his tyres. He's halved the advantage to about a second as they go to the real twist. They've done the fast part of the circuit. It'll be really interesting to see. Some drivers will be just far better on the quicker bits, and others are very good round the slower bits. So coming up to the end of the opening lap, and it's down to, well, let's call it a second between those first pair. Philip Barron from Evan Chen, 1.015. I was quite close, Johnny. We'll call it a second.
But you're right that Chen is bridging that gap. Only started racing in 2014, but he's rated as silver by the FIA, so that will make him a semi-pro as far as Creventic are concerned. And the Ferrari of Philip Barron under pressure then, rattling the curbs through turns 3 and 4, and the nose of the Ferrari suddenly drops to the further down to the track surface. These are running very limited ride height even to begin with, but the movement of the Ferrari was evident there as the Austrian prepared. Barron Motorsport 488 under stern pressure. 2 Italian cars going hard at it then in Abu Dhabi, with Philip Barron and Evan Chen first and second. Then Peter Cox at the moment with no response or no reply to the 2 cars that have set off with the pace, but of course you need to set up a GT car to endure well across a stint, which is going to be an hour, maybe 70 minutes, depending on the fuel consumption of these GT3 cars. They are carefully bopped together. The balance of performance can give you an advantage during a fuel stint. Equally, it can give you a bit disadvantage as well. That's how the cars are matched from such different designs. The Porsche GT3 car still very much rear engine, so the engine, flat six is just rearward of the rear axle, whereas the Lamborghini, being a V10 5.2 litre, sitting in front of the rear axle. So the balance of these cars very, very different. At the moment, though, there's not a lot between them, but take a glimpse again of the gap between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini. It's down to a second now, and it'll probably be a lot less than that as they sweep across the line. It certainly is. I don't really need a timing screen to tell you, Bruce, that it's halved again.
Yeah, it keeps on halving, but I just want to wave the flag. We heard on the grid from Saeed Al-Mehri in the Rabdan Motorsport Porsche. Started, he said he's really looking forward to the first hour of the race. He liked the first lap. He went from 10th to 7th, so he's now leading the Porsche Cup class. He's now up to 6th. Who's falling down? Miro Konopka, ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, going a little bit backwards down the order, but for the team from the full of Emiratis in an Emirati team, that is a fantastic start for Saeed Al-Mehri, but it's very hard to take your eyes away from Evan Chen, getting all over the tail of Philip Barron, and Peter Cox playing a very different game, sitting about, I don't know, second and a half, 2 seconds back off the tail. In fact, no, 3 seconds off the tail of that lead battle, but it's like a sprint race at the fact. Philip Barron must be thinking, hold on a second, I was expecting a challenge from Cox, not from you, Chen, but Evan, the driver from Taipei, getting closer and closer and closer. This is fantastic.
The good news for Peter Cox is there's no immediate pressure from behind, because Gerhard Watzinger in the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo is about 5 seconds further back. So Peter Cox can focus entirely on the road in front and is definitely playing the long game. I'm sure this is the process for Saarloschen by Cox Racing. They will have thought about the strategy, the way that they will approach at least the opening hour, and things can change a great deal in the first 60 minutes. You've also got to think about the first fuel stop as well, and whether you're going to do a driver change within that. Driver limits are 2 hours, similar to the Dubai 24, as through now the sweeper and the secondary grid here at Yas Marina will go Peter Cox. This is on the second section of long straight, with the Barron Motorsport Ferrari and the LP Racing Lamborghini of Philip Barron and Evan Chen respectively continue to stretch their legs. Gap now down to 0.5 of a second as they go through the timing loop at the end of Sector 2. Cox will do likewise. 5 seconds now separate the top 2 and the green Porsche 911 GT3. Gerhard Watzinger a further 7.5 seconds adrift. Jürgen Hering is catching the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo, so we will have a bit of a race on very shortly for 4th and 5th. And Saeed Al-Mehri, as Bruce mentions, really good start for the Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing car, up to 6th position now, and it looks like Saeed is pushing for even more.
Yeah, no, he really is. He had a plan, and really is making it very, very exciting indeed. And I was very impressed with them last weekend in the Dubai 24 Hours, but this just feels so different. I mean, you know, if you're used to only doing half-hour races, of course 6 hours is a very long time, but split it down from a 24-hour race, and I think they were really bolstered by what they achieved in Dubai, and to come here and have this different approach. But as far as the body language from Saeed, even though he was sitting in the car, but when he was talking to Phil, it was a driver very, very hungry to attack and just trying to see his advantage at the moment. He's very, very tight indeed. 977, that's his car, Saeed Mieri, being pushed very hard by Enrico Fulgenzi for the Huber Racing duo. There were 2 Huber Racing cars leading the class, but Saeed's got ahead of them. He's having a great scrap, and I just think learning all the time. And we've been waiting for a long time, Johnny, over the years, decades almost. The first Dubai 24 Hours was 2006, and we wanted local involvement. We got it at small levels, but it tended to be in things like Honda Civics, etc., etc. But it's great to see them working their way up through the classes, and I was really excited about Ravdan Motorsport. Run for them by ID Racing, who've got another car in the field. But I just think we need to see this growth. It's been slow coming, but I'm just really, really pleased. Not only are they here and competing, but they're leading their class. I think that's really, really impressive.
Yeah, agreed. And the enthusiasm as well when Saeed is interviewed along with his team mates is so evident that they're desperate to do more and more racing and further afield as well. Yes, it's very important to be at Dubai and here in Abu Dhabi, but if they can work out some deals to maybe get to some of the European races in the 24H series, I'm sure that will be so rewarding for them as well to head to some very famous race tracks. As the 921 car then works its way through, Jose Monroy in the P21 Motorsport car. That is emblazoned with the Portuguese flag on the B pillar, running in 18th position, the P21 car, and 10th in the 992 class. So behind it is Bradley Ellis making progress for Valuga and the Porsche 718 Cayman.
Class leader.
Yeah, indeed, in TG. Yes, Bruce.
Yeah, just going down through the classes. That's the 4th class, and that's now 18th place, having just. There's Bradley doing his craft in a Porsche Cayman. He's got just a 5-second advantage over. It still feels strange to say that. Christophe Bouchou, Le Mans winner from 1993, driving totally different machinery in the Les Deux Arbres Ligier, but Christophe, he hasn't lost his ability. Didn't think he would, but great to have him in the mix. But just to reiterate, Bradley Ellis, car number 205, leading his class, which is the TG class, and then the TCR class is being led by 188. How many times have we said that across the years? 188 AC Motorsport Audi RS3, and it's got Luke Breukers, the youngest Breukers. They were in one car, then they withdrew that car, which was the Porsche class, and now showing the ability doesn't just stop with Rick and Evo, but it's spread to Luke, and he's leading that class, the TCR class, from Sally Racing by only a couple of seconds, but it all counts. He's got track position at the moment.
Mikkel Obel of Denmark, like his team, Sally Racing, doing the chasing there, 2.2 seconds away. But Brad Ellis has at least got a sighter now on the next car that he would ideally like to overtake. Clearly he's in the best place possible regarding his class position, but there is a strong chance that that Porsche 718 Cayman will start to eat into the next bunch of traffic, which is the 992 division, including 3 HRT Performance entered 911 GT3 Cup cars, all of the 992 iteration then. Kari Pekka Laaksonen, Marcel Zalua and Simo Kangas. Ollie Kangas, very well recognisable in the 24H series, but Simo's done less racing, and they combine as a team for HRT Performance in the 929 car. But the closest battle at the moment is the tail end of the 992 Porsche division and Bradley Ellis in the leading TG class. 5.6 seconds Brad has over Christophe Bouchou, as Bruce was mentioning. Gap at the top between the two GT3s has actually stabilised now. It's, if anything, stretching out a little bit, back to 0.7 of a second as they went through the timing loop last time around. So Philippe Barron has weathered the storm to an extent. Ivan Chen in the LP Racing Lamborghini still there in second, and with a decent margin over Peter Cox, rather, because that is now 9 seconds. Quick message on the screen regarding the GPS connection for a couple of cars. So as Race Control and as Timeservice.nl monitor where cars are around the track, 217 and the 944 Porsche have a little bit of an iffy link regarding that. How much can be done in terms of repairing that on the fly remains to be seen. I suppose it depends where the fault is, but it's very important for the officials here, Bruce, to know where everybody is.
No, absolutely. And while you were checking the messages board, I moved to the penalties one, and it's absolutely full. But those were all people for transgressing, exceeding track limits to improve their lap time during qualifying. So nothing yet from this race. But if you go to the 24H series website and click on live timing, you can see exactly what we can see. And you can. The front screen shows you results. The tracker screen, which you've obviously been talking about just there, Johnny. If two cars aren't being found, they're not much use on the tracker, but that will be sorted. Statistics, messages and penalties. And during the Dubai 24 hours, it was a very, very busy time just checking those two screens, messages and penalties. They were coming thick and fast. And when the warnings tot up, then come the penalties. And that's where you really waste so much good work. Oh, we've got a little bit of a rotation there, but car rejoining right at the end of the lap. It's one of the Porsches in 16th place overall. Is that Marcel Zalua? I think it could be white with the green flashes, just waiting for a number identification.
It is 928, yeah, spot on with how the cars are looking, and yeah, looping it on the exit of turn 16, so briefly facing the wrong way on the grid hatchings where we had the race start just under 10 minutes ago. So thankfully, Marcel Zalua didn't have anybody nearby. Simo Kangas has gained a position, I notice. So, yes, moving up to 15th place as a result of that slight error. Might be able to revisit into that incident to find out whether there was any contact. The yellow flags have been shown at turn 16, and I would assume been taken back in again. No, they're back out again for a different reason. 27th placed Porsche is John Murray in the TT racing car that is slipping down the order. Now, this isn't because of a spin, I don't think. It's because the car is going slowly, although he's picking up a bit of speed now. However, going a lap down to the leaders who just sweep through turn 1, Bruce.
Yeah, the black Porsche not looking entirely happy, but maybe he just passed pit entrance before he had the problem, but now it's, I'd say, up to about 60% speed, luckily not interrupting the lead duo as they go through, but anybody else trying to come past him, and some of the TCR class cars are going, thank you very much, will be going past. That's not looking a happy car. Was the spin? Was there a contact? You called it in terms of the competition hotting up in at the back of the Porsche Cup class, and in fact, rotation through the final corner got very, very close to arrival. Don't know if he touched, and that rear wing, he went back across the track, nearly hit the pit wall. Don't think it did. So maybe it's a case the driver go, phew, I've haunted myself, but now I can get back up to speed. Yeah, now he's picking up the pace again. So he waited for the heart rate to come down below 350, and he's going all over again. But was no contact. So it seems, looking at the rear of the car, can't see that the wing is out of sorts. So a lucky miss.
Yeah, indeed, particularly in a Porsche where the engine is mere millimetres away from that rear bumper. The rear wing, as you say, is absolutely perfect, but the area that car will have, if anything, had a glancing blow on is Armco barrier rather than concrete wall. But yeah, it might be that John Murray got away with that, but it looked nip and tuck observing it from a fair old distance. Also going to assume that Marcel Zalua managed to avoid contact as well. That spin for the Australian was a bit further down the start-finish straight and was a full 180-degree rotation, which meant that the recovery was slightly more difficult to do. Had to wait for a gap in the traffic and then was able to loop around in one movement. But two Porsches finding it tricky to exit turn 16. It is very dusty offline, and as the 710 Liebert Motorsport Lamborghini sweeps around turn 15 to negotiate the semi-stricken 960 car, that will head to the pits, the car of John Murray, and allow therefore the 710 safely through. It now reaches turn 1. Gerhard Watzinger in 4th position, about 19 seconds away from the top 3, but he does have company now. Jürgen Hering has been spending the first segment of this opening stint, 15 minutes of it, to catch up with the green and black Lamborghini. And the Herbert Motorsport car, in fact, is going to be overtaken by a similar car from the same team, because Jean-Francois Bruneau in the number 10 car, the yellow and black Lamborghini Huracan, slots up the inside into turn 5. So Herring's done the hard work, if you like, Bruce, gaining the time on the sister car to Jean-Francois Bruneau, but he's the one to capitalise. Herring's not having this.
Well, I tell you what, Herring needs to stay between the white lines. He's already got in the space of 1 lap. When I last looked at the message screen, 2 minutes ago, the penalty screen was nothing, and he's already been noticed twice for going off in this scrap. So he's starting to tot up those warnings, and we know warnings eventually, when you keep multiplying them, turn to penalty. So he's enjoying the scrap, but maybe just a little bit too much. But at the moment, yeah, Jürgen Herring, unfortunately for him, down in 5th place, but fourth, which is Watzinger. Herring and John Bruno covered by 1.5 seconds between the three of them, if that. So it's a little bit of caution, and now they're getting in among the back markers, just going around a Cupra there. So Jürgen Herring having to adapt his line, and that gave John Bruno a chance to get onto his tail. That Lippert Lamborghini tucked in behind, but now they're experiencing traffic, but there is space to play.
Track limits are being observed, of course, in the race, as they were in qualifying earlier this morning. Already on to the 3rd infringement for the 92 car, which is the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Had me head scratching there, 93. But it looks like the first corner, turn 4, and the final corner at 16 are the main culprit points where people are being pinged for track limits. So you can run out wide on the exit of turn 1, which is exactly what Philip Barron did in his red Ferrari. I think to a certain degree there is a blind eye turned upon whatever happens through turn 1 on the first lap, because you're all jostling for position, unless you really take the mickey with that. But the Ferrari just found its way to the outside, and I'd be surprised if it had been warned about that infringement. But anything after the first couple of corners are generally included. The 133 Schenker Cupra might be losing a bit of fluid, I'm hearing, as well, and possibly the PCR Sport Cupra number 117 from the Spanish squad, as a BMW M6 GT3 heads through the sweeping curves at the start of the lap. That will be the number 2 JR Motorsport car, and it's in 12th position and has ahead of it, therefore, the 11th place Porsche of Christoph Lange, being pursued by Ted van Vliet.
Yeah, it's a good little scrap. 2 Porsche Cup classes cars with the BMW in between. Just heard the noise of John Murray leaving the pits. That was the 960 Porsche, the black one from TT Racing, that had its problem, had that rotation out of turn 16. They came in, checked it over, and had sent it back out. I was worried we might be looking at the first retirement, but it was fairly intense look from the mechanics. They thought, no, that's fine, off you go again. So John Murray and his teammates, Phil Quaife, and the one we heard from on the grid, Jonathan Simmons, will get to have their race after all. But they are 30th of the 30 starters. Thought we were going to have 32, but with those couple of incidents in qualifying this morning, down to 30. But it's a cracking field of cars, and that battle at the front, we haven't talked about it for a short while, but it's still under a second, 9/10 of a second between Philip Barron in the Barron Motorsport Ferrari and Evan Chen, who was so busy in the opening lap, hunting down Peter Cox. And Coxey is now best part of 20 seconds down in 3rd place. So that lead pair have really worked that very hard indeed to make that gap, because Peter is very quick in that Porsche. So, but he I'm sure, with his a few years and a few more on the clock, is being a wise head. Yeah,
there is a danger, of course, of upping your pace, the pre-planned pace, to try and catch those top 2. But they're, as I've mentioned before, thinking about the long game at Cox Racing, and let's just see where they finish up in about 5 hours and 40 minutes time. Move maybe from Ted van Vliet. No, thinks better of it into turn number 1, so that will allow us opportunity to head to the pit lane and to Phil Anson.
Yeah, a update on race engineer and team manager Crane Thompson. It was a precautionary stop only. He did tag the wall, and you saw footage, but doesn't seem to be any damage, and they've sent them out to rotate, but lost a lot of positions.
Okay, so there was a slight tap of the wall. Ted van Vliet is through and gets ahead of the Porsche at turn 5 of Christoph Lange. So the ID Racing car now trying to fight back immediately, heading towards turns 6 and 7. And exit speed for Ted van Vliet was possibly slightly compromised, but he will only show the Porsche to the outside line into the braking zone. Also taking a watching brief is Wim Mulders in the Speed Lover Porsche as well. Mulders to the inside of Christoph Lange, but can't get underneath the Porsche there. And again, the closer of the two, BMW and the Porsche of Ted van Vliet and Christoph Lange. This was already a good fight, Bruce, and is getting better and better all the time.
I tell you what, Johnny, if Wim Mulders hadn't been on the tail there, I honestly think the Porsche would have gone back in front, and I think Ted van Vliet was given a little bit of a get-out-of-jail card, and now Mulders is right under the rear wing of Christoph Lange, who in turn is suddenly dropping a little bit off the tail of the BMW, so Ted van Vliet getting a tiny bit of breathing space, but these Porsche drivers are clever. I think they can make this move, and I think Wim Mulders is sort of working this out at the moment, but he doesn't want to get too close. He really wants to have Ted van Vliet being challenged by Christoph Lange. That will be where his opportunity comes. And one of the cars running a TCR car, an Audi, running off the side of the track, trying to keep out of the way. Is that dropping fluid as well? I think he was either being very, very generous, still the three-car battle coming up behind him, and he pulled right to the side of the circuit, two wheels off in the dirt, and you suddenly saw with his wheels over the curbing there, Johnny, just how dusty it is. And we've got a car going into the pits.
Well, was that the AC Motorsport Audi that
so.
that you were suggesting? AC have...
Yeah, it's gone into the pits.
Yes, it is. It's Charles
199.
Dawson, isn't it? 199. With AC Motorsport running a couple of RS3s. Luke Broikers leading the class still, as Bruce has mentioned, but the other one for English driver Charles Dawson heading down pit lane and with potential problems. They're just checking the wheels on the rear, and they look pretty solid as they are waggled from left to right. So not entirely sure where the smoke is coming from, but some of the crew running into the garage. Good to have that update, though, from Phil Anson. I'm sure he's not very far away from this Audi, the RS3, either, but to get confirmation that John Murray did indeed tag the wall in the TT Racing Porsche, and he has rejoined now in 30th position, i.e. last. But there is plenty of time to go to try and recover that situation.
Front left wheel off the 199 Audi sitting in the pits. So was I seeing dust being kicked up, or was that with the puncture and the bodywork rubbing on the tyres? Certainly the driver, Charles Dawson, kept out of the way had he already got a puncture, but suddenly 2 mechanics per car, and suddenly they're having to get very busy indeed. Haven't got images of that at the second, so let's tell you what's happening on the track. It's down to half a second again. Philip Barron from Evan Chen, but it sounds like we've got news from the pits.
Yeah, it's a broken left front suspension. Snapped it in. They're going to have to take that entire off and put a new upright on it.
The upright, I noticed, had a very cool sticker on it, a track that I immediately recognised, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but it hasn't given it any good look in that respect, because that's the broken bit by the sounds of what Phil is observing, and therefore that is not going to be a quick job. Not necessarily a track known for a great deal of undulation here and punishment on the suspension, but presumably, Bruce, that is a part that's been carried over from Dubai last weekend, and it's already done 24 hours.
Well, quite possibly, but it sounds as though Phil has further news. Phil.
Getting into that car now, hopefully getting that suspension there. So a driver change early. Remember, they have to do 3 mandatory driver changes in the 6 hours, and they're getting their first one out of the way right now with Ricky Kummer getting into the car.
And that will be at least 3 driver changes, because I think 2 of the 32 teams, or the 30 that we have running at the moment, have entered 5 drivers. So we'll require a few more changes than that, as the yellow and black Lamborghini of Lippert Motorsport, driven by John Bruneau, who has raced with CWS Engineering previously, but made the move to German outfit Lippert Motorsport. And the number 10 car running now in 4th position, ahead of Gerhard Watzinger, his teammate, and ahead of Jürgen Hering. So Jean-Francois Bruneau making good progress now. Problem is, there's about 25 seconds separating him and the next car of Peter Cox, who is in 3rd position. And that strut has broken significantly. So they are going to have to take their time in getting that.
It's an interesting
out.
one, Johnny, because of certain circuits, you don't think of this. It's not like a Montreal where you're clattering the curbs and just thinking around circuits around the world. You think this one is smooth, and if they run towards the edge, they run out over the the tarmac beyond and rejoin. They get a penalty for that, but these aren't bone-rattling curbs. So anyhow, well, we all know things can happen on racing cars, but unfortunately for Charles Dawson, that was his session brought to an end after what effectively 20 minutes. So Ricky Coomber, he's going to be sitting there for some while. Then, of course, as Phil pointed out, at least they would have done one of their mandatory changes with no timing deficit for them. The timing deficit just simply as the repairs are being carried out.
Yeah, I mean, what I don't know is the maintenance schedule on a TCR car and how much, as I say, has been carried over from last weekend. Would you expect a car to do 24 hours on the same struts, the same suspension?
Wasn't 199 the car that didn't get to take part in the race in the 24 hours? I think it was repaired. It was one of the ones that had a big moment before the race, didn't get to take part. I'm fairly sure that's the case, just having a quick double check. But
no, that's a very good shout.
John Hindhaugh written 199 repaired from last weekend.
Okay.
When it didn't make the grid.
Yeah, fine.
Well, we can't join the dots on that. That's just putting some other facts in there.
Yeah, but
at the same time, but
obviously
very, very frustrating for all concerned. And that crew is again multinational crew. Charles Dawson and Ricky Coomber from the UK, Gustavo Xavier from Brazil, and Arno Keda from Belgium. It is a Belgian team, AC Motorsport, but for them they'll just have to sit and twiddle their thumbs until it's sorted. And obviously here we don't have large crews. That's been one of the things, keeping the number of mechanics down, keeping the cost down, etc., etc. But they've got a clear job to do, and at least it's identifiable, not that horrible moment where you come in with that fabled electrical problem somewhere.
That are so difficult to diagnose. At least this is a immediately visible problem, and they can set about fairly long work, but hope that is the problem nailed in one fell swoop, and the car can get back out again and try and recover some of these positions. But it will be a number of laps down when it gets back into the race. 10 laps completed so far for Charles Dawson's Audi RS3. Compare that to the sister car at AC Motorsport and Luke Breukers, who's due across the line in the next 5 seconds. He's done 12 laps, so that car has already lost 2, soon to be 3 laps on the class leader. Meanwhile, in GT3, Philippe Baron in the red Ferrari 488 for Baron Motorsport. Their number 86 car has 5 drivers, and Ernst Kerkmeier, who we heard from on the grid, Roman Zemian, Axel Jeffries and Mikkel Mack. Axel and Mikkel Mack being semi-pros, and in fact Mikkel Mack may even be a pro. On my entry list it's blank in that column, but Mikkel with a huge amount of experience and mainly in Ferraris, so that he could be their secret weapon. But you have to be fairly careful with your mixture of drivers when it comes to GT3 today. Remember previously, or at Dubai, there were 3 levels of GT3 driver combinations: Pro, Pro-Am and Am. They're all in the same category for the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. Powered by Hankook, because all of the cars in the field are on the Hankook rubber. And I think, yes, it will be all the same tyre makeup as well, exactly the same compound, although of course different wheel sizes across the grid. Car 205 working its way out of turn 1, one of those 3 corners particularly where the race stewards are paying close attention to track limits and breaches of the rules mainly being found on the exit of turn 1, turn 4 and turn 16. Brad Ellis is closing in now on Jose Monroy in the Portuguese entered P21 Motorsport Porsche. 0.7 of a second separating 921 and 205. And Luke Breukers now heading towards the hotel and marina section. 188, Bruce, is the TCR leader.
Really is. You maybe suddenly pay extra attention. You said Luke Breukers heading towards the hotel. I thought, what, helmet under arm? Car retired from the race. But Luke, the latest in the Breukers factory of racing drivers. And I must say that the black, silver and purple livery on that car looks really good on the 188 AC Motorsport Audi. we remember, actually, I can't remember what year it was when the Audi RS3 turned up at Dubai for its race debut, and there was a long queue formed behind the garage to speak to the Audi representative because they thought that looks absolutely fantastic, and it's really been just on the money in TCR ever since. But it is always quite exciting at the start of the year when you see a car going out to compete for the first time. You see that it's almost like curtain twitching down the pit lane. It's rather nice. It's going rather well. It's good at checking out its split time, seeing how it's behaving. That was a direct hit with the first throw of the darts, it must be said. But we've got some cracking racing down the middle order of the pack here. We knew the Huber Racing Porsches were going to be very, very competitive in the 992 class, and Enrico Fulgenzi is now leading from Said Almeri, but only by a nip and a tuck here. The positions have changed around, and I think they're probably going to change all over again. But at the moment, at the end of last lap, in 7th place overall, leading the Porsche Cup class, Enrico Fulgenzi in 923. Getting busy in the office.
Definitely is, and really fascinating to see that there's not a great deal of performance difference between the Uber Racing Porsche that leads 992, Fulgenzi, and Jürgen Hering, as now Hering is having to deal with the Le DHABI Ligier JS2R in the French tricolor colours. They slot through at turn 2 pretty well there, with not too much time lost for Hering and Fulgenzi. They're
well, the one who's
up.
lost out has been Said Almeri. He's got on the wrong side of Le DHABI Ligier and got pulled away from that pack, and that pack is Gerhard Watzinger, Jürgen Hering, Enrico Fulgenzi and Said Almeri, but Almeri got pulled off the back of that behind the Ligier. Now he's trying to get a bit of a slipstream, get closer to his class challenger, Enrico Fulgenzi. But Enrico's got eyes on a bigger target, hasn't he? He's got GT3 Porsche in front of him, Jürgen Hering at the wheel, and he's all over the tail of it.
And why not? Because the new spec of Porsche Cup car, which has been used in, I think, 4 domestic championships in 2021 and a whole lot more this season, looks to be able to match in places that Herbert Motorsport full house GT3 car. Very close again for the leading duo though, Philip Barron and Evan Chen, thinking that well, Barron maybe thinking that he managed to shake loose the driver from Taipei behind, but Chen is back with Philip Barron once again. 0.7 of a second through the previous timing split, but it'll be closer than that, bunching up because of the traffic that both are now encountering, including the number 21 car that was damaged in qualifying earlier today. So sorry, 215 car rather. So yes, the SK Racing Ligier is now in the race. It didn't start at the same time as everybody else, but is now producing times. In fact, this is it's only its second lap. So great to see that the team were still working hard despite the fact that the red lights had gone out and that they've missed about the first half an hour or so. But we'll get some laps on the board now. BMW have Ted van Vliet being caught by the Philip Barron Ferrari, which is very close indeed to cutting the corner at turn 11. I think just about kept the slither of Hankook tyre, the right side of the white line. Now rattling underneath the hotel and on towards turns 15 and 16, the double right-hander, as the Lamborghini, if anything's being held up a touch by Ted van Vliet. That's, again, the performance difference, which is minuscule between the Lamborghini Huracan and the BMW M6, the outgoing BMW GT3 car. Now Evan Chen has wriggled free, but he's lost a big chunk of time, Bruce.
3.5 seconds, so he lost 3 seconds. You think about that. At the start of the race, he got up into that second place on the first lap, going on to the second lap, and since then he's been fluctuating between half a second and 0.8 of a second behind him, and suddenly that's quadrupled. He just got the wrong side and going through that final sequence of corners onto the start-finish straight, the twist left, the twist right, and he was on the wrong side of the BMW. Nothing could be done. Maybe a little more help could have come his way from Ted van Vliet, but now Evan Chen's got to do it all over again. So he's 3.5 seconds down. We've seen he's got the pace, but right at the start of the race it felt like catching is one thing, tick, did that, getting past quite another. I wanted to see how it was going to shape out, but Philip Barron was driving beautifully, just not leaving the door open. And Evan Chen, I think, was starting to get a little bit frustrated, but that's nothing in comparison to suddenly losing another 3 seconds. So he's got to fight his way back again. But we do seem to be having gaggles of cars. At any point around the track, you can see 7 or 8 cars in the same image. There must therefore be other parts of the track that are pretty empty. But right now, the race leaders are getting a lot of traffic in front of them. So maybe, just maybe, for Evan Chen, that gap can go the other way if Philip Barron can be blocked. But he definitely got the better of the traffic, the Austrian driver.
Almost side by side across the line between Gerhard Watzinger and Jürgen Hering. It would have only given Hering the outside line into turn 1, so it may not have been much use anyway to the German. But American driver for Lippert Motorsport holding off the only Herbert Motorsport Porsche in the field, and now a huge gaggle is pouring out of turn 4, 3 abreast with a Cooper right in the middle and Hering around the outside trying again for the move, and a long way wide is Almeri, I think that is the 921 car, no, beg pardon, that's Jose Monroy of the P21 Motorsport Porsche. So out of the turn 5 they will go, still with Watzinger just ahead. There is a car to be lapped immediately in front, which is the 29th place Porsche of John Murray. Yeah, of course, that slapped the barrier, yes. So he's further down.
I think we had all 4 classes of cars in the same shot for the first time since the start of the race on the grid. Oh, we got a spinner, and unfortunately 929 is the Porsche that's gone round, so Simo Kangas. So he had gained positions, now he's thrown them all away, and he's sitting backwards across the track, just waiting, but not going anywhere. That's always a bit of a worry. A TCR Cupra going around the outside, and the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini came around the corner unsighted and went over all, fortunately, the large area of painted concrete on the outside of the circuit. But Simo Kangas, that's a little bit of a scary moment.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether Simo has stalled the car or was just waiting for, well, possibly marshal instruction to get back up and running, because bear in mind there's Armco barrier there, which will easily obscure his line of sight for approaching cars the other side of turn 6. So you don't want to just start inching forward in the vain hope that nothing's coming, because that can often spell disaster. So he will be under the instruction of the marshals at turn 7, as Watzinger in the green Lamborghini has behind him now not Jürgen Hering but Fulgenzi in the Uber racing car. So losing a spot on that lap was Jürgen Hering, slipping down to 7th position. I wonder whether Hering just came out of the whole incident at turn 6 and 7 not as well as those cars around him. So 92 having initially been, and we're going to go code 60 because clearly that car is still stricken at turn 7. Simo Kangas stalling the car, and 929 in the most awkward of positions on the very, very short straight between turn 6 and 7, and that is blind as you approach. Obviously, marshals can do a very good job in warning that there is a stock car there with their yellow flags, but the next issue is how on earth is that car going to be recovered? Actually, there was a clear road there on the approach to turn 6 and 7, but Kangas not waiting for the gap. In fact, he was trying to start the car, and Porsche has been running hot for the first half an hour, nearly 40 minutes. Then all of a sudden the engine stalls as he spins, and racing cars don't necessarily like being restarted straight away. So Kangas having difficulty with that. I just wonder whether this might provide an opportunity for an early stop, Bruce. You would only get half the amount of fuel, though.
Along those lines, Johnny, but also just want to go back to the point that Simo Kangas has spun. It's not just the fact that he's around a blind corner. He's around a blind corner that people approach when they're trying to overtake each other, and it's one of the narrower parts of the track. So suddenly you've got maybe someone trying to go around the outside of a rival, and then suddenly their options are really, really limited. Right, you've called it Nostradamus Palmer. And we do have a scramble into the pits. So Ted Van Vliet hopping out of that number 2 JR Motorsport BMW, and Max Veering, a driver who's been racing for the last several years, young Dutch racer in the Lamborghini Series Trophy around the world. He's raced a little bit here, there, and everywhere. Very impressive driver. So expect the pace of that BMW to pick up a little bit. It's tumbled down the order, not just by coming into the pits, but it did work its way to the tail of the top 10 rather than the middle of it. But door closed, and interesting how quickly the face mask goes on for Ted Van Vliet. So he's following all the rules, having just hopped out of the car. But so the black and silver BMW M6 back into the race. Other people coming into the pits? No takers as yet. So you're right with one, but not with the rest.
Well, I'll take the plaudits nevertheless, and we'll wait to see whether, because of course Code 60 doesn't necessarily provide you the opportunity straight away. You might have to wait a little while because everybody is restricted to 60 kilometres per hour. I'm pleased to say that 929 actually got going without the need for outside assistance. So Simo Kangas got some fire in the HRT Performance Porsche, and it is rolling again. This shouldn't be too much of a lengthy Code 60, Phil Anson.
Phil, could you clarify, because by my understanding, there's a special routine they use at the Yas Marina with wave bys and safety cars. No, don't go there.
With Gary Williams, yeah, last night. Just to understand it better, we sat down over coffee 20 minutes, and I still don't get it, but I'm old.
Well, wave bys, I can understand, why they have thought about being introduced, because they are now commonplace in the European Le Mans Series, in the FIA World Endurance Championship, because there is a danger that a gap that wasn't there in one of the lower classes when the caution comes out is sort of enforced because of where the overall lead car is. So they're trying to make it fair for all. They even played about with it at Le Mans last year, and that becomes even more complicated because there are 3 safety cars at Le Mans, and an idea of incorporating some kind of wave by there as well didn't happen in the end in the 2021 running for Le Mans. But I always thought that the rehearsals during the free practice sessions during Le Mans week last year were maybe looking ahead to this year or indeed 2023. I can understand why they're being incorporated, though, in championships that have long said we don't want a part of them, Bruce, because it just, well, not only is it fairer for the lower classes, but it makes a much better race come the finish.
Yeah, no, I'm all for changing rules if there's a sensible consideration that you don't, particularly in multi-class racing, hamper the chances of the cars that aren't at the front of the field. You know, over decades, unfortunately, they often have been. But, yeah, clever adjustment.
There is a Lamborghini now on pit road, which is one of the 2 Lippert machines, 710 for Gerhard Watzinger, and Jürgen Hering has got to a position where he could come into the pits as well. Remember, 5.2 kilometres, so if you're in the wrong place where the Code 60 comes out, it is quite a wait trundling around before you can actually access the pit lane. Stickered Hankook tyres certainly going on the Watzinger car. And there is a driver assistant in the cockpit as well, suggesting belts are being done up, so quite possibly a driver change in the 710. And Jürgen Hering brings his Herbert Motorsport car in as well, as we are now back to green, and the 44 ARC Bratislava Lamborghini of Miro Konopka, who really had to take a very wayward line down at 6 and 7 to avoid the Simo Kangas Porsche, got away with that, thankfully, and is still running in 9th position. I have to say, everybody reacted incredibly well to that awkwardly placed car, where T-boning it would have been probably something that I would have been unable to avoid. But these racing drivers have been around the block quite a bit, Bruce, and managed to deal with that situation.
Yeah, and it was actually one of the trickiest positions on the entire circuit, the place that Simo Kangas went for that spin. But fortunately, there is all that runoff area around the outside, but you still need to adjust and not put your car off into the weeds. There are weeds, of course. It's far too immaculate at the circuit to have weeds. But yeah, you had to adjust because also there were about 5 cars in a battle right behind where Kangas spun, so it was a real splintering. But I was actually just concerned there. I hadn't noticed we were about to go back to green. I was expecting it. I suddenly thought, oh my gosh, is Miro about to overtake that TCR class car? Then I just noticed, as you were calling it, that green had hit the top of our timing screen. So yeah, back to full speed racing, and Miro's got quite a long way to go to catch up the car ahead, about 30 seconds to catch up with Said Almeri, who's holding down 8th place. That's the Rabdan Motorsport Porsche Cup class car, and that's running 2nd in its class, but the Porsche Cup class is still being led by Huber Racing with Enrico Fulgenzi, who started as the best place for the Porsche Cup cars in 8th. He's now up to 5th. Because we've had a little flurry of cars into the pits. But up front, there's no change at all, apart from the fact that Evan Chen, having closed the gap, it went out to 3.4 seconds, got it down to 2.8 seconds. Then we had the code 60, and it's now 5.3 seconds. So Philip Barron, the race leader, has weathered that very, very nicely indeed. But I was slightly concerned that Evan Chen was really taking some of the best flesh out of his tyres with that very early sprint to get up onto the tail of the race leader. Might be coincidental, just looking at he's lapping the same pace actually as Philip Barron. I just thought, Johnny, we might be looking at his pace starting to drop away, but I'm wrong, and LP Racing going perfectly well with their Lamborghini in 2nd place overall.
And neither of them stopped, but the 710 and the 92 cars, as mentioned, did come in. I wonder whether the tail end of each of their pit stops actually encroached into the green flag area, so they may have lost a little bit of time there, but I think predominantly it is a gain for Greg Gorski, who's now taken over the 710 car from Gerhard Watzinger. So there was a driver change there, as I suspected, but Jürgen Hering stays on board for a second stint in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So it is now Gorski actually slipping down a couple more places as they complete that lap. So Hering is running in 12th overall. That's 7th in the GT3 class, and Greg Gorski, new to the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, a place behind in the GT3 class, but there's actually a 992 Porsche between the two of them. In 13th place, the car of Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, who did not stop either. So Barron and Chen stayed out. Cox, no pit stops yet either. Jean-Francois Bruno happy to continue, as was Enrico Fulgenzi. Saeed Al-Meri for the Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing Porsche, running in 6th position. And then it's Miro Konopka and Maciej Blazek in the Uber Racing Porsche number 924 in 8th. We've had nearly 50 minutes of the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, powered by Hankook. This is the Radio Show Limited network of channels, with Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer, Phil Anson looking after matters in the pit lane. We will have a much more significant flurry of pit stops around about the hour mark for the GT3 cars, maybe just beyond, because the Code 60 has provided a bit better fuel consumption, of course. The TCR cars should be able to get closer to an hour and a half by the time they need to come in for a stop. Peter Cox, still the picture of full focus, staring at, though, sadly for him, over half a minute now deficit to Evan Chen in 2nd and Philip Barron in the lead of the race, Bruce.
Yeah, and one we saw leave the pits, Max Waring, the 21-year-old Dutch racer, mainly European Lamborghinis in his racing career so far, but he's starting, having taken over the JR Motorsport BMW, to put in very quick lap times. He's lapping at the pace, as I say that, not quite the pace. Philip Barron picks up the pace in the lead of the race. He's on 1 minute 56.1 and 1 minute 55.9 by Evan Chen, who's starting to close the gap between 1st and 2nd down again, but 2 laps in the low 1 minute 57 as Max Waring gets up to speed. That BMW down in 10th place after the pit stop, but just watch out for him. He picked his way up the order. Been really impressed with Max the last couple of years.
157.1 is clearly the fastest lap, as you say, from that car, but it's an aged M6 with the new BMW GT3 car, the M4, which was in full competition debut last weekend at the 24 Hours of Dubai. Did a few races outside of homologation rules in 2021, mainly around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Porsche flashing its lights is Jürgen Hering in the groove, whereas Greg Gorski might take just a bit of warming up, of course, and he's a couple of places now behind this Porsche in the recognisable Herbert livery, principally a black Porsche, but with the red top of the nose and red roof as well. And the 92 car cycling its way through, with Markus Neuhofer still to come, and one half of the Renault twin brothers. Alfred is here this weekend, and he will be taking a stint at some point as well as the semi-pro representative in the Herbert lineup. So no Robert Renault on driving duty, as plenty of curb is taken there on the exit of turn 15 for Porsche 92. Wim Moilders, who was involved for Speed Lover in a three-way dice not so long ago. Christoph Lange was also in that, and Ted van Vliet. Well, the three cars in question are still together on the timing screen, but there are seconds between them now. Max Weering closing in on Christoph Lange, and in fact he's gone by. So you called that, Bruce. Weering not only upping the speed, he's got a place now on the ID Racing Porsche.
Yeah, so he had traffic. That's wonder why he was second off the pace, the race leaders. They're going, LP Racing, Evan Chen is closing in on the race leader all over again. He's got it down to 3 seconds. He's at 2.3 seconds faster than Philip Barron. So there is a little bit of traffic. Yeah, look for Max Weering, superstar in his first season of the Dutch Supercar Series. And then he did Lamborghinis, and he's showing his craft now in a BMW M6. And you never want to say venerable, but it sort of rather is at GT3 level. But what a great place to come and play. And I think Max is the sort of driver who will be up in a regular GT3 drive in the years ahead, because I think he's got that level of talent. But let's hope he doesn't now throw it into the barriers, because I've just blown the trumpet for him. But certainly going very well. So up to 9th place. His next target is, well, he's going to take a few laps. He's 35 seconds in arrears. But and the car he's chasing is Maciej Blazek, the Polish racer, in the 924 Huber Racing Porsche, that's third in the Porsche Cup class at the moment. That's being led by teammate Enrico Fulgenzi. He's got Syed Almeri, just 1.1 seconds down on him in second place in class. So it's Huber Racing, Raddown Motorsport, and Huber Racing, top 3 in the Porsche Cup class. And they really, Johnny, in this have been scrapping very well with a number of the GT3 runners. And it's interesting around the circuit to realise at certain points they actually have an advantage. You always think they're going to be sort of junior in performance, inferior in performance than GT3 cars, but at certain points, mainly in a straight line, they're very quick indeed.
The PCR sports car of Franco Lemmer heading through the chicane on the back straight, car number 215, although I caught a glimpse of the 217 car as well, of Juan Anjua, also of PCR Sports. That car is running in 21st position and 5th place in the TG class. TG still led by Brad Ellis in his Cayman for Valuga team. And yeah, that's the 217 car now, just heading through turn 15. So it's the 21st place car, as opposed to Franco Lemmer, who is in the race for SK Racing, by the way. 215 running in 31st place, which means that the only car we don't have of the provisional 32 car entry is the second P21 Motorsport Porsche, which was due to be in the 992 class. So that car running out of turns 13 and 14, and now round the pit lane entry road at turn 16 to head back across the line. Baron Motorsports Ferrari a second advantage over Evan Chen, but there is a slow car now being reported to all of the teams in Sector 2. Not sure of its identity just yet, but if it gets any slower, this might mean another Code 60. It's one of the 2 Ginettas from CWS, Bruce.
I just want to apologise. I was waiting for a gap to come in, saying remarkable at this point in the race. I have hardly seen the Ginettas on screen, and it happens while you were finishing your sentence. And which one is it pulling off at the side? We had the GT4 version, the G56, with Colin White. That's 478. That was leading the 278, the sister car, by about a dozen seconds. But clearly, for Christian Prosser, it's 278 at the side of the circuit. He's not stopped, but he's as close as can be. But that is limp home mode. How unfortunate.
Now, just a moment, because Christian Prosser's gone through Sector 2 with a 53-second time, so I think actually that's more likely to be Colin White. I know our
we were shown a graphic.
Yeah, I agree,
saying it was Christian, but
so yellow flags at turn 6. But I'm just trying to monitor Christian Prosser's progress through this lap. We do have a Sector 2 time for him, a 53.7, which is about on point, whereas Colin, I think, is still stranded in the second sector and not yet at the end of it. But
yeah, it must be Colin.
Tricky to tell the 2 Ginettas apart from the rear, at least. But the G56 car, the newer model, the GT4, and yes, Prosser actually takes the place now on Colin White as Prosser reaches the end of the lap. So that is car 478 that is having difficulties, and the white flag being displayed to Max Weering, who has behind him by the looks of things, a green Porsche of Peter Cox, so they may well have found one another, even though they're not dicing for track position. Well, the good news for Colin White is that he is still moving. It's just at walking pace, so it's going to take him forever to get to the end of the lap.
Yes, I mean, even with cars at full racing speed, that's a long, long straight. But when you're going at, what's he doing, about 15 miles an hour maximum? So, yeah, good sprinting pace, but not for a car.
So conversations being
before the
had.
pit stops. In fact, Bobby Thompson, teammate, has got his helmet on and playing with his gloves in the pits. Maybe they've just told him, get ready because we'll do the driver change when Colin gets back. Or maybe it's the fact we're getting towards the end of the opening hour and he was due to be going in. But at the moment, at this rate, Johnny, it could be another 5 minutes before Colin gets it back to the pits.
Easily, yeah. So they could even down tools and have a cuppa before Colin appears on pit lane. A real shame this, because the G56 was going nicely to this point. Maybe picking up a bit of speed. Now he deliberately dodges the main racing line, the apex, through the chicane at the halfway point of the back straight. And that's neat driving from Colin White. You would expect nothing less, because he knows the ideal racing line through that sequence of corners and wants to be off that at all costs. And now is tucked off the track itself, over to the left-hand side as Philip Barron and Evan Chen go through, adhering to or acknowledging the white flags. But the white flags don't necessarily mean no overtaking, just to make you aware that there is a slow car somewhere on the circuit. And that's being indicated by the race control messages and also the LED boards as well. So bright white boards being shown as the car moves around the track. Meanwhile, Zabba Toth in the Zhenga Motorsport car gaining a couple of places by the looks of things further down the order, and the car ahead, the Sally Racing Cupra of Morten Eriksson, is heading into the pits. This again is too early for a TCR car to be needing fuel or maintenance, so that's going to be out of sequence. I notice Wim Mulders has come in and Greg Gorski is in the fueling area as well. So the Lippert Motorsport Huracan taking some fuel on board. Again, we're not
Johnny, I've got a challenge for Phil, because on our entry list for the 979, you mentioned Wim Mulders, the speed lover car. He wasn't even on the entry list, but I'd seen his name in qualifying, but I don't know if I've seen any other drivers associated with that car. So if we suddenly lose Phil, he's probably the secondary driver. He's about to take the next stint. But we will wait and see. But one person who's not waiting is Evan Chen. Look at that gap. It went out to 5 and a bit seconds. It's down to 0.6 of a second. So Evan Chen right now on the tail of Philip Barron all over again. Is this going to be a flurry just before the pit stops? We've got more cars coming into the pits now. So we've got near the hour. Greg Gorski's back in. So that's way too soon. He's only done a handful of laps, hasn't he, Johnny?
Yeah. Now, what I don't know is whether the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini took on fuel during the Code 60 or whether they just did a driver change. It would have been a strange decision. Did they turn up the chance of getting half fuel for more of it during the green flag? It's a strange one, that. But the 7:10 2 pit stops when probably one would have done. Wim Mulders, this is his first stop. But on the entry list, even when you printed off today, the Speed Lover Porsche didn't have any drivers against it. So Wim Mulders was a pleasant surprise, and surely he will need a couple more drivers as well. 3 mandatory driver changes are required at some point during the 6 hours. This is the Radio Show Limited network of channels bringing live coverage in sound and vision of the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, powered by Hankook. Not part of the 24H Series Championship, so you're not scoring points, but a very welcome addition to the calendar nevertheless as a standalone event just 7 days after the 24 hours of Dubai. Barron and Chen across the line almost as one, 0.4 of a second between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini. 29 laps completed. It's now getting very, very tricky for Colin White, because he's having to stay off the racing line as best as he can underneath the hotel and into the marina section proper. He's done a splendid job to this point. The difficulty now is he'll have to cross the track at some stage, because he is on the left-hand side as he approaches turn 15. He needs to be on the right on the exit of the next corner.
I bet Colin wishes he was still doing short circuit racing, much quicker to get back to the pits if you have a problem on a lap, but he is nearly back. But out on track suddenly, again, Johnny, we have these moments of not much happening, then we have a huge amount of traffic, and working his way through is the race leader Philip Barron, 2 Porsche Cup class cars. In fact, the 2 cars fighting for lead in the class, Enrico Fulgenzi in 5th overall, Said Almeri in 6th, and on the wrong side of them is Evan Chen in the 2nd place Lamborghini. He's lost out before. Remember, it was half a second the advantage that Philip Barron had. It went out to 5 and a bit seconds with traffic, and it's happened all over again to Chen. Oh, dearie me.
So Barron and Chen, 0.4 of a second between them. Then Peter Cox in the 3rd place car for Saarlochin by Cox Racing. And Jean-Francois Bruneau in the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, 40 seconds away. Then Enrico Fulgenzi for Uber Racing in that Porsche, and Said Almeri for Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing. But the Plus City sponsored Ferrari, still the only leader we've had, led from pole position, and despite varying degrees of threat from the LP Racing Lamborghini of Evan Chen. Again, another storm weathered by the race leader. Barron will feel like he's been in a bit of a workout by the end of this stint. At the moment, in exactly the position they want to be. And the all-white Lamborghini, having just put a lap on a couple of Porsches that were involved in an intense fight just 10-15 minutes or so ago. So that was the Enrico Fulgenzi Porsche that has just been lapped, I reckon, and also for company Almeri for Rabdan Racing. Away in the distance is the Prosser-driven Ginetta G55 CWS engineering car. So Prosser without the difficulties. Christian Prosser in 278 is 3rd now in the TG class.
Now, one thing worth pointing out, for Philip Barron, he enjoyed leading from this race, as you just pointed out, from pole position. This could be his only stint. There are 5 drivers in that car, whereas most of the cars in GT3 class that he's leading, along with the race lead, have 2-3 drivers, but he's got 4 teammates. He's got Ernst Kerfmeyer, who we heard on the grid, who said, I'm 67 years old, probably won't be doing that much of the race, but Roman Zemian and Axel Jeffries and Mikkel Mack, it's a big, thick lineup there. So this could be his only run, but he hasn't put a wheel wrong. Philip Barron will be enjoying this absolutely enormously, and it's his car as well. That's a added thrill for them. But just going to have a little look at the penalties screen, because I haven't looked at it for a short while, and I bet there are a whole load of driver penalties coming for exceeding track limits. Let's see if any of the front-running cars, still that 92 Porsche that seems to be gathering them for fun, and one with the number 86 on the side. Oh, our race leader. 2 warnings of track infringements, turn 4 and turn 16. Those warnings will keep on coming, but 9th offence for number 92, the Jürgen Hering Herbert Motorsport Porsche. That's a 10-second time penalty to be served. Another car that's got one of those. In fact, he's got 2 of them. Oh dear, sorry, I was just looking down the list, and he's the only driver so far to have had enough bad points thrown his way to get penalties. He's done it not once but twice. So, and of course he probably won't get to serve those penalties. It'll be quite possibly even one of his teammates, or maybe he'll serve them on the way into the driver change. But
yeah, well, when you only got 0.9 in a second as an advantage, and Evan Chen, his car of course getting lighter and lighter, as the Barron Motorsport Ferrari is as well, just producing the best lap of the race so far, a 154.263, then the pressure is on for Philip Barron, because he can't afford to be off the track anymore on any more occasions. And the Evan Chen Lamborghini is upping the ante in the closing stages of each of their stints. Colin White's made it back to the pit lane, 478 then, having had the most difficult in-lap, which took him 10 minutes possibly. The car is now being inspected by the crew at CWS Engineering. Last lap was timed at 11 minutes and 27 seconds. Gives you an idea of quite how much time was lost, and Sector 2 took him over 5 minutes in fact. So Colin stepping out of the car, chatting with the crew members that he knows so well, and absolutely everything being inspected now. I'm not sure they know what the problem is, though, Bruce. .154.263 is the best lap so far for Evan Chen. How much further will they be going on this fuel run, I wonder? 9:24 is the Porsche that's also making a stop of Maciej Blaszek, Uber Racing's Porsche, for the Polish driver, number 924. Christian Prosser staying out. Oh, Evan Chen is in. Evan Chen into the fueling area, and Peter Cox making a stop as well. So the two of the top three choosing at this moment to come in. Absolutely nose to tail between Enrico Fulgenzi and Saeed Almeri. And Almeri in the silver and yellow Porsche to the outside into turn 5. That will give him the inside line on the exit of that corner and potentially the slingshot he's looking for to get the Ramdan Motorsport by ID Racing Car to the class lead. So they're going to be side by side on the run down towards turns 6 and 7. And who will have the left-hand side of the track, the crucial position to either maintain 5th or maintain 4th as it's become, or snatch it away from Fulgenzi. They are side by side on the back straight as plenty of cars now, Phil Anson, are coming in, including Evan Chen and Peter Cox that are in the fueling area.
478, and it looks like it was an electrical problem. They reset it. The car now revs fully. Bobby Thompson is on board. The two tyre technicians working to get the tyres changed, and we should see it back out on the track at full speed. But it looked like an electrical gremlin that needed to be reset.
So two cars looking very lonely indeed in the fueling area. But Peter Cox's green Porsche and the white Lamborghini of Evan Chen both receiving fuel, and they will be heading back into the pit lane very shortly. Again, the fueling area, as is so typical with Creventic 24/8 Series racing, run in a satellite fashion. So it's fuel first and then to the main pit lane to either have a driver change or just to take tyres. That's really a decision for the team to make. And it was interesting, actually, from the point of view of the Porsche of Herbert Motorsport that did not change driver, whereas the 710 Lamborghini that came in at the same time, Gerhard Watzinger did step out of that car and Greg Gorski took over. So the green Porsche now making its way to the main pit lane as mentioned. Peter Cox is getting out, and there will be a different driver. We've either got Stefan Cox or Nico Pronk to go into the Saloshin by Cox Racing Porsche. Stefan Cox, semi-pro, Nico Pronk, the AM in that combination. There's a fair
interesting,
bit of,
Johnny, looking down
Bruce.
the pit lane, there's really quite a breeze getting the Hankook banners blowing very, very vigorously. You can't really see it so much around the circuit because when you look for a tree or a flagpost, the palm trees are very tall and you can't really see the top of them in shot. But down that pit lane, maybe it's just the height of the grandstand opposite and you get a sort of Venturi effect down there. But another little factor in this race.
Yeah, and the pit lane itself, or the main straight, designed to eliminate or restrict the amount of sunlight that it gets through the course of the day, was designed like that from day one, but it also provides quite a channel for that wind to find its way through. The high grandstand on one side and the high pit lane building with the hospitality suites above that on the other side. So the wind can whistle through there, as demonstrated by the various flags just above the pit wall and the Pratt perches, where careful calculations are being done, and also whether to make a pit stop or not during a Code 60. One car that did not stop during the caution that we've had is the Baron Motorsport Ferrari, but it's in from the race lead now, and Philip Baron has brought that to fuel. We've got to think there will be a driver change here, otherwise they won't get through. There are 5 different drivers in 6 hours, so Baron presumably will be plucked out of that car. The other 4 drivers, Roman Zemian, Ernst Kerkmeyer, Axel Jeffries and Mikkel Mack. The 278 Christian Prosser CWS engineering car still continuing on for in the TG class, and the 218 car of Mick Henriksen for Sally Racing, that Cupra running in 5th place. And towards the end of the lap now, into turn 15, that will go. Next TCR car that Mick is trying to catch is Zabatos in the Zhenga Motorsport Cupra, number 133, but a little way further up the road, about close to 2 minutes actually, the deficit for the second of the Sally Racing Cupras.
Now, what we have to remember, of course, we'll see if Philip Barron does stay on, with the 5-driver lineup, as you said, Johnny, more than likely to be pulled out of the race-leading car. But we will see the gap, remember, was just about half a second before the pit stop, because yet again, Evan Chen had closed it right up. And we'll see what it is, because a second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds can easily be lost in that refueling and pit sequence.
So hearing that Ernst Kirchmeier will be taking charge of the 86 Ferrari back into the race lead, Ernst being very honest to Phil Anson at the start of the race, suggesting that, very much looking forward to his stint, but only started racing 7 years ago in an A6 Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini at the Dubai 24 hours, but relatively inexperienced, and knows his pace, I suppose. That's been predetermined. There will be a delta time that he needs to work to get that car as high up the order as possible. Saeed Almeri gets some reward though for his opening stint, which is not done yet, and he's found his way to the overall race lead. 977 Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing now leads, so that's a 992 class car with better fuel economy than the GT3 cars around it on the timing screen. Max Waring, who pitted during the Code 60, that could be a timely stop then when they did a driver change and I believe some fuel. They will certainly give Max a new set of tyres in the JR Motorsport BMW M6. That car is up to 2nd position now, and we'll wait to see who will be in 3rd, but it could very easily be Jürgen Hering, who also stopped. Yes, it is confirmed as Jürgen Hering, who also stopped during the Code 60, and this is where you find out, Bruce, how valuable a pit stop during the caution period is.
Yeah, you can't imagine it. You just have to wait, but we will see. I think Max Waring will be up in about 5th or 6th position when everybody's served their pit stop. So the 86 Ferrari now not just in refueling, it's in the pits. Philip Barron being hoiked out, and Ernst Kirchmeier. Yeah, it's not bad, is it, Johnny? Starting his racing career at the age of 60, clearly enjoying it very much indeed. And again, you can just imagine, if you're at home in Austria, what's the weather at the moment? You might be skiing, you certainly wouldn't be racing, and that's why I think these races in the Middle East are just they're just locked into the calendar now. It's just a very good way. Don't spend your winter on a simulator. Come and race, and maybe have a bit of a holiday off the tail of it. And I think that's been key to the success, big time. But it sounds like there's a microphone open in the pit. Does that mean Phil has got some news for us from down there? I think I jumped the gun on that one. I'm always thinking during the course of pit stops we might be having a voice from down below, but maybe it'd be quite interesting if Phil can catch up with Philip Barron, because he'll have plenty to say about that first stint. He'll have to. That was really, really, really strong, leading the race from pole position, but certainly the run from Evan Chen was well worth watching. It's a fantastic chase from him.
Well, the steer to me that it would be Ernst Kirchmeier taking charge of the Ferrari number 86 actually came from our second voice in the pit lane, Lukas Gajewski. So Lukas clearly not very far away from the Barron Motorsport Ferrari, and Ernst it is taking charge, as correctly informed, and he will feed back in initially in 3rd. But that car will drop down as a result of the pit stop on the green flag conditions. 188 is Luke Breukers, being monstered now by, in turn, a recovering TT Racing Porsche of John Murray. And also there, another Porsche. And that's the Cayman, I reckon, of Bradley Ellis, if indeed Brad is still at the wheel. Yes, because the Valuga run car hasn't made a stop yet and running in 12th position. So Brad's car should be able to go a little further on the stints compared to certainly a GT3 car and compared to a 992 spec machine, I would think. So the 718 Cayman leading TG and only 1.3 seconds away from Jose Monroy. He's driving the 921 Porsche for P21 Motorsport. So TCR's probably fine for fuel mileage for another 10 minutes, maybe 15. And having said Brad Ellis will be able to carry on, actually, that was his Cayman peeling off and into the pit lane towards Lukas Gajewski, who has news from elsewhere.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Let me just quickly say hello to all the listeners and viewers. And, of course, I'd like to say hello to Philip Barron, who had a fantastic opening stint. Philip, great stuff. Please tell us about your opening stint on the circuit.
I had a wonderful time in a wonderful car and having the honor to race with a wonderful team. Me and my teammates are enjoying already all weekend long, and we hope that we come through the race without any kind of troubles and make a good result, have fun together, and see what happens.
Is it your first time at a Creventic event?
No, I've been doing the 24 Hours of Dubai already at the beginning of 2000, when there was nothing but desert and the track with Dula Motorsport, BMW, Red Bull. And this is my second appearance after this, so I'm glad to be back, and maybe I come for more.
And your team basically comes from the Ferrari One Make Championship, the Ferrari Challenge, doesn't it?
Yes, mainly we do the Ferrari Challenge and had the honor to win the championship this year. We already did some GT racing for Red Bull back in 2006, and I am in love with the 488 GT3 in the first second, so I had to save a bit of money for some years, and this year I just went for it, and we are going to do a lot of races this and next year with the car.
You've got a huge lineup with 5 drivers on your car. So what about your strategy for the 6-hour encounter today?
We just do it as a family. This was the plan for the beginning. Mikkel, Axel, Roman, Ernest and me, we are all a big Ferrari family. And we just wanted to do this together and see what happens, have fun together and prepare for bigger races to come in the future.
Great stuff, Philip. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, just checking actually the stats on the 2009 Dubai 24 Hours that Philippe Barron mentioned there. Sadly, his Dula Motorsport car only did 4 laps of the 24 Hours, but he was joined by Philippe Pater and 2 Italians, Federico Bellini and Marco Bonamico. Very easy to have missed that, but they ran as the number 10 Dula Motorsport BMW, and it would be great, as Philippe Barron suggests, to have him back for a few more recent 24H Series events in the near future, maybe even this season. Jürgen Herring.
Dula Motorsport very successful in the early days
they
of
were.
The Dubai 24 Hours.
Yes, as mentioned a number of times last weekend with a certain Toto Wolff in the early days of the 24 Hours of Dubai. So Herbert Motorsports Porsche now catching up with Levet Louis Marie for the Lamera by Racetrack crew. They have a Lamera GT car, which doesn't have anybody to race with at the moment. 3 minutes or so behind the next car. And the PCR Sport Cupra Leon Competition of Josep Pereira, number 117, is about 7.5 seconds away from the Louis Marie Lamera. Equally quiet on the main straight now for Jürgen Herring and his Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which is the race leader. So again, Herring pitting under Herbert Motorsport's instruction during the Code 60 has put them to the fore, and it's now Kari-Pekka Laaksonen into second position. That's probably a temporary situation because the HRT Performance Porsche hasn't yet made a stop. Let's go straight back to Lucas with another interview.
Catching up with Philippe Barron, who was our race leader in the first stint. Here is the man who spent most of the first stint in second place, right behind Philippe Barron. Evan Chen just got out of the LP Racing Lamborghini. Please tell us about your stint, Evan.
At the start, unfortunately, we got demoted to P3. So it was quite a hard progress from there. Because, I mean, P2, you can go around outside and a lot of different strategies to use. But luckily, we passed the Porsche quite fast. And then we tried to catch up to Philippe. But man, he was really fast and consistent. And he was passing the cars really well as well. So it's hard to find a place to overtake. So I just tried to follow as best as I could. Obviously, the Code 60 didn't really help. I was exiting the corner and couldn't see the lights, so he was gone. But luckily, the slower cars just slowing down a little bit, and we managed to catch up. But yeah, thanks to the team, the car was great. I can play around with the car a little bit more, and the car just gave me quite a lot of confidence. It's quite quite nervous for me because my last race was in 2019, so it's been 2 years.
Evan, some of our viewers might be wondering why we are actually wearing jackets down here in the pit lane at Abu Dhabi, but there is quite a strong wind down here. Did you feel that on the circuit as well?
Yeah, especially at straight. The car was like moving around quite a lot. Probably just the wind is blowing way too strong, and we just tried to manage to keep the car straight, so it was quite a hassle. So yeah, that was one.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Evan.
Thank you.
Last time out in 2019 was racing a Lamborghini on that occasion as well for Gamma Racing when he was part of the FIA MSG Championship, but it has been a little while since he's been at the wheel of a race car, and that maybe explains a slight inconsistency in his lap times, I suppose, but on the really good laps he was quicker than Philip Barron and got the gap regularly down to half a second or so, but then sometimes catching traffic in the wrong places really did for the Lamborghini and meant that it wasn't able to get ahead of the Ferrari at any point. But now that we've reached the main segment of pit stops, things have changed dramatically, putting the Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Jürgen Hering to the lead. Kari-Pekka Laaksonen in the 992 spec Porsche for HRT Performance in second, as I mentioned. Lorenzo Veglia for LP Racing, so the rejoining Lamborghini that Evan Chen exited, that's up to third. And Ernst Kerkmeyer for Barron Motorsport, the former Ferrari that was in the race lead, is now running in fourth position, number 86. So quite a bit chopping and changing. That's what we love about endurance motorsport, is that not a great deal stays the same for very long at all. And Stefan Cox, having taken over from Peter Cox, up to fifth place as well, with a few places gained there. That is because the Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing Porsche finally makes its first stop, and there's been a driver change there as well, Bruce.
Yeah, and there's a big however in this, talking of Jürgen Hering and Herbert's Motorsport. They've got a bit of a penalty to serve. So many track limit excesses from them. They've got 50 seconds to serve at a standstill when they come in for the pit stop. And in fact, that will be happening right now because Jürgen Hering is in refueling, and then he'll have to sit there for what will seem like a day. So we can really drop that 92 Porsche from Herbert's Motorsport down to about fifth or sixth position, I think, once these pit stops have been served. So he's going to be feeling a little bit chastened, Jürgen Hering, there, because he had a good run, but he was just consistently running wide, and that's going to really hurt him very much indeed. And when you talked about the FIA MSG, that was the Motorsport Games. Do you remember the multidisciplinary series? Not like Superstars back in the day. You just had people racing GTs, people racing single-seaters, etc. They had individual races in just one outing down at Vallelunga. So there are probably two heats for each of the various classes. It was supposed to be happening in 2020, and we can guess why it wasn't. But it will be a format that's brought back. You've got kart races there as well. And out on the circuit here, we have many classes of car, one of them travelling very slowly. It looks like the 930 Porsche from the 992 Cup class, which would make it our race leader, Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, coming in slowly. Is that the no fuel in the tank routine, do you reckon? He stayed out longer than anyone else, and he's pulled to the side of the circuit and is close to stopping.
Yeah, we haven't had anybody else, as you say, test it to this distance yet, and it has stopped at turn 9. Now, Jose Monroy is also in a 992, or that's actually a 991 generation of Cup car, so is that slightly better on the fuel mileage? The Ligier JS2R of DHABI is yet to make a stop as well, but the highest placed non-stopping car, Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, who loses the lead on this lap to Lorenzo Veglia in the Lamborghini Huracan. So the white car driven by Evan Chen in the opening stint, now taking over Italian driver Veglia, and LP Racing are out front, but yellow flags are covering this stricken car at turn 9. And that could very easily turn into another code 60, because it's such an awkward position for that car to come to a halt and for recovery to be organised. So
he's got the Porsche over the curb, so I can see it bouncing around behind the barriers. So he's got one set of wheels on the curbing, that's the right-hand side, and the left-hand side the car is off the track completely. But watch the screens. It's a yellow flag there at the moment for down at turn number 9 with Laaksonen. Red of face, but sitting outside the track, because it's hardly a big guess to go that that's gone just one lap too far or half a lap too far and run out of go juice.
Josep Pereira in his Cupra Leon Competition is heading into turn 15 now in the white and black colours and probably preempting a code 60 here. This is not necessarily a bad decision to come into pit lane, because if you get in before the code 60 is issued, then you'll still be allowed full allocation of fuel, but everyone will be going at 60 kilometres per hour moments afterwards. At least that's the theory. So get the car into fueling. Herbert Motorsport are doing the same. They will have a penalty to serve, as Bruce has been mentioning. 9:21 is also in the fueling area. That is the Jose Monroy P21 Motorsport Porsche. The Zhenga Motorsport Cupra is there, and a couple of other cars as well. So I'm sure this is because there's a strong potential of a code 60 very shortly indeed. 117 arriving at a free fuel bay, and the 92 Porsche is in. Now, is that Robert Renauer at the nose of the car timing it? I wouldn't imagine it's Alfred Renauer, because he's possibly preparing himself for the next stint. So that means that Robert is here at least and looking after matters, but from an organisational point of view rather than being on driver duty.
Latest message at the top of the penalty board, just being superseded. To car 86, our erstwhile race leader, the Baron Ferrari, 10-second time penalty exceeding track limits at turn 4. That's nothing next to the 50-second penalty that's being served by the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, but it's a factor that suddenly puts a bit of advantage back the way of the car that was doing all the chasing, which is now leading the race, the LP Racing Lamborghini, Lorenzo Veglia at the wheel. But that's the first crack in the in the body armour of Ernst Kirchmeier, who's now on board. Was it him? Well, I can tell you when the penalty was issued, and that was at 48, which was only 1.5 minutes ago. So, but then again, we don't know how long, Johnny, it takes to filter down all the way to the penalty being issued versus the time of the offence. But clearly it's something that's going to be in the mix. And the code 60 has started. There we have the message at the top of the screen. Standard code 60 procedure. So maybe this has worked rather nicely for mitigating all the penalty time the Herbert Motorsport Porsche is serving, because everyone on the track is now limping around and they're sucking up that time. That could have been the gift of all gifts.
Now, the standard code 60, I'm going to assume that is Son, the wave by, therefore. So we're just looking at a conventional start and end to a code 60 as the Herbert Motorsport Porsche moves again. So there was a lengthy penalty stop. Then the car came in for tyres. Surely Jürgen Herring got out of the car as well, because he's now approaching an hour and a half of drive time. And there are other drivers to be cycling through. Markus Neuhofer and Alfred Renauer being the other two drivers set up for piloting that car at some point. Remember, you need to do 3 mandatory driver changes. As down the main straight comes the Porsche Cup car that was the spinner earlier on, I reckon. So that's the Kangas car. Now with Ollie at the wheel, number 929. And it's fairly busy on the main straight. This group of cars includes our race leader, Lorenzo Veglia, for LP Racing, with the hazard lights flashing, but purely because we're on the code 60 speed limits, and that's a mechanism on the Lamborghini Huracans to warn everybody else that it is going at a much reduced speed. So heading into and out of turn 1 as the Zhenga Motorsport car has left the fueling area and now reaches the tee with Zabatot possibly likely to get out of that Cupra TCR, running in 5th place, and the 133 with a good number of drivers assigned to it as well. 133, another of the cars with 5 drivers indeed. So pilot known simply as Kisma. Then you've got Tamas Horvat, Zabatot, who is the outgoing driver, Jabolks Gal, and Zoltan Zhenga himself, the 5 drivers for the Zhenga Motorsport Cupra, all AM-rated drivers as well, but when you group them all together, they are capable of results, and it is Kisma who has taken over the 133.
So still that Porsche that was at the top of the charts to come in to serve its pit stop and get some refueling. refueling done, and Laxonen's car sitting at the side of the circuit. This must be exquisite agony for them, and of course tumbling down the order. But until that moves, we're going to have this code 60 period. There will be winners and losers in that, and I really think it was almost like a get out of jail card for Herbert Motorsport there. Markus Neuhofer has left. He's taken that over from Jürgen Hering, and there'll be one thing ringing in his ears: do not exceed the track limits. We've served 50 seconds of time penalty for that. Keep it between the white lines. And Marcus at the moment listed down in 6th place overall, just waiting for a bit of readjustment. You always have that little problem. Now Max Wearing in the pits. The JR Motorsport BMW's decided to come in. Did they come in after the code 60 was thrown? I sense they probably did.
Yeah, and if you are looking at the live timing, which is linked from the 24hseries.com website, then a time that is in purple tells us that the car came in after the code 60 was issued, was displayed. So certainly Wearing's pit stop could only be, if he went to fuel, could only have been 50% of the fuel allocation. Likewise for the pit stop which is currently underway for Wim Mulders and the Speed Lover Porsche number 979. But someone who's worked incredibly hard at the wheel of the 92 Herbert Motorsport car for a couple of stints is Jürgen Hering, now chatting to Lucas.
Yes, here he is after serving a 50-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. Jürgen, have you gone back to Dubai in your last stint, or what did you do there?
Yeah, I don't know why, but I thought I was not out, but I looked really, was the first time I'm not sure, but then I looked and I think it was not out. It was very tight, but not out.
We have to say, with these flat curbs and the huge tarmac runoff areas, for you as a driver with very limited visibility, it's not easy, is it?
Yeah, no, it's not so bad, but yeah, well, that's racing.
Apart from that, how was your time on track? Because you got some laps in the lead.
Yeah, it was great. I have a constant race. We have some unluck in the first code 60 because I just come in. We want to change the driver to win on the driver change, and then they show 1 minute, under 1 minute, and they don't tell me that, and then it was a little bit confused, and we lost, I think, half a minute. But okay, that's, yeah, it's not bad. The whole thing, we are really, the car was perfect. I drove faster than in my qualifying, so it was okay.
And it's a very interesting driver lineup you're running this week, and obviously Robert is not in the car. Many of the other gentleman drivers are not on the car. So what's the lineup like this weekend?
I use this race because I want to make the Asian Le Mans. I never was here in Abu Dhabi, and I say, okay, come. If there is a possibility, then it's better to train in a race than to train on a track day.
And how do you like it, except for the track limits?
Yeah, no, it's great. The course is really great. At the beginning, it was terrible because I have to drive the first 3 hours in the night. And normally I don't drive in the night because of my eyes. I have problems and I don't see. But then, okay, it was. I learned the track on these 3 hours, not more. But then on the next day in the daytime, it was really nice. And today, I think it's getting better and better.
Will you get back in the car then?
Yes, of course. I think after that, I'm not sure if we take in Alfred or I go in after his turn. We will see.
Jürgen, all the best. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Well, he's done a cracking job, I think, and unfortunately they've lost a lot of time because of the track limits. But I suppose the fact that you need to stay within the white lines is stipulated very carefully during driver briefings. Yes, it's very tricky to do, but there can really be no mitigating circumstances when there are black and white situations like that, matters of fact. But interesting comments there, Bruce, about training for Le Mans. Now, Jürgen has run at in the Le Mans Cup before now with Herbert Motorsport at Le Mans during the Road to Le Mans event. So clearly the target is to get to do that event again, and ideally the main 24-hour race in the future.
Yeah, and I just like the element that it's better to trade in a race. We always say that. You think, but you could have a track day, and he's absolutely poo-pooed that concept. You need to be on your toes in a race, and what's he going to learn from this one? Something he wouldn't want to be doing at Le Mans, which is really, really pay attention to track limits. But it is time in the car, and that's what you want, and that's why these races are so good in the winter, and they want all the running they can get. And talking of running, we've actually got the Laxton car has made it back to the pits. Kari Pekka on board, but unfortunately that was a tow-in. So instead of actually Fleeting being the lead of the race while the front runners came in for their first pucker pit stop, that car has now tumbled way down. I'm trying to look all the way down to where it is in the timing screen, but it's taken a big fall. It's down to 22nd position as it's pushed into, well, I suppose this makes sense, to the refuelling area.
And to add insult to injury, they'll only be able to take 50% of their normal fuel allocation on board as well. What is not taken into account is how much fuel is in the tank when you start a Code 60 pit stop. So at least that will get them around a few laps, and they may even choose to pit again straight away. But any predetermined strategy has gone well out of the window now when things were going so well for HRT.
They really were.
Yeah, they were.
I bet Kari Pekka's thinking, which idiot caused this Code 60?
That's
it was
true.
You, Kari
yes,
Pekka.
It was. So he's only got himself to blame. And with that car that's caused the slow portion of this race out of the way now and towed safely to the pit lane, I would imagine we're going to get racing very quickly indeed.
Well, it was a message on the top of the timing screen saying it will continue. And the reason why, I was thinking why, because the car's in the pits, we've got another Porsche stopped at the side of the circuit. I think this is the one that we saw John Murray having a spin in early on. I needed to get a better sight of it, but the whole tail end of the car is rather of the black variety. Is it
I
that
think
TT
it's 921, Bruce.
Number 960. Let's work it out.
I think it's 921, just peering at the number just
right.
underneath the rear wing. Rui Silva on an outlap, therefore, for P21 Motorsport. So something has gone wrong for the Porsche that, again, was doing pretty well in the midfield before this stop. Oh, yeah, just getting that confirmed.
Let's just run through who's at the top of the table while we're back in this Code 60 being continued. Lorenzo Veglia leading by nigh on 1.5 minutes for the Baron Motorsport Ferrari. So that's really fallen their way. Evan Chen did this great job constantly chasing Philip Barron. They seem to lose out every time there was traffic, but it's worked their way very nicely. So the 88 Lamborghini from LP Racing leading the Baron Motorsport 86 Ferrari by 1 minute 28 seconds. But we're still under code 60, number 91 Porsche to be recovered to the pits. But you fairly sure that was the outlap? Let's just take a look. Yes, it was for Rui Silva, the outlap in that P21 Porsche. That's dropped it way down the order now. That's down to 8th in the 992 class, but clearly losing further ground. Other cars in the pits, though.
Yes, including... Now, is that the other P21 car? It's a car with a 9.3. No, that's the Pekka Laxonen car, isn't it? Kari Pekka Laxonen, as mentioned.
I can give you the identification of the identity of the Speed Lover second driver. We had Wim Moilders, the mystery Wim Moilders. Now we've got Rick Renmans at the wheel. Maybe in the course of time we'll find another driver taking over that car, but we'll only know when they get out there. But plenty of crews running just with two, so it could just be the pair of them. But for Speed Lover, they kept their drivers undercover.
Rick Renmans, who's been racing since 2006, so very experienced in championships back at home in Belgium. He's done the Spa 24 Hours a couple of times, 3 times I reckon, and also a regular in the Belcar Championship, but not so much in the 24H series. Run with Speed Lover in 2017 when that was in the SP2 class, and that was at the 24 Hours of Paul Ricard during the 17 season. And I think that's pretty much it for Creventic organised events. So welcome back, and maybe this is a precursor to a bit more European racing in the 24H series for Rick Renmans, joining a team that he does know well, Speed Lover. Lamborghini from LP Racing now having to soak up some time in the penalty box. Now, you'd already referred to these penalties, or penalty in the singular, Bruce, not as long as the Herbert Motorsport Porsche needed to do.
No, absolutely not. That's just 1 10-second penalty they're serving.
Okay.
But 86 Ferrari has got 2 to serve. Hasn't done them yet. So Lorenzo Vellia's got that one out of the way. Should resume in the lead of the race. But these are going to be factors. They always are. We've got 4 hours and 20 minutes to 6-hour race remaining. Plenty of time for more drivers to get more and more penalties. Jürgen Hering, you can be sure, having picked up 5, will be absolutely wanting to know where and by how much he exceeded, because if he does another stint in the car, then he won't be wanting to have a repeat performance, because it's really hurt Herbert Motorsport. But just bear in mind, the gap between first and second is going to stretch in the advantage of LP Racing, because they've served a 10-second penalty, but the car that's chasing the 86 Ferrari from Barron Motorsport, that will move ahead, but then it's got to serve 20 seconds of penalty. So it is going to start adding up. But I guess we have to see the respective pace. And in fact, the Ferrari is in now at Kirchmaier. He's got to serve 20 seconds at a standstill. And then his respective pace versus Lorenzo Vellia in the LP Racing Lamborghini will be interested to see. But do expect Vellia to start to stretch that. The 25-year-old Italian, lots of GT3 experience from racing in the Italian series. And then, of course, we got to watch him in 2020 in the ELMS, the European Le Mans Series, in a P3 car, competing for BHK Motorsport, Johnny.
That's right. Yes, and there are a number of drivers in this field today that have previous ACO rules experience. Just to point out that any penalties being served under a code 60 are automatically doubled. So the 10-second penalty you talked about for the Lamborghini of LP Racing, that would have been 20 seconds, but it's still probably a good idea to be doing them now. Somebody somewhere will have done careful calculations as to whether it's worth doing them during a code 60 or during a green flag period. But I suppose in terms of the time it's taking you to actually get to the penalty box and then recover to the track, that is time gained, because speed in the pit lane versus speed on the racetrack for cars going at race pace versus 1/3 of the speed at code 60, that is a little bit of a win back, I suppose. So,
well, we've got rid of those speeds. We're now back green
excellent.
flag. The code 60 has come to end. The 91 Porsche has been towed into the pit lane, and whatever the problem is, Rui Silva, that was on his outlet. Let's just reiterate, and that's the P21 Motorsport 921 Porsche. But back to full racing, and let's see who shuffles to the top of the pack. Will it still be Lorenzo Vellia after that penalty served? But he's again driving with the same sort of aplomb and attack that we saw from his teammate Evan Chen. So expect that to stretch its advantage over Ernst Kirchmaier. Stephanie Cox is in a Salichin by Cox Racing Porsche. That's the bright sort of lime green liveried car, and she'll be picking up the pace. But for all these drivers, the last few laps have been around 5 minutes 18, 5 minutes 20-second laps. They're really, really slow. But now we're going to get back down to the quick ones.
Yeah, so let's see what the order is turned out into after the code 60, because timing screen always takes a little bit of time to fully catch up. Stephanie Cox being shown as dropping a couple of spots. Then you've got Kerong Lee in the Lightfoot Motorsport Lamborghini running in 4th. Max Weiring in the JR Motorsport BMW in 5th, ahead of Gabriele Ridoni in the Uber Racing Porsche. Now, Ridoni was actually shown as being in 2 separate cars, I noticed, from the entry list yesterday. Whether that was straightened out or whether that was always the plan, we'll wait to see. But Ridoni's driver stints made even more complicated if that is the case, as one of the 2 AC Motorsport Audis, 188, was leading the class heading into turn 5. That's no longer the case, but 188 being driven by Patrick Singh now, 2nd position, and trying to catch up with Mikkel Obel. Now, Singh's car has made a stop, but the Sally Racing Cupra has not, so that should, once all of this unfolds, leave the 188 car still out front, and Mikkel Obel doing very well on fuel mileage so far to have not stopped just yet, and interestingly not chosen the code 60 to make a fuel stop either. 219 leads the TCR class, but probably only for a short period of time. 219 snaking its way through.
To dive into the pits, but just waiting to see the pace at the top. Remember that that last lap was 5 minutes 18. Let's see what it's going to be this time around for Lorenzo Vellia, but he's still sitting on an advantage of about 41 seconds over Ernst Kirchmaier They've served those penalties, and of course that was an advantage that was stretched by Lorenzo Veglia. I suppose you could look at it one way. It didn't go the wrong way to the same extent as it did for Ernst Kirchmeier. The time in the pits, the time penalty was half what Kirchmeier, the time at the standstill, the time in the pit lane was half what Kirchmeier has had to soak up Baron Motorsport. So it looks the Lamborghini sitting on a very comfortable lead, and I do expect Veglia to be quicker than Kirchmeier. Kirchmeier gives away quite a few years, but also in contemporary race experience, Veglia is just on it the whole time, so he should be on the money.
Underneath the hotel goes the Sally Racing TCR class leader, but it may well be this lap where the 219 car peels off. Let's just wait for a moment. No, Michael Obel happy to carry on for at least one more round as the Lorenzo Veglia LB Racing Lamborghini leads after 45 laps. 41 seconds to the good over Ernst Kirchmeier. Then Stephanie Cox, the Salochin by Cox Racing Porsche, number 48. Then it's Carong Lee and Max Weering with the Cayman, now in the hands of Leo Lucas, the Valuga run car. And number 205 has dropped down the TG order as a result of that. Bradley Ellis led for pretty much all of his stint, but the TG class is now in the hands of La Douce Arbs Ligier JS2R of Hugo Valent, and 202 running round in 13th overall, but as the TG leader, and up ahead of Stephen Licorice and Sergio Perez for ID and for HRT Performance respectively. So a snapshot of what's happening in TCR. Sally Racing owing us a pit stop, leading from the 188 car, who should be out front when all of this settles down, and each of the TCR cars have pitted at least once. Third position is Mick Henriksen, also for Sally Racing. That car has made its first stop. And the Cupra Leon Competition of PCR Sport, Vincente Dassi in the 117 car. That's the mainly all white and black Leon. It's made a stop and has emerged in fourth, but that's likely to become third just as soon as the Sally Racing car comes in. Also, I noticed that the car that was initially started by Fulgenzi, the Italian-entered car, Porsche, is getting through. That's one of the Uber racing cars, so probably Gabriele Ridoni now taking charge of the 923 car, just making sure I picked out the right Porsche. But yes, that'll be the 6th place car from Uber Racing, squeezing through in the latter portion of the lap. Ferrari up ahead of it is the Zhenga Motorsport Cupra, but the Ferrari that earlier led the motor race is now 45 seconds away from Lorenzo Veglia's car, and Ernst Kirchmeier heading out of turn 16 to whip across the line once again. And that Lamborghini tucked in behind is the number 10 car, or is it? No, it's the 710 car, isn't it, of Greg Gorski, and the green Lamborghini running in 7th position. So although the Ferrari and the 710 Lambo look close to one another, actually there are laps between them as they head back into the first sector, Bruce.
Yeah, and looking at lap times, Johnny, I mean, Lorenzo Veglia is absolutely stretching clear the whole time. It was 44 seconds, it's 48 seconds. He's lapping comfortably 3 seconds a lap faster than Ernst Kirchmeier. Stephanie Cox had been managing the pace of Kirchmeier, but the last lap not as good, 2 minutes and 2. In fact, the fastest driver on the track is in 5th place overall. I did say look out for him, Max Weering in that JR Motorsport BMW M6. He's lapping actually 1.5 seconds faster than the race leader. His next target, 18 seconds up the track. That should be pulled in quite quickly, and that's Kerong Lee. And Lee, now, interesting, I said Stephanie Cox had a slower lap. She's now put in a lap just about the same pace as Lorenzo Veglia. So a little bit up and down, but Peter Cox would have coached his daughter very well, and we've seen Stephanie for a good half dozen years now, Johnny. And, plenty of experience in the car now, but yeah, 1 minute 57, that's a good lap time. So she's up to the occasion. I was just a little concerned when the previous lap was 2 minutes and 2 seconds, but no, she's going to start hauling in Ernst Kirchmeier, who's lapping almost every lap about 2 minutes flat. He's consistent, but just not as fast.
It's been a little while since Stephanie did any racing with Creventic, 2016, when she did a race with SPS Automotive Performance, the 2016 24 Hours of Paul Ricard, and also at the 12 Hours of Zandvoort in a very different car, an Audi TT, TTRS.
I remember it well.
Was run by LMS Engineering. Yeah, that was the year that, a very interesting weekend on the beach in the Netherlands, and a decent result as well. So sparing appearances with Creventic, but she may well be back for a few more in 2022. So it's been a little while since we caught up with Lukas Gajewski, who's in the pit lane. Let's put that right. Lucas.
All right, Johnny. We saw the P21 Motorsport Porsche back on its way to the pits very, very slowly. This is the car, Jose Monroy being one of the drivers. And Jose, as we can see, you got a spare car down there in the pits with the mechanics very busy working on it. So I guess your car, just it wasn't only fuel, was it?
No, we went to the refuel. The car was, when we changed driver with Rui, the car was with low full pressure. But then he came into the box, it was okay, but now the engine starter, it's burned. So we are changing to the spare car.
Is that a car you ran at Dubai last weekend?
No, we were, first we were to come to Dubai, but we didn't could put the cars before the 24 hours Dubai. So we are only here in Abu Dhabi, first time.
Right, so do you have any idea how long it will take to get the car back onto the circuit?
Yeah, I hope it will be the fastest possible, but I believe at least 10-15 minutes we need it.
Best of luck. Thank you very much, Jose.
Thank you.
And another chap who's been away from Creventic racing for a fair period of time, did a race in 2015, which was the 12 Hours of Mugello with PCR Sport, and the following year also a single race as well. So 2016, the last time that we saw Jose Pereira in a 24H Series paddock, favours the Mugello 12 Hours in fact. So those were the races he did in 2015 and 2016, but stretching his wings a little bit this time around.
Race leader in the pits.
So LP Racing back for a green flag fuel stop. No need to be stopping at the penalty box because that was all dealt with during the previous Code 60, but Lorenzo Veglia is in. Ernst Kerkmeier running in second place should, as long as Ernst isn't due a pit stop as well, retake the race lead. The Dolly Jacks are emerging here, which does not look good, Bruce. That car's going to go in the garage, which is not part of the plan. Oh dear, what's the matter with the LP Racing Lamborghini Huracan?
Well, it's something they weren't aware of. They thought it was a standard pit stop. They had the spare wheels in the way. Those have had to be moved so they can push it back into the garage. It's just about getting around the lighting gantry into the pits. But that will be one for our man Lucas to go and find out. This is untoward. It's been running seamlessly, first for Evan Chen, now for Lorenzo Veglia. And there was no drop-off in that pace. It was really, really rock solid. 1 minute 56s.
Johnny?
Lucas, what do you know?
Well, basically, our cameraman Zap spotted it that the car came in with a loose wheel on the rear right corner, and that's where they are working at right now. So some problem definitely with a wheel bearing of some sort. Driver, of course, still in the car checking how long it might take. I'll try to get a word with him.
Oh dear, so everything was going very sweetly indeed for LP Racing. Good, consistent laps from Evan Chen. Lorenzo Veglia, as Bruce was mentioning, some decent times coming from the Italian as well. And now a problem that they could not have preempted, rear right wheel loose. Whether that is an upright problem or whether it's an issue with the wheel itself, we will wait and see. How much Lorenzo Veglia will actually know is a big question mark, but he will have known how the car felt, which will have prompted him to radio the team, and they will have said, get it in, and we'll try and solve it as quickly as possible. But valuable time being lost. Ernst Kerkmeier will now lead the race. Kerkmeier goes through briefly there. The letter P appeared against the second place car, but of course the second place car has become the LP Racing Lamborghini Huracan. I think this will provide an opportunity for Stephanie Cox to squeeze into second place, and Kerong Lee up to third as well, because Veglia is not going to return to the racetrack quickly. there's some good speed to be found on the racetrack currently, because Max Weering has just put in the number 2, that car's best lap of the race so far, and also personal best sector times appearing for the Cox Racing car as well, which is up to second position as well. So we're approaching 1/3 distance of the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, Bruce Jones, and this is a key narrative change when all of a sudden the Baron Motorsport Ferrari goes up to first position, and the fairly steady start for the Cox Racing Porsche. This might be serving it well now. Up to second it goes.
Yeah, no penalties, that's an important factor, but Stephanie Cox doing a really, really good job. So, Philip Baron led the race from pole position in the Baron Motorsport Ferrari. Ernst Kirchmeier took it over from, didn't expect to be in the lead of the race, has been accepting this gift, but the LP Racing Lamborghini still listed in 3rd place, but Kerong Lee will overtake that any second now to go into 3rd place overall. Does exactly that, but he doesn't. He stays in 4th because Max Weering has caught him and passed him in the blink of an eye. He's 2 seconds to the good now. He's in 3rd place. He's setting off after Stephanie Cox now. He's got 47 seconds to find, but I said look out for Max Weering, but he is now up into 3rd position, and Ernst Kirchmeier getting a little bit of traffic in front of him, which he wouldn't really want. He's tried to run his laps in the lead. He's actually started to pick up the pace. He was at sort of 2 minutes, now he's at 1 minute 58. So he's played himself in very nicely, but it was a gift from LP Racing. They're down in 5th, they're falling, they're down to 6th. Gabriele Rindoni in the leading Porsche Cup class car, the 992 class, is now passed as well, etc., etc. Greg Gorski goes through as well, but I don't think this is going to be a speedy repair. I hope it is for Lorenzo Velia, but that's a very good driver lineup. But we haven't seen yet American racers Thomas Yu Lee, who's the 3rd driver, showing that car with Velia and Evan Chen. But then again, you look at who's got to get in next to the Baron Motorsport Ferrari. It's our race leader, and 2 of the 3 drivers are well known to us. Axel Jeffries, who's a driver absolutely flying these past 2 or 3 years, and Mikkel Mack, also Roman Zemian as well, but certainly if you've got Axel Jeffries up your sleeve and Mikkel, who's just made his career racing Ferraris, then you've got a lot to be very excited about. And if you don't know much about Roman Zemian, I'll hold my hand up as well. Polish racer, born in 1973, been racing very well placed in 2020 in the European Ferrari Challenge in the Pirelli AM class, and seems to be quite comfortable. And last year he even had an outing in the International GT Open Series with Axel Jeffries, so he's clearly chooses his co-drivers very well. But what I'm trying to say is effectively 3 drivers who've still got to take over that Baron Motorsport Ferrari, all of pedigree. Roman Zemian, the least experienced, but clearly finding his form with Ferrari 488s, and Mack and Jeffries, well, they're superstars.
Yeah, and they will, I think, deliberately be left as late as possible to put in their stint so that the car will get stronger and stronger, but a very solid foundation has been laid by Philip Baron initially. Ernst Kirchmeier halfway or so through his stint. Remember, he did a 9-lap stint initially, then the car came back in again to take a penalty, and possibly that was a code 60 fuel stop as well, and now a 7-lap stint for Kirchmeier has continued on, but the average lap time is improving with every turn of the wheel for Ernst Kirchmeier, as we're under green flag conditions then, very close to the 2-hour distance of the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, and we can get this from Lucas in the pits.
Yeah, just to let you know, guys, the LP Racing guys have taken the upright out, so that's definitely a bigger repair. They're now looking for spare parts and tools of many sorts, so this will take a while, unfortunately.
Oh dear, so what appeared to be maybe a wheel or at worst an upright problem has proved to be suspension, and therefore larger parts, more significant parts having to be removed and replaced. And further the LP Racing Lamborghini drops in the order. Remember, it came in from the race lead but is now 12th, and it'll be a whole lot worse than that before it reappears. Somebody else on pit road is Clément Matteux in the Uber Racing Porsche, number 924, pitting from 3rd position in the 992 class. And it's the other Uber Racing Porsche that leads the 992 class, with Gabriele Ridoni at the wheel of the 923, running as high up as 5th place now, and only half a minute behind Kerong Lee for Lippert Motorsport. The 86 car that leads the race with some traffic to deal with. That is the Sergio Perez driven HRT Performance Porsche, number 928. But as soon as, well, I was about to say as soon as it gets past that, he'll have clear air, but no, nothing like it, because there's two other cars up ahead as well. Awkward position to find all of this traffic, Bruce, in the tight and twisty stuff around the marina.
Just when you're settling down to your stint, but we saw it before when the advantage actually went to the Ferrari, when Philip Barron was being chased by Evan Chen in that opening stint of the race, and in one lap alone, all the good work that Evan Chen did in his race was sort of thrown away. Suddenly went out from half a second to 3.5 seconds, and out to 5 seconds, and it was just being caught in traffic in that final flurry of corners that lead you onto the start-finish straight. It really, really tough, and you don't notice it so much in Formula One, but when you watch the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, because the cars are of a similar pace, but when you've got multi-class racing and you get a couple of cars fighting in front of you that are slower, it can really, really affect your race. But that wasn't actually too bad for Ernst Kirchmeier. He was, that said, the advantage he had has had 3 seconds taken out of it. It's under 30 seconds, it's under 28 seconds now. It's coming down, Stephanie Cox giving chase, and in turn, that was a very good lap from Stephanie last time, being caught, but only by smaller margins now by Max Wearing. And what's happening in this grouping is Stephanie Cox is picking up the pace. So her father has taught well, I feel.
Indeed so. Running second, but within 30 seconds now of the race lead. So 120 minutes completed, 240 still to go of the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, powered by Hankook. This is the Radio Show Limited network of channels, with Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, with Lucas Gajewski on pit lane duty currently, but it will be Phil Anson a little later as well. Phil looking after the grid walk at the top of the show. And of course we've got twilight and then night time to be worrying about as well before the 8:25 finish time. So 2 hours done with Barron Motorsport leading the way. We've had stints from Philip Barron initially, and we're partway through an Ernst Kirchmeier drive with Roman Zemian, Axel Jeffries, Mikkel Mack still to come, as Bruce was describing. Then 27.5 seconds further back is the Saar Loschin by Cox Racing Porsche, with Peter Cox starting, Stephanie Cox, Peter's daughter, doing, I was going to say the middle stint, but if Nico Pronk takes over next time around, we may well be able to cycle through those three drivers twice. JR Motorsport, Ted Van Vliet started, Max Wearing now drives, and up to second position, and a really good effort from Wearing, the young 21-year-old. BMW M6 GT3 in third. Fourth position is the Lippert Motorsport number 10 Lamborghini Huracan for Kerong Lee now, started by Jean-Francois Bruneau. Uber Racing's number 923 is in fifth place with Gabriele Ridoni driving. Then it's Greg Gorski in the second of the Lippert Motorsport Lambos, number 710. 44 ARC Bratislava has Mato Konopka at the wheel, and Saif Alameri 977 runs 8th for Rabdam Motorsport, run by ID Racing. Herbert Motorsport, former race leader, dropping to 9th position because of that lengthy penalty that Jürgen Hering had to take because of track limits. Despite our graphic there are only 3 drivers up against that car, because a couple are repeated, you'll notice, but it's Hering, Alfred Renauer and Markus Neuhofer, and doing the driving now is Neuhofer, driver number 2 of the 3. 10th position for Uber Racing and the Porsche number 924. Then it is in 11th Speed Lover, and Wim Molders and Rick Renmans are the only 2 drivers labelled against that. They were very late additions to the entry list. It's currently Rick at the wheel of the 979. Le DHABI leads the class for TG cars. That's car 202 and Hugo Valent. He's ahead of the second of the ID Racing Porsches, number 944, which is 13th. 14th position for 928, Sergio Perez for HRT Performance. CWS Engineering's 278 Ginetta G55, and driving that is Matthew Ibrahim. And then it is the LP Racing Lambo, but remember that car is not currently out on track. It's being repaired in the garage, shown as 20th, but set to lose even more positions. Actually shown as 16th there. Shows you how out of date so quickly the graphic has become, because it's now 20th on my timing screen. 17th position, the HRT Performance Kangas car for Ollie and Simo, and it's Ollie doing this particular stint, number 929, 17th, ahead of the AC Motorsport 188 Audi, which leads the TCR class. That's Patrick Singh. Valuga with their Porsche 718 Cayman, number 205, is in 19th position. That car is third in TG. And then the two PCR Sport entries, not the same cars, remember. There's a Ligier JS2R from the Spanish squad, number 217, ahead of the 117 Cupra Leon Competición. Then it is the Limera by Racetrack entered Limera GT, number 223, which is 22nd. Zhenga Motorsports 133 Cupra for the Hungarian outfit, and the TT Racing Porsche, which has been in the wars after a spin for John Murray early on, tagging the Arco barrier on the main straight. 25th and 26th, the Sally Racing Cupras, 219 ahead of 218. The second of the HRT Performance 930 Porsches is 27th, although that car ran out of fuel when Kari-Pekka Laaksonen was driving it and needed to come in a little earlier than he did. CWS Engineering's Ginetta G56 has had problems, and Colin White took over 10 minutes to limp it home to the pits. AC Motorsports RS3 is back in the race, but that's had a strut change as well. Now Ricky Coomber driving. P21 Motorsports Porsche number 921 is currently being fueled for Rui Silva, and a late starter was Franck Ebuderi's SK Racing Ligier. Didn't take the start at 25 past 2 like everybody else, but is at least now running. Sadly, the 915 car was a non-starter entirely. So there we go. That's 2 hours of racing. That is how the standings look, with just under 4 hours to go, and a chance for us to reflect on the action so far. Audi. Similar work taking place now on the LP Racing Lamborghini, unfortunately, as well. So when you combine all of that, enough action really for the full 6 hours, but we've only had 1/3 of the race distance. An awful lot happening, too much for some teams, and when you shake it all up, Baron Motorsports Ferrari and Ernst Kirchmeier is leading over Stephanie Cox at number 48, Saloshi by Cox Racing Porsche, and the JR Motorsport BMW M6, an outgoing GT3 car, but still good in the early stages to be running third overall. Max Wearing is really driving the doors off that car and has monstered it up to third position. Can he get any higher? We'll have to wait and see. But first of all, we'll start hour 3 with an interview with Lukas Gajewski, who is down with Lippert Motorsport.
Yes, Johnny, you mentioned one of the struggling Lamborghini teams, which is LP Racing. Another team which might be quite happy is the Lippert squad. Jean-François Bruno, one of their drivers who got out of the GT3 entered car. Well, they're both GT3 entered this weekend, but the proper GT3 spec car. Jean-François, I think you had quite a good stint and quite a good beginning to the race today.
Yeah. I mean, the day started out, a little tough in qualifying. I had some track limit infringement. They disallowed my lap times, so it put us in 15th. So I was like, wow, my work's going to get tough, but took the start and just started chipping away. And made my way up to P2, second overall. The Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan GT3 was really hooked up, and it was awesome. Hopefully it put on a good show for our spectators.
And credits to your teammate Gerhard Watzinger as well. He did the start in the Super Trofeo car, and he was able to challenge some of the full-on GT3 cars.
He did, yeah. Gerhard's been doing a phenomenal job all weekend. Great pace. I want to be like him when I grow up. You know, that Super Trofeo car is really a lot to handle. It's very fast in a straight line, but it's very physical in the slower corners. So yeah, Gerhard did a great job, and it was actually nice because I came up as I was going through traffic. You know, he opened the door and allowed me to get by and keep going. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Gerhard.
And we're basically next door to the LP racing team, so the two Lamborghini teams next to each other. And just when we started to prepare the interview, we could see some of the LP racing guys coming in, asking Leipert if they have any spare parts for their Lamborghini, which kind of illustrates how Creventic racing works, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, you know, they have a very fast team. Their driver lineup is very quick, and they had a good start to the race until they had their mechanical. And so we have the same car. Anything we can do to help them and keep going.
Jean-François, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Jean-François Bruneau, always so enthusiastic, making the move in the winter period from CWS Engineering then. He was a regular with Colin White in their Ginetta to Leipert Motorsport. And huge credit to Gerhard Watzinger, as you heard, for the foundation laid. The man from Sugar Hill, Georgia, Jean-François Bruneau, despite the very French-sounding name, from the US and rated as silver by the FIA, so he's down as a semi-pro driver in the 710 car. Sorry, not 710 car, in the sister Leipert Motorsport machine. Semi-pro for Bruno. Kerong Lee is the AM-rated driver, just the two of them. So they will feel that they've done a day's work by this evening. Remember, not due to finish until just before 8:30, where the floodlights will be in full action here at Yas Marina Circuit. So, yes, Bruce.
Johnny, just taking a little look at some records. We both like looking at people's backgrounds. I think I'm safe in saying, in fact, I'm sure I'm safe in saying that Jean Bruno is the only driver in this race born in Madagascar.
Yeah,
place
I think
of
that's a fair
birth,
bet.
Antananarivo, the capital. Doesn't have that many Ananans in the middle. I have those for effect. But
good stat. I like that a lot.
It may not be true, but I've seen it somewhere.
Good enough
I could
for me.
double back, but I'm too busy looking at the timing screens.
Well, yeah, no, there's plenty happening. And
there really is.
Yeah.
So Stephanie Cox was 40-something seconds down on Ernst Kirchmeier. Ernst is lapping solidly 2 minutes, 2 minutes ones. She's doing 1 minute 56s, low 1 minute 56s. She's 21 seconds in arrears in the 48 Salacin by Cox Racing Kermit Green Porsche. And in turn, she's being caught, but only by small fractions of a second from Max Veering.
So the Huber Motorsport crew are fairly busy with, I think that's their Porsche, certainly a Porsche in the pit lane anyway, and this is the 924 car, which is, yes, from Huber Racing, and Clement Matter has just brought that car in. So let's get a Huber update with Lucas.
Yes, thank you very much. Johnny Clement Matter now out of the car. It spent some minutes in the pits, actually went out while we were doing the interview with Jean-François Bruneau, one door next to these pits. Christoph Huber, team boss at Huber Racing. Christoph, the car is back in. What's the issue?
So it has to be a gearbox issue. We do not really know what's going on in the moment. We tried to fix something, but this did not help. So we have a little bit of an unlucky situation because this car already had a similar issue in Dubai. So not clear 100% what it is, but we will find out.
It's unusual, isn't it? Because normally these Porsche Cup cars run like clockwork.
Very unusual, very unusual. So I have no answer in the moment because especially this one is a very, very fresh one. So no idea.
So even at Porsche, sometimes things go wrong, which kind of is interesting to know. Christoph, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, bizarre situation that a Porsche should I shouldn't say fail, but they'll fix it. And the issue seems at the moment, Bruce, is just identifying what to attempt to fix, and then the work can start meaningfully. But strange that on two sequential weekends a similar problem should be encountered. But nevertheless, Huber Racing great hands to be in trying to turn that car around as quickly as possible, and Frenchman Clement Matter will hopefully be able to report the exact problem back to the crew to help them out. The other side of the Uber Racing garage, though, going very sweetly indeed, because Gabriele Ridoni, together with the driver that started that car, so 923 had Enrico Fulgenzi at the wheel, the AM Plus Italian, up as high as 5th overall now.
Yeah, sitting on an advantage of 53 seconds, if my maths is correct, over 53 seconds back to second car in class, Saif Al-Meri for the Emirati team, Rabdan Motorsport. But it's just been pulling away little by little. That's all that's required. We've got 3 and 3/4 hours of the 6-hour race still remaining. But of course, I'm trying to think who was in the interview, but talking about how things will change. The sun getting a little lower in the sky. But this race is going to go into evening, go into night time, full darkness at the circuit. But right now, conditions absolutely spot on. Lap times, quite a few drivers improving their pace as they settle into this a lot in sort of second segment of the race. But it is a race that's going to change quite a lot. But what's changing at the front, we've now got, it was 1.5 minutes between Ernst Kirchmeier in the lead of the race, Stephanie Cox in the middle, and Max Weering in 3rd place. But it's now down below a minute. It's down to 53 seconds, coming down all the time. And actually, just checking, suddenly a much, much slower lap from Stephanie Cox. Is there a problem? She was lapping in 1 minute 56, and she's done a 2 minute 13. I'm going to quickly shoot across the screen and work out where that problem was. But her pace around this lap is fine. It's representative. Was there a spin that I missed? 2 minutes 13, that is a big, big difference. That's 15, 16 seconds. Have a spin, recover. Who knows?
Yeah, the car is capable of a 156. That was a Peter Cox time, I think. And bear in mind that Max Weering is doing 155s behind Stephanie. So big chunk of time gained for the Dutch-run JR Motorsport BMW M6, therefore. And 13 seconds would amount to a spin, certainly, because she's just gone through and set a 158.6. So clearly there isn't a problem with the Porsche, just a slight error, or maybe something happening in front of her that she needed to avoid. But that has proven costly, with 15 seconds compared to the next time she sets lost, and 28.5 seconds now the gap between Ernst Kirchmeier and Cox. Probably more than that, actually, by the time they go through the next set of sector timing loops. Greg Gorski for Lippert Motorsport running in 12th position, 7th in the GT3 class, and about half a minute behind the Hugo Vilent driven Ligier JS2R, which is the DHABI car, number 202. And behind Greg there are 2 HRT Performance Porsches, separated by a couple of minutes actually now, because Ollie Kangas, or more pertinently Simo Kangas, had that problem, that spin halfway round the lap, and Ollie has been given the duty of trying to recover some of that time, driving 9:29, and is 2 minutes down from his HRT Performance sister car, Sergio Perez, number 928 for the Australian. They're running in 13th and 14th positions. TG, Class TG, still led by Hugo Vilent in the Ligier, and the TCR division, Patrick Singh at the lead of that in the AC Motorsport Audi, up as high as 16th overall now, so a decent cushion over the PCR Sport Cupra Leon Competition of Vincenzo Dassi, number 117, which is in 19th position. So a little bit of pressure off Ernst Kirchmeier now, because of whatever happened to Stephanie Cox, and still the picture looking very rosy, therefore, for Baron Motorsport.
Well, maybe now the pressure's off, suddenly Ernst has responded. I was about to comment that he's lapping so consistently, 2 minutes, 2 minutes 1. He just put in 1 minute 57. How do you suddenly find 2.5 seconds off what had become your metronomic pace? But so for Ernst, that's got him the right side of half a minute instead of the wrong side. But all along, Max Weering is closing in. Top 3 cars covered by 46 seconds. At the end of this lap, it'll be down a little bit more. Good charge for the JR Motorsport BMW. Just looking to see if we've got people up and down the pit lanes in the pits. Clement Matter, we know his Porsche, the 924 is in the pits. Lorenzo Veglia still in the pits, of course, in the car that was leading, the LP Racing Lamborghini. And I guess we knew that when they were working on the upright at the back right rear corner, this was going to be a slow fix. But that has dropped. Those two cars are down in 27th and 28th positions. We have 31 runners.
Now, the other thing to bear in mind about Stephanie Cox is how close she is to the next necessary fuel stop, because that car pitted when Peter Cox was at the wheel after 31 laps, and on this stint Stephanie's done 30. Now, there are code 60s, of course, to take into account as well. I think we're not very far away from the 48 car needing to come down pit lane. And who else could be close? Kerong Lee having done 28 laps, and Gabriele Ridoni 27 laps completed, although that being a Porsche Cup car, slightly better for fuel consumption, so may be able to go into the early 30s as far as laps are concerned on this individual stint. But it's not a problem that the Barron Motorsport will have, because they pitted first of all to do the driver change from Philip Barron to Ernst Kirchmeier, and then Kirchmeier came back in, I think, for 50% fuel during a code 60, and therefore that Ferrari is currently working lap 20 of its current stint rather than 30, as is the case for the cars behind it. So maybe a double boost for the Ferrari. Not only does it have a very good cushion at the head of the order, but can wait a little bit longer before we next need to see it on pit lane.
Now, doing a little bit of housework here, Johnny, did we mention that the 921 Porsche is back in the race? That needed a starter motor being borrowed off a sister car at the back of the garage. How very handy. But P21 Motorsport got the work done, and Rui Silva, having had his problem, don't forget, on his out lap, he just started his first stint and had to come into the pits. Still not last, though. That's got going again, but still last place is that Ligier of the JS2R of SK Racing, but that started 25 minutes or so late, didn't it? Frank Boudary, the driver who actually dropped it off at turn 3 this morning. At least they're getting their racing in. They're still last, but they're going. Both of those cars, 921 and 215, Porsche and the Ligier. And down with Lucas, what news have you?
It's just a quick confirmation from the Salesin Porsche box. It was a spin for Stephanie Cox. Don't know any details yet, so we need to wait until she's back in the pits, but it was definitely a spin.
Thank you, Lucas. And I tell you what, since that, I think she's flat spotted her tyres, because remember, she was lapping in the 1 minute 56s, 1 minute 57s, almost on the pace of Max Wearing, who's closing in. And since then, she's been doing 1 minute 58s. The last lap was 2 minutes flat. So I guess the car not quite as sweet as it was on its rubber before the rotation.
Good duelling between a couple of cars from different classes, admittedly, but nevertheless, Hugo Valent needing to lose as little time as possible, squeezing up the inside of one of the two Sally Racing Cupras. That was the 219 car, being driven by Ole Klitgaard, and the Ginetta 278 is running, that's Matthew Ibrahim, CWS Engineering Ginetta G55, running behind Ollie Kangas. So got the 11th placed Ligier putting a lap on in the overall positions, the 15th placed Ginetta. As far as the G56 is concerned, that car has rejoined the race and now has Robert Thompson at the wheel. You'll remember that, well, if you weren't with us earlier on, Colin White took 11.5 minutes or so to do a full lap at significantly reduced speed, maybe 15 miles per hour, and did a very good job of keeping the car off the important bits of the track so as not to cause a further incident, and Marshall's covered that with white flags. But the brand new G56 GT4 car needed some work. The team took a little while to diagnose the exact problem, but thankfully that car's back into the race.
Now, one thing I just spotted a couple of moments ago, Johnny, was had sight of Matthew Ibrahim, the American racer who enjoyed his Dubai 24 Hours. He's in that 278 Ginetta. I thought I saw something fly off the car as it was going through an S. It may have been running over something and firing something up. Maybe my eyes are simply playing up, but it looks as though something came out of the right rear wheel arch. I think it's more than likely something was run over. It might have been a plastic bag that had blown onto the track. Imagine those people on the yachts letting those plastic bags go. But anyhow, just something to keep an eye out for. His lap pace at the moment, he did a 2 minutes 9. See what he does next time around. Just slightly concerned. I think it's probably me just seeing something rather than something having happened. But anyhow, we will find out.
Yeah, well, you're right to draw attention to it potentially, and we can keep an eye. So the La DHABI car of Valente heading to the quick left-hander in the latter portion of the lap, as opposed to the 117 Seat Leon Competition, which is Vincenzo Dassi still running second in the TCR class. This still a relatively new car to the TCR gang, which is continuing to grow. The amount of eligible cars now really is significant. I haven't totted them all up recently, but must be the thick end of 20 different shells and cars you can use, all to a 2-litre limit. It doesn't necessarily have to be 2 litres. The Alpha, for instance, running at 1750. But all TCR cars must be front-wheel drive. And this the 5-door Leon Competition in a understated livery, but fairly easy to recognise though. And it is racing one of the Audi RS3s. That is an AC Motorsport car. So is that a true race for position? No is the answer. Patrick Singh's quite a bit further up the road. But I think it must be the 199 of Charles Dawson, which has completed 50 laps rather than Dassi, who has done 58 laps now. So trying to get one of those laps back again. Dassi might be wise in this situation just to allow the Audi through.
Yeah, sometimes I think it's worth ceding a little position on the track. Don't get rattled, don't knacker your tyres, but way to go. But I'm just trying to think, how soon are we expecting them in? I've been slightly thrown by that code 60. My notes have become a little bit scrambled, but anyhow, cars close on track, always good. Again, flipping back to the front of the race, it's now Stephanie Cox leading because Ernst Kirchmeier in the pits at the moment, serving that pit stop, but Stephanie's lead is Dutch at the front. It's Stephanie Cox from Max Wearing, but Max is just 10 seconds in arrears. Still, Stephanie's time's not getting back to the 1 minute 57. It's a high one at 58, and it's a low 1 minute 57 for Max Wearing. So he's taking chunks out of her in the lead of this race. And in fact, Max goes into the lead because Stephanie's dived into the fueling area.
Well, that was expected for Stephanie. What I don't quite understand is why Kirchmeier needed to stop, because that was only 20, maybe 21 laps on the stint, whereas Stephanie's done 33 laps. I'll remind you. Go on.
When Ernst came in, that's where I decided I wasn't so sure about my notes anymore, because I couldn't work out why he's come in. But don't forget, they're running a different sequence. They've probably because they've got the 5 drivers. Maybe they're trying to break their numbers down in different ways.
Yeah, good point. Do need to squeeze in extra drivers compared to 1 or 2 in the order, but having done a short stint when Ernst took over initially, he did 9 laps with an average of 2 minutes and 42 seconds. So that short stint, must have mainly been under code 60, and perhaps they topped up the fuel just as soon as they knew they could get another 50% in. But I thought Ernst would have been absolutely fine to do another 34 odd laps, which is what Philip Barron did in the opening stint for car 86. Well, now the 86 Ferrari is in the penalty box, so it's done fuel. It has to soak up some time in the penalty box, and it's the straight seconds that it's been issued because we're under green flag rather than double if it was under code 60. And Max Wearing, who also did that short stint around about the same time as Ernst, he's fine to go on to another lap. Did you say Max is in? No, not quite yet. So Max Wearing on to lap 26 of this particular stint. That will be a total of 66 once this has been done. Started off with Ted Van Vliet and a 19-lap stint, and then there have been 3 Wearing stints, 15 laps, 6 laps, and 25 and still going for the young Dutchman. Kerong Lee has done 32 laps, so must be very close as well to needing a pit stop. But the number 10 Lippert Motorsport Huracan, which is running in second, still happy to stay out, as is the 44 car, which is making notable progress for ARC Bratislava. Mato Konopka, son of Miro, a little quicker than his dad, it's fair to say, and really getting the 44 car into that key area where it can toy with a top 6 position.
Yeah, I've just been keeping an eye on that one. It's just been chipping away, so that's good into the top 3 as it stands on the circuit. But of course, just waiting to see if Stephanie Cox will be handing over to Nico Pronk, who's in many ways like the third member of their family. He's raced with Peter for so many years, Nico has. I'm sure it'll be him taking it over next. Didn't see as yet who got into the Ferrari. I think it's probably Roman Zemian, because you would keep your Axel Jeffries and your Mikkel Max back to the end of the race. Maybe we'll find out shortly, just waiting for that car to move on. Yes, it's Roman. He's on his outlap now. So the Polish racer, who's a fairly short history of racing Ferraris, but getting to enjoy this circuit. But also don't forget that the number of daylight hours are going to be reducing. Well, they're reducing all the time, but maybe, of course, as you go into the sort of twilight and then into the full dark, of course, that's when you want your pros having their run. Stephanie Cox clambers out of the car, and no, I think that's probably Nico Pronk. No, Peter's by the car, so Nico Pronk being helped on by Peter into the car. So driver assist there.
Wheels going on the number 48 Porsche, as you say, and that will return to the track very shortly. The other car that's in the pit lane, well, there are a few of them. Frank Ebuderi in the SK Racing Ligier, the late addition, if you like, after that was crashed, unfortunately, and causing a 21-minute red flag this morning in qualifying. But the 215 car did eventually join the race, about 30 minutes behind everybody else. Clement Matter's Uber Racing Porsche is being fixed. Lorenzo Vellia's LP Racing Lamborghini Huracan that started so well, and Evan Chen driving so consistently to take the fight to Philippe Barron, but unfortunately that car has encountered issues as well, the 88 car, and has been in the pits for nearly 40 minutes now. So Lorenzo Vellia thinking he was bringing it in just to sort out a slight wheel issue, but needing a substantial suspension replacement on the number 88 car. Blip of the tail lights I noticed there for the 223 Lamera. Is that going to come down pit lane? No, it's happy to stay out for a little longer. It's Frédéric Delpit in the number 223 Lamera GT by Racetrack, and that car running fourth in the TG category. Sunset, by the way, officially in Abu Dhabi at 6:01 this evening. So we'll have 2.5 hours very nearly in full darkness conditions, but it's not full darkness because much of this Grade 1 Grand Prix venue is heavily floodlit. It's just there'll be different reference points. There's always the danger of a dazzling light here and there to put you off, and a situation of adjustment for that period of 30 or 40 minutes whilst things change dramatically.
I remember a long time ago, so the sort of advent of the Singapore Grand Prix, when I was talking to McLaren about, as they were doing all their simulator work on a track that didn't exist, you couldn't go testing there clearly as a street circuit, about how they simulated the light, and that was their biggest concern. They could get all the physical dimensions of the circuit, but they just didn't know how bright the floodlight and the street lighting was going to be. And obviously it's a massive, you're on a street circuit, you're herring down to a 90-degree bend. Where is your braking point? You know, where are the marking points you look for to give yourself clues? You know, you didn't know those in advance, and then if you didn't know the level of lighting, and it was one of their biggest concerns. Well, it's still daylight here, so let's go down to Stephanie Cox, who had a really good stint, came in fleetingly, well, from second place, fleetingly took the lead, but Stephanie is down with Lucas. Lucas.
Yes, Bruce, we call her Stephanie. I actually checked on the pronunciation. It's Stefan, isn't it, Stefan?
Yes, it is. Correct.
But let's not only speak about pronunciation, but your stint. We were wondering about one particular lap. I think there was a bit of a spin, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. The car was very difficult in the end. And it was a very difficult stint in general because we didn't have a display, so no dashboard. So I had no shift lights, I had nothing, no information. So it was a bit of a search and a struggle. But I hit nothing, so I was very lucky in the end. And I managed to bring the car back. So
we've seen you in GT4 machinery in Europe now, of course, together with your father in GT3 here. So what's the aim of that effort you're doing here this week?
Well, the aim has always so I'm really happy to drive this incredible car. We will also do some more races in the Asian Le Mans series. So this is our first race here. We got the car only last week, so it's a bit of a tryout, but I think we managed quite well.
got a 3-driver crew for the 6-hour distance. So what is your schedule for the rest of the day?
Well, Nico is now in the car. I will after him again. And probably my father will finish the race, but it's not fixed yet.
Stefan Cox, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much also, Lucas, for correcting that. Maybe I was put off when I remember we went through her name when she was in the Zandvoort 12 hours we were talking of a short while ago, Johnny. But the thing that maybe put me off, maybe confused me there, was the fact that I remember during an interview, Nick Damon got a bit of tissue and wiped something off poor Stefan's face at the time. Do you remember that?
I don't.
It's like having a mother going, you've got dirt on your face, and getting a handkerchief out of their sleeve and dabbing it off. So maybe in that we could be forgiven for deciding it was pronounced Stephanie, but Stefan, so it's spelled like Stefan, but we just decided it had an E. It doesn't anymore. An E in terms of pronunciation.
Indeed.
There we have it.
An accent, but there is no accent actually on her. So Lucas got it spot on, as typically he does. That's a very Nick Damon type thing that I don't remember that at all, but it's very much...
It's seared on my mind.
Probably seared on Stefan's mind as well. Get this man away from me. Through into the final couple of corners will come the car in question then, the Salochen by Cox Racing car with Nico Bronk now at the wheel, and the driver rotation will go back to the start therefore once this car pits again, and Peter Cox should take it over. But a decent stint now we're expecting from Nico Bronk. He is the AM of the 3 drivers, the 2 others, the Cox family members, being semi-pros. And the race leader is Max Weering for the BMW M6 GT3 crew and JR Motorsport, running in the lead of the race by 1 minute and 50 seconds over ARC Bratislava's Mato Konopka and the Lamborghini Huracan there. Gabriele Ridoni even better than 5th overall, up to 3rd position now, and only 12.3 seconds away from those 2 GT3 cars. But they are GT3 cars going faster than they've managed through Sector 2 all race. So a bit more fuel being burned off, and clearly the wear rate on these Hankook tyres is pretty good in these conditions, Bruce. Whether that changes into the nighttime spell, you would expect the tyres to be even better once the temperatures cool off a little bit. But 2 very good middle sectors. Clearly Max and Mato encountered no traffic just then on the back straight.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you get drivers coming in from other series to the Creventic series, and they have their first taste of Hankook racing tyres, and they come away, they have a little think, and they come away really, really impressed with their longevity. Of course, that's entirely what's required. No sprint tyres here, thank you very much, that wouldn't work. But the person who is making the work, though, is Max Weering, just faster and faster. He's lapping 1 minute 55, it's the very fastest lap of the race. I still think, let's double check, Evan Chen, I think it was a 1 minute 54.2, if my mind, 1 minute 54.263 by Evan Chen. So that's still the ultimate pace, but alas, of course, that car is still in the garage, still listed with Lorenzo Veglia next to it, but it'd be interesting if Lucas could get down and see if there's any progress at the LP Racing garage. But that came in from the lead of the race. It's now 30th overall, and in the next minute or so it should be passed for last position by Frankie Boudry in the SK Racing Ligier. It's been in there for a very, very long time. The 88 car that works its way to the front field, but with that upright problem right rear, still I hope being fixed. I hope they haven't parked it.
But that's the question next, isn't it? As to you're weighing up how much of the race there is still to go, how long the repair is likely to take from this point, and is it worth continuing? Well, it's still over half of the race to elapse. Then I would hope that the enthusiasm is still there to get the car somehow back into the competition, but we will wait and see. Matthew Ibrahim for CWS Engineering has come into the fueling area, and Rick Renmans for Speed Lover in their Porsche 992 spec car, 6th in their class, 14th overall, and they've come into the pit lane as well for a scheduled stop. So Ferrari number 86 made a fuel stop, and that did indeed incorporate a driver change, as you were suggesting, Bruce. So Roman Zemian took over. They're only 4 laps into this current stint for car 86. But it's a peculiar fuel strategy there. I feel like the 86 Ferrari could be slightly better off than it is. JR Motorsports BMW M6 nearing the end of its stint for Max Weering. Still out on track at the moment, but I reckon we're probably only 1 or 2 laps away from seeing the Dutchman head to the pit lane, which is where we're going right now. And Lucas.
Yes, here we are to check on the current status of the LP Racing Lamborghini, and I'm afraid there is no good news, because as you can see, all there is done at the moment is a bit of cleaning. Otherwise, they have stopped repairing the car. I think the team is having a meeting right now in the pit box, maybe going through the hotel's drinks menu, because not the best of days they had. It was a brilliant opening of the race, but the car is obviously out of it for now.
That's a real shame, Bruce, because the car's got pace. Just the difficulties on the rear right corner look to have put paid to that challenge.
Yeah, a real shame, and particularly for Thomas Uli, didn't get to do a single racing lap. I mean, only really half a stint for Lorenzo Veglia, but a brilliant opening hour or so from Evan Chen. The car had the pace, and certainly its advantage over the 86 Ferrari from Barron Motorsport was going in its favour. But then again, if you look at the hired hands, the Axel Jeffries and the Nickel Max were going to take that Ferrari over towards the end of the race. Any advantage gained was going to be very fragile, because certainly the Ferrari crew would be coming back, but not to get to continue with that pace. Real shame. And I thought Evan Chen was a superstar at the start of the race. He really hunted down Philip Barron, couldn't get past, but just kept on chipping away, kept falling back in traffic, closing in all over again. And the fact that he has the fastest lap of the race, that's a feather in his cap.
There were certainly no signs of any cobwebs, considering his last race was in 2019 for Evan Chen. Let's hope it's not a longer wait for the next time we see him, and hopefully at the wheel of a car in the 24H series. Colin White Engineering's 278 car is now in the penalty box, not driven by Colin, driven by Matthew Ibrahim, who may well be getting out in this latest pit stop. But as expected, Max Weering was running rather light on fuel. 31 lap stint it turned out to be, but he's now getting a lot more fuel on board, as is Mato Konopka, pitting from second position, and the Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing 992 class leader for Saif Alameri is into fuel as well. So that will leave Markus Neuhofer and the Herbert Motorsport Porsche close to the sharp end. The problem for that crew is that there were 3 minutes and a bit more the gap between the race leader and the second place Porsche through the timing splits. Nip and tuck whether the Herbert Motorsport Porsche will experience at least a lap as the new race leader again. But JR Motorsport are taking their stints as far as possible. They also stopped, I noticed, on a couple of occasions during Code 60s, and at the moment that strategy is working nicely.
Yeah, being very clever. And I just had a little check. No further time penalties for the 92 car. Couple of cars in the refueling at the moment, third and fourth position. So we are having this rolling, the sort of shuffling of the order. But just to reiterate, 92, no further penalties in the stint of Markus Neuhofer, but he saw Jürgen Hering get 5 time penalties. And in fact, the very latest time penalties, another one, 278, we've seen that being served, that was the Ginetta, but the 86 Ferrari has just picked up another one, another 10-second penalty. This is the first one for Roman Siemian. That's going to knock it back a little bit further. So all of this is helping the likes of JR Motorsport. Max Weering in the fueling at the moment, just seen that, along with Mataj Konopka in the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. But just don't get the time penalties. Stay within the white lines, otherwise you hamper your chances. And certainly the lesson's been learnt by Markus Neuhofer.
Now, Neuhofer himself won't be very far away from needing to pit as well. This time across the line might be the best chance to do it. Let's just wait and see where the Herbert Motorsport car is. Stays out, so will take the race lead for Herbert. The 3 cars, as mentioned, were all in the fueling area together. Former race leader, 3rd and 4th place cars. But remember, Weering losing a spot now because of that time being spent, first of all in fuel and then in the pit lane. Nico Pronk about to sweep across the line, and he will go 3rd as a result in the Saarloschen by Cox Racing Porsche. Roman Siemian for Barron Motorsport and the all-red Ferrari up to 4th as Mato Konopka leaves fuel. And first port of call is the penalty box right beneath the podium. The 44 car clearly being given 1 or 2 penalties as well. They are for, a 6th offence for a track limit infringement, so that's a 10-second penalty. Looked like that was just about it. Remember, you can serve them by bolting them together. They need to be generally served at the next pit stop, but there can be several put back to back. So if you've got a couple of 10-second penalties, you just sit there for 20, in other words, and that is the penalty served. And a clean copybook maintained once again. Now, are these brand new Hankook tyres going on the 44? It would appear so. And driver change taking place as well. So 44 has only the Konopkas, the father and son duo. So this will be handing back to Miro Konopka. And let's see what Dad can do this time around, with the light starting to fade a little bit. 8 minutes past 5 local, and sunset is at 1 minute past 6. So we're just into that very nice sky at the moment, and the glint off various race cars. That golden light, very attractive indeed, Bruce.
Yeah, I was just thinking as it hit straight in the face of Markus Neuhofer. It wasn't good for him at that particular point on the circuit, coming up towards the end of the lap, but then he goes into the shade down the pit straight, all nice and even, but importantly not exceeding track limits. I think that team's learnt its lesson, but for a lot of these teams, just looking at the penalties, penalty notifications, they're still ratcheting up, and the last car that got a 10-second penalty awarded to it was the 86 Ferrari, so Roman Zemian, and that was the 6th offence for that car, so that would be a minute of their race would have been 9th offence for the 86 Ferrari. Sorry, the screen kept on changing, but these things do really start to add up. We're not quite at the halfway point in the race, another 14 minutes until we get to the 3-hour mark, but these could still swing the order of the race. Now, Ted van Vliet is on his outlap. He's taken over that number 2 JR Motorsport BMW. And of course, the pace that we saw from Max Wirring, don't expect quite the same from Ted, but it's how they work as a pairing, Johnny. It's how we get an average pace across their stints. But certainly it's moved into the reckoning as we approach the halfway point of that BMW.
Both drivers involved in qualifying this morning as well in the split session. Not splits in terms of which cars could run in it, but you had to have one driver in the first 12-minute session and another driver in the second chunk of it. That decision is made much easier for the Konopkas, for instance, in the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, entering only with 2 drivers, and the same can be said for JR Motorsport. But there was a selection process that needed to be done at Barron with their 5 drivers. 92 heading underneath the hotel, headlights glaring a little more into that brief darkness area, and is there a hint of the 92 fainting towards the right hand side? Well, it's not due a pit stop. Oh no, having said that, no, it is due a pit stop. Neuhofer having done 34 laps on this stint, and yeah, we'll be getting rather light on fuel. Just caught a glimpse of a Lamborghini, the yellow and black car. No, that is up to speed. I thought it might have been going slower than I had expected, but Jean-Francois Bruneau zigzagging his way through turns 6 and 7, and is very much up to speed. The 2 Lippert Motorsport Lambos together on the screen now, and actually separated by only 6 seconds. Greg Gorski in the green and black car, and Bruno in the yellow and black.
Yes, and worth reiterating, Bruno's in the full GT3 car.
Yeah.
And the sister car is the Super Trofeo car, so they sort of deliver their performance really quite differently. But certainly the Super Trofeo one in a straight line is the quicker, but you get to the twisty bits, and the GT3 car has got more downforce, but it's also got a TCR Cupra right in front of it at the twisty part of the circuit, but actually well driven by the Cupra driver. Got out of the way super quickly, because otherwise he'd have held up John Bruno for the next 4 or 5 corners. Got it done before the hotel, well watched in the mirrors. And again, we're talking about the changing light, and of course it's never easy when you're getting low light on your visor, as you would have done at that point on the circuit. Still used his mirrors well enough to get out of the way, so well done to the Cupra driver.
Neuhofer did not come in at the end of 35 laps. Decent average lap speed, because there was code 60 in the middle of this stint, I think I'm right in saying. So 2 minutes and 10 when you spread it out across a decent chunk of time. Drive time so far for Neuhofer has been an hour and 20 minutes. Side by side between John Bruno and the Porsche Cayman, the Veluga run car, which is being driven by Ria Lucas now, number 205. So Ria being lapped, and that is happening on the long straight between turns 5 and 6, the reprofile turn 5, which means your entry speed into turn 6 is significantly higher, and important to hit your markers just right, which is exactly what Jean-Francois Bruno does. Tight on the first element of that, and then levelling, flattening out turn 7 to get as much of a slingshot as possible out onto the second portion of straight, which has a big kink in it actually. And further up the road from Bruno, cars entering turn 9, very close to one another indeed, absolutely side by side between 3 cars motoring their way into turn 9. And amongst them, the 117, I reckon, which is the Cupra competition, yes, from the crew that are running that car for the first time this year, PCR Sport. So now right behind the white and black car is Jean-Francois Bruno, needing to delicately pick his way through the back markers, and Bruno was briefly up the curb there, kind of put there through no fault of his own by Vincente Dassi.
So we've got 30 cars on the track, and there are still moments, even with all the space you have at the Yas Marina circuit, to come unstuck. It's funny, here we are, we're settled in. This isn't the first lap of the race or the first few laps when drivers are still on the sort of, not on the ragged edge, they're still just getting themselves dialed in. But this isn't just soon after pit stops either. This is when drivers are at the end of their stint. But it just goes to show you've just got to be so cautious at times. You can't guess all the time. But Dassi suddenly had a very busy couple of laps.
92 car is in for fuel, so this is Neuhofer as expected. I thought he was pushing it a little too far, but thankfully we didn't have a Kari-Pekka Laaksonen moment with the car entirely running out of fuel. So Neuhofer does a 35-lap stint. That's got to be one of the longest we've had from anybody so far. Bruno, earlier on in the race in the number 10 Lamborghini, did do a 33-lap stint, and Stefan Cox 34, but I think 35 laps just about breaks the record so far. And Neuhofer will be handing over to, well, we'll wait and see, but Alfred Renauer is the driver we haven't had yet, driving 92, so that would make sense. Jürgen Hering did a couple of stints separated by a solitary code 60, but they've timed their pit stops well. Yes, they've been pinged for a lengthy driver standards or track limit infringement, and therefore having to come in to serve a lengthy penalty because of that. But otherwise, they've not missed a beat at Herbert Motorsport. Neuhofer dropping to at least 4th place, and Roman Zemian becomes the new race leader. That will put the Baron Motorsport Ferrari back to the top of the pile. He's only 11 laps into his first stint of the race. Nico Pronk took over 10 laps ago and is currently 2nd, and Ted van Vliet much more recently than that, 3 laps in after a decent stint from Max Weering, his teammate. And now into the pit lane comes the Lamera GT car, Bruce.
Yeah, we were debating how soon that would come in, and said it had a few laps to go. Julie did, I think it was another 6 laps, and sits there. And again, one of the beauties of the Creventic series is seeing the sort of cars you don't see that often. Those of us who followed the Ligier series in Europe get accustomed to seeing those over, they've done, what was it, second season they've done, or is it the 3rd season? But the Lamera, again, it's such a French car. They often have small sports car series in France, or series that are open to small sports cars. And it's something a bit different, and I'm all for that. You know, I love diversity in motor racing. One big diversity at the moment, though, is the pace of Roman Zemian, the Polish racer in the race-leading Ferrari, is stretching clear by 4 seconds a lap from Nico Pronk. So it's holding station, Nico Pronk, but he's going to be, presumably, he'll do the minimum amount of time he can do in that car, and before handing back over, well, as Stefan Cox said, either to her or to her father. They haven't debated the order yet, but certainly both of the Coxes can go faster than Nico Pronk. So all along, Roman Zemian doing a great job as the sun gets lower in the sky. He's lapping competitive pace 1 minute 58 flat. That's fair. It's not record breaking, but if he can keep that and keep stretching that advantage over Nico Pronk by 3 to 4 seconds a lap, this will be very much advantage for the Ferrari ahead of the Porsche. And what's the pace of Ted Van Vliet? He's another second slower than Nico Pronk, so he's falling away. He'll hand the JR Motorsport BMW back to Max Wearing and then close up again. But at the moment, it's advantage to the Ferrari crew, and the fact they've got Axel Jeffries to come and Mikkel Maas as well. It's suddenly looking very good for the car that started from pole.
And Roman has shared International GT Open Ferraris with Axel Jeffries previously, ran in the Pro-Am category with Kessel last year at Monza, so that may
just
well
the
be
one race,
yeah,
over the one meeting,
2 races indeed.
Yeah,
but there is a connection at least with Axel, so that's maybe where the introduction to Baron Motorsport began. I'm not sure from either party where the connection was initially for Axel or for Roman, but 2 Austrian drivers. You've got Pole Roman Zemian, Zimbabwean Axel Jeffries, and from Denmark Mikkel Mack. So it's a really interesting combination. 5 drivers. We've only got one other team running with 5, being Zhenga Motorsport. So quite a job just to get the necessary driver changes done. But once you've accommodated everybody, that could be a very useful driving setup to get a good result. Now, it's incredibly busy on the main start-finish straight. 5 cars all trying to find the ideal line into turn 1, including the 923 Uber Racing entry. Driving that is Matthias Hofsummer, and that's running as high as 5th position. Gabriele Ridoni giving way. Enrico Fulgenzi did the opening stint in that car. And up ahead could well be the TT Racing car that was in all of that strife when John Murray spun out of turn 16 a good few hours ago now. Also in that mixture is the Rui Silva driven 921 numbered Porsche from P21 Motorsport. So cars on various different laps, and Hofsummer under a little bit of pressure, if that is for position to the 12th placed car. No, it's not. It's Baz Schouten in the ID Racing car, and again they are on different laps. So Hofsummer running in 5th, Baz Schouten in 12th place and 4th in the 992 class, and then the TT Racing Porsche, which has that's the TT Racing 960 car, currently being driven by Jonathan Simmons, with the 3 Brits for that car. So John Murray started. I don't think we've had a Phil Quaife stint in the TT Racing car, have we quite yet?
No, not yet.
Right, so Simmons has took over, and Quaife being held back as the semi-pro. Side by side and up the inside, in fact, went the 944 there. And that's Baz Schouten gaining the, well, not gaining the place, but getting a lap back on Matthias Hofsummer.
So, just looking to see who's really making the moves. Jean-François Bruno, at this rate, he's only 17 seconds now down on the JR Motorsport BMW that's holding down 3rd place. So the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, making it 4 mates in the top 4 positions. It goes Ferrari, Porsche, BMW, and then Bruno in that Lamborghini is closing in. He's faster than the car in front of him. That's Ted Van Vliet, who in turn is, well, identical pace to Nico Pronk. So he's catching the pair of them, but it's been a good stint from Bruno, and whenever he's been interviewed, he's been so super positive over the past couple of weekends. I think he's really enjoying his time in that Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, and like all the drivers here, enjoying this circuit very much indeed, Johnny.
And why not? Because it offers a real challenge. So many different types of corner, some long straights as well, good overtaking opportunities. But there's also the chance, as we found at Dubai last weekend, for traffic to become in groups, starting to clump together, basically, because if you've got a section of medium speed corners all caught up behind a TCR or a TG car, it's actually very difficult to get through, and that provides the chance for a long line of cars to develop. And then if you're heading into the staircase sections, maybe at the hotel, so tricky there to find a good overtake and a safe overtaking opportunity, particularly with that higher speed exit after the second of the left-handers underneath the hotel. So you have to bide your time and really wait for the start-finish line. The 710 Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini disappears downhill towards the tunnel at the end of the pit lane. Will duck underneath the race circuit and pop up on driver's left on the exit of turn 2. And the 215 car, which stays on the racetrack, Franck Laverne in the SK Racing Ligier JS2R. Now, what I didn't look up is whether Franck Laverne is related to Fabien Laverne, and whether there's a connection there with a driver who is mightily impressive in ACO rules racing. Did you look that one up, Bruce?
No, I just presumed he was related to Lauren Laverne, who does Desert Island Discs. Surname's different, of course.
Very good.
You've got to try. I did look it up, and I don't know the answer.
No.
But certainly for Fabien Laverne, it's going well, the old racing career. Looking for that gap, it is continuing to come down. Definitely Jean-Francois Bruno has got a target ahead of him. He's 14 seconds down, and that in turn is the JR Motorsport Lamborghini is 14. BMW is 14 seconds down on Nico Pronk, but taking chunks out of them, Bruno is at the moment. So fourth could become third, and it could become second for the end of this stint. No, maybe not second. He should be able to get up to third place and depose Ted Van Vliet. But yeah, no, little interesting little chase. I'm still sort of slightly smarting that we don't have this battle at the front of the field with the LP Racing Lamborghini, which in the sequence of things would probably still just about be in front of the Baron Motorsport Ferrari. They are the two best placed cars at the start of the race, but alas, not now. One's in first and the other is in 31st and stationary in the garage. And the loss of the LP Racing Lamborghini is a shame, and I think Evan Chen deserved a whole lot better. But again, Johnny, go back to the start of the race, to have two cars with upright problems on a circuit that really isn't seen as somewhere where you'd be clonking the curbs a lot, it really comes as quite a surprise.
Agreed, and it is puzzling, I think, included for the teams involved as well. They're rather scratching their heads as to what they might have done differently in terms of setup or driving style, perhaps. But as you say, there are no massive curves around here. So whether it's a legacy of some of the mileage done last weekend, although for one of the cars, it hardly did anything during the Dubai 24 hours. That was the AC Motorsport Audi. That was Bruce Jones. I'm Johnny Palmer. We've got Lucas Gajewski and Phil Anson in the pit lane. This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, with live coverage of the 2022 Hankook Abu Dhabi 6 hours. Very busy in the fueling area once again, with a Porsche from the 992 class being the 921 car of Rui Silva. Also there, La Douce Abs Ligier JS2R, which came in from 8th position. Hugo Valent at the wheel of that, and soon perhaps to be switched. And also from Hungary, the Zhenga Motorsport Cupra. There's a car away in the distance as well, which I didn't quite grab an ID on. But the Ferrari that leads the race is Roman Zemian from Poland. He is an AM driver, but up against the other AMs that he is partnered with, if you like, in terms of this individual battle. So Nico Pronk in the Porsche from Cox Racing and the Ted Van Vliet-driven BMW M6 of JR Motorsport. Roman has the measure on him because 157.7 last time around again, showing real consistency. Still about 3 seconds off the ultimate best of this Ferrari, but he's 6 seconds quicker than those pursuing, and this could be key in 3 hours' time, Bruce Jones.
Well, what it does, it immediately removes the problem that he has, or the team has just picked up another 10-second penalty to be served, this time for not respecting Parc Fermé regulations. So that's the race-leading Baron Motorsport Ferrari, so it's not necessarily anything that Roman did. He certainly hasn't been pinged for exceeding track limits. He's driving very well indeed, but yeah, 5-6 seconds a lap. So 2 of those laps, and he's paid off that. Well, no, more than that. That's 10 seconds stationary, plus all the time going into the pits and out of the pits. And then we've seen it before, and I'm sure we'll see it again, when drivers come in and then get done for speeding when coming in to serve their penalty. It does make you laugh a little bit, except if you're the team manager, of course, and then you work out the sort of financial punishment that will go their way. Now, is this the car in the pits? I'm just trying to see which of the Porsches in the pits. We've got the Ligier, we've seen that. HRT Performance. It could be the 930 Porsche in the pits, 10th in class. The other one is the Clément Mateur car, but I think that Huber one hasn't been back out, has it? No, that was the one that had all the problems we heard from the team boss himself.
Yeah, and Zhanga Motorsport heading straight to the penalty box. 9:21, Rui Silva, fresh from fuel, will be getting a full service as well. And we can welcome back in a moment or two to the pit lane Phil Anson. We'll get to Phil just as soon as we can. But now, what's going on at Zhanga? Because, this is not the penalty box, in fact, because Zhanga occupy the very next pit bay. So looking like they had stopped for a infringement for track limits, but actually this is a straight pit stop for car 133 in the green and black colours, and that will continue on then. Also heading off for fuel, second of the Ligiers. Now, considering that 202 was already in the pit lane, that will have been Harriet Arabarena for PCR Sport with their JS2R. There were actually 3 of those cars entered into this weekend's race. The best of them, La DHABI's French crew, and Hugo Valent in car 202, which came into the pits a little while ago. But it's still...
What we really need to see now, Johnny, is Ted Van Vliet holding on to third place, because Jean-Francois Bruno should catch him. We're into the second half of this race, 3 hours and 5 minutes served. In the back of the shot, here comes that image, the chasing Lamborghini, closing. Waiting to make the move. No.
Well, thinks twice, isn't it? Yeah, the 710 car getting a good run on the Lamera, but Gerhard Watzinger wasn't 100% sure of which line the Lamera, driven by Laurent Oscan, was going to take, and just wanted to be slightly more positive before stabbing up the inside. Gets the move done eventually, though, on the exit of turn 1. And a clear road in front through the sweepers at 2, 3, 4 and into 5. Actually, nice clear road all the way up ahead.
Well, I jumped a little quickly on the identification of the Lippert Lamborghinis. That's the sister car. That's the Super Trofeo car that is running around in 9th place. But 4th place is the position occupied by the number 10 Lamborghini, and that should be all over the tail of that number 2 JR Motorsport BMW. And pushing very, very hard indeed, Jean-Francois Bruno.
Yeah, so Ted Van Vliet should be across the line in the next 3 seconds. Let's just see whether the place has changed already. No, Van Vliet is still ahead, but only by 1.1 seconds now. So Jean-Francois Bruno, if he gets a good toe down the main straight, might have a good opportunity of squeezing up the inside. The 215 team manager is now being told to report to the race director concerning something that happened a little earlier on in the race. That's the Franck Laverne driven SK Racing Ligier. As now, as promised, we can head to the pit lane and to Phil Anson.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Yeah, I was just going to, when we had that other portion, you identified it. We've got the 205 in. The Cayman has come in for a scheduled stop. Driver change has been done. The 2 crew members are working on getting the tyres changed for that. I just want to hark back to something we talked about earlier in the first set, which was the new Code 60 CSP safety car procedure. And I didn't give a very good explanation, and I apologise for that. And I've been away, looked at the regulations. It's very simple. We go from Code 60, we put a safety car out there, all the cars line up behind the safety car. If you are in front of your class leader, you get the pass-by. If you are behind your class leader, you are not eligible for the pass-by. And that's pretty much how it works. And it's up to the team manager to know if your vehicle is eligible for the pass-by situation. And the reason for this is to solve the negative side effect of safety cars in multiple class racing. Another great thing from Creventic, and remember, they gave us the Code 60.
Yeah, always providing new ways of looking after a motor race, of policing it, but also trying to keep it as close together as possible without necessarily giving a disadvantage or an advantage to any particular party. It's always awkward to subdue a race pace, but sometimes it's necessary to clear up a car, and the question is, how can you try and keep it as level as possible throughout and coming out of it as well? So it'll be interesting to see if and when we get the first wave by, how that is incorporated and how it's received by the various competitors. But it's they never stop thinking about what next to do, don't stand still is not Creventic's official motto, because that's hashtag this is endurance, but it's something that is always prevalent in their minds to try and make things better or chip away at improving matters for the race competitors, the race officials, and also us fans as well.
And another way of making racing better for all concerned is, again, a different angle of the Creventic approach was, we just had a spinning Lamborghini. Is that the Jean-Francois Bruno car? No, it's 710. It's Gerhard Watzinger, so it's not the car that's chasing down Ted Van Vliet. But just to finish my thought about making racing better when the races go into the dark, I very much liked when working in the pits. You may be lucky, Phil, when they bring around trays of meatballs on sticks for you when you're racing at Zandvoort or at Silverstone when it was cold and dark in the Silverstone 12 hours. Trays full of hot chocolate for all the mechanics. Nice touch. Well received.
We get shawarmas here.
So all the perks, by the sounds of things, for Phil Anson and for Lukas Gajewski, who are looking after matters in the pit lane. Any dramas, but hopefully just clean pit stops, because this is generating a very interesting race where we've got classes of car up in the top 10 that we didn't necessarily expect. Really close to breaking into the top 10 is, would you believe, the TG leader now in the hands of a certain Christophe Bouchou, and the La DHABI Ligier, which has re-emerged from its latest pit stop, running in 11th place, and not very far away from the Liebert Motorsport car, which is recovering from its spin. 2 minutes and 19 seconds was the lap time for Gerhard, so he lost there 21 seconds with a slight moment through the first left-hander underneath the hotel. So that was turn 13, and the glorious sound of the 5.2 litre V10 in the distance is that engine powering the 710 Liebert Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo. The Huracan GT3 of Jean-Francois Bruno has made that overtake, though. We were billing it for so long, Bruce. He's now in front of Ted Van Vliet.
He may not be finished. He's now only just under 11 seconds down on Nico Pronk, and he's lapping, well, last lap was slower with the overtaking manoeuvre, but so I thought Pronk would get to the end of this stint still in second place. Maybe it's not a given, because that number 10 Lamborghini, sister car to Gerhard Watzinger's 710, which is occupying a lot of the track imagery at the moment after its spin and recovery, but it's the 10 with Jean Bruno that's been really going very well indeed. I just want to see a quicker lap from him next time around, because suddenly he was the wrong side of the 2-minute barrier, but he hunted down Ted Van Vliet, got past that JR Motorsport BMW, and his next target is the green Salakin by Cox Racing Porsche, and he should be with it in about 5 laps time. It's been a really good drive from Bruno.
A couple of seconds ago, I caught sight of a line on the timing screen that was mainly green, and that's because the TT Racing Porsche has just been taken over by Phil Quaife, the 960 car, so he's lighting things up in the midfield. 158.951 is easily the best time that Porsche has managed so far. Remember, maybe carrying a little bit of damage after it clonked the Armco barrier at the start of the start-finish straight. John Murray having a spin and just tagging the back of that car into the soft metal, but visibly it doesn't seem too bad at all, so let's hope that car is just as it was set up to do the 6 hours. Watzinger across the line. There's a change for 7th position as Jürgen Hering gets ahead of Salem Al-Ketbi, who drives now the Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing Porsche, and Al-Ketbi 977 slipping a place, but Jürgen Hering back on board the Herbert Motorsport car for the second time today. He started matters for number 92 with a double stint, and did enjoy a short spell as the race leader too.
What he didn't enjoy, of course, was picking up 5 10-second penalties. The car was then the Herbert Motorsport Porsche was then driven by Markus Neuhofer, who didn't pick up a single one. Jürgen's back, and he's picked up another 10-second penalty.
Oh dear. Right, so I'm beginning to think that maybe Hering does have an influence on the decisions being made. He thought he was rather harshly judged on one of those and said, I was barely outside the white line. But of course, when the official decisions are made, they don't know who's driving the car, so it is interesting that it's mainly Jürgen getting pinged for those. 92 will have to potentially spend some more time in the penalty box in the next couple of pit stops. Depends how long, of course, Jürgen needs to be at the wheel. Alfred Renau has still yet to drive that car. 92, as I say, started off with a double from Hering, a long stint from Markus Neuhofer of 36 laps, and Jürgen is now onto his 10th lap of a new stint. Wim Mulders working hard with his teammate Rick Renmans. They are relatively new names against the Speed Lover Porsche, because whether they signed them late or they were just late issuing them to Creventic, not sure. But the entry list still has a blank space next to the Speed Lover Porsche, but it's been driven pretty well, and up to 5th position now with starting driver Wim Mulders back at the wheel. He was involved in a really intense fight with a couple of other cars in the opening half an hour. The 86 Plus City sponsored Ferrari Porsche of Baron Motorsport and Roman Zemian having to go very wide on the exit of turn 15. A wall of TCR traffic a little further ahead of him, and having overtaken, having lapped 3 cars, there are 2 more now that he'll have to tuck in behind, and this is the area that you have to be patient through. Seemingly never-ending 90-degree left-handers, right-handers underneath the hotel, and the Ferrari's pace just seemed to drop very slightly there. A couple of Porsches behind. Blue flag's being waved.
Because the car in front, Johnny, was dropping liquid, dropping fluid of some sort right into its path. And it looks like he's about to come in, or has he really lost pace? Because he's actually just suddenly being overtaken by those around him.
It was just when he was heading underneath the hotel through those left-handers that all of a sudden the car did not pick up. And one Porsche Cup car through already. The pace of the car is, well, it's not completely off song, but it's not at GT3 pace. It's close to the 991 sort of pace, and maybe slightly less than that as well.
It is. It was a 2-minute 7-second lap. He started that lap with a minute's advantage over Nico Prompt. Nico will not be staying in second place for long, because Jean-Francois Bruno, I think, on this lap will go up into second place. But if there's a repeat of that lap, some of it was lost in traffic, but way more than that is the form of that car has suddenly fallen away. We could suddenly have that Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini driven by Jean-Francois Bruno up into the lead of the race, because he's about to go into second place. And if there is something wrong with that Ferrari from Baron Motorsport, it'll be really, really sad, because it's been going so well. But
yeah, so there were blue flags waved at turn 15. Maybe some fluid coming out of the Zhenga Motorsport car. That was difficult to tell whether it was powder dry that had been quick dry that had been laid down and the Zhenga Motorsport car was turfing it up with the rear right wheel, or was actually some fluid coming out of the Zhenga car. But that could very easily explain why Roman Zemian wanted to slow down, so that he could evaluate the issue and crucially not run over whatever is coming out of the Zhenga Motorsport car. And another glimpse of that car now through turn 9, and I think a bit more coming out. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that Zhenga car having to pit very shortly. Let's just have a look at the sector times for the 86 Ferrari once again. And it's back on pace, isn't it? I was about to say, of course, that Ferrari 488 is turbocharged, so maybe a turbo issue. No, there's definitely something pouring out of the back of that Zhenga Motorsport car. It's very evident indeed through the double left-hander at 13 and 14. And the team, if they haven't already, need to get on the radio to say, get in, because that problem needs to be sorted, and quick smart. It is the Zhenga Motorsport car, as mentioned, driven by Tomasz Horvat, and running in 3rd position, so they've a potential podium to protect here. But how much of that liquid is crucial for the car to continue on at speed? The danger is when the liquid stops pouring out of the back, is that because the problem's been solved, or because there's no liquid anymore on board?
Exactly so. Right, the answer to one of the questions is Roman Zemian's pace has picked up a 2-minute 7-second lap, some of which was caused by the traffic, 2:03, but the car behind is now the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. It's 51 seconds down, but 5 seconds a lap faster. That's going to change the scene very, very quickly indeed. But Zemian, what is the problem? Checking his sector times, and in every sector, Bruno is able to take great chunks out of time. But actually, that said, this lap he's back on the pace through the first sector.
A suggestion from at least one of our cameramen around the track is that the scent of the 133, very much like fuel. So is that what is somehow escaping out of the back of the car? The sound of the 2-litre engine in the front of the Cupra is pretty healthy, I have to say, but if the fuel is pouring out the back of the car rather than being burned as it should be, that is concerning.
I don't think it's dropping as much anymore.
I agree.
It was pouring out for those 2 laps just in front of the Ferrari, then immediately in the following lap as well.
Well, the next question is how far into its stint is it, and when it's fully laden perhaps it's a problem, and then not so much later on. Tomáš Horváth has been at the wheel only for 5 laps, so yes, if it had a good glug of fuel, as in pretty much a full tank, maybe it is an overfill thing. There's hardly any pouring out now through turn 14, so I agree with you that it has stopped, and maybe they could just ignore it. I mean, the team will be seeing the same pictures that you and I are, Bruce, and there's no inclination from them to get the car in a hurry, so maybe they just think, yeah, it just does that. And we've known that for, well, the past week or so when it ran at Dubai as well.
Yeah, warning on to the crew, slippery surface turns 13 and 14, precisely the tight left-hander past the hotel where the fluid was sloshing out of the car, but through similar corners now it's not doing it, so fingers crossed, and hopefully it's not too bad on the track.
Getting pretty dark though out in various locations. The main straight will be bathed in artificial light, but we are nearly 15 minutes away from official sunset time. Golden.
I gave you a little newsflash a short while ago, and I enjoyed it so much I'm going to do it again.
Yeah.
Jürgen Hering has got another 10-second penalty. I'm not enjoying the fact Jürgen's got it, but he's consistent. And the annoying thing for him was he was starting to close in a bit on Miro Konopka, but every time the Herbert Motorsport car gets into a good position, the Porsche crew get knocked back a little bit. Interesting, at turns 13 and 14, various drivers now, certainly the AC Motorsport Audi, compromising their lines to try not to go on the area of the circuit where all that fluid was dropped. So good work by the marshals, but also very good for the driver. That's Ivar Vallas, who was very wise to not going onto the slippery stuff. Well done. And that's not easy when A, your car wants to go there, and B, the light is fading very quickly. So it's going to feel quite different to how it was even 5 laps ago in terms of what you can see.
John Bruno, he'll be hoping that the pace for his Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, the number 10 car, is even better than it has been in the daylight hours, because they've worked their car up to 2nd position, and last time around able to lap quicker than Roman Zemian. 47 seconds the deficit though, so they're going to have to continue to chip away at a more of a margin, you would think, because really only gaining a second, sometimes second and a half at times. That might be traffic induced as well though, and any traffic that the Ferrari has to go through, eventually the Lambo will need to do the same. Bruno out of turn 16. Oh no, sorry, that's the ARC Bratislava car rather. So Miro Konopka in a similarly liveried car to the number 10, but 44 heading through turn 1 now and over the curbs, running in 6th position. And there's about the same margin to the car in front as there is behind for Miro. It's Matthias Hofzummer 26 seconds further up the road, and Jürgen Hering trails in the number 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Let's get straight to the pits, and Phil.
We've got the 710 in the pits. There's problems with the right rear of the car. They're looking around on the top section underneath the hood. They've dropped it back down. Car's mobile again, but an issue there for that right rear on the 710 car.
90 laps
Don't
done.
forget, Johnny, that car had the rotation just under the hotel, and that could be something that's related to both before and or after that incident, but worth checking out. But they didn't keep the car long in front of Phil. Now it's firing off, going into the underpass, back onto the circuit.
Yeah, and we'll rejoin probably just outside the top 10. Bas Schouten in the ID Racing Porsche is the car in front of it, 944, running 3rd in the 992 class. So 992, the race order is as follows. Matthias Hofzummer for Uber Racing leads the 992 class. Remember, 992 is slightly misleading this weekend because it's a combination of different Porsche Cup cars of different ages. So, for instance, the one in second position is a 992, and likewise the third place car as well. So, Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing and Salim Al-Ketbi. And then you've got Baz Schouten in the ID Racing car, 944. But a little further down the order, the TT Racing car is also in the 992 class, but that's a 991 Gen 2 car for Phil Quaife, and going faster than it's been doing so far. Now, what's happening out on the track for the 217? Looking very slow, and there was almost a collision, I think, for Juan Angular. So the PCR Sport car looking very, very slow indeed, coming out of turn. Steering issue, major one, because the front right is not pointing in the same direction as the front left, and it has left at one solitary tram line of Hankook rubber out of turn 13 and out of 14 and into 15. So I'm not sure how that happened, Bruce. I have to say I was looking away at the time. Did you see any contact for 217?
I didn't, because I too was investigating the worlds of penalties and messages. So if it flashed on screen, I didn't see it. But for Juan Andois, he'll be working out, he's already worked it out, he's bringing it into the pits. That ain't handling as it should, but Ken, I don't know, I'm just a little bit surprised about some of the injuries these cars are picking up to suspension, and now this one to the steering, but well, we'll get Phil down to take a look at it. I mean, clearly it's toe more than out on the car as it comes into the pits, but that Ligier at a standstill with the front right wheel pointing. Actually did very well to turn it into the garage, since the front wheel wanted to point the other way.
And that's precisely the reason why they elected, Juan elected not to take fuel, because it would have been so difficult to negotiate a tight fuel quadrant with next to no steering. Certainly the front right not obeying the steering wheel. But yeah, he did incredibly well to just get it through the necessary 90 degrees and into the garage. So the 710 continues on despite its recent problems. The 217 is in the pits, and Phil Anson looking at what repairs are necessary.
Well, it looks like the steering arm has been broken on that car. He had to drive it straight into the pits, which actually is against the regulations, but he had no other alternative. They couldn't get it off, and just having a look at, they've got the wheel off now, and they're just having a look underneath to see what they need to do. This may be for a little while. I can't get close enough because everybody is in there trying to get the steering arm, but as you said, one wheel was turning left and right, and the other one wasn't.
Big difficulties. I wonder what the decision is made as well by the officials as to whether that's allowed to drive into the garage or not. There were clearly mitigating circumstances, but rules is rules. We'll wait and see, but I would hate for that to be a double whammy. Nico Pronk in the Saarloschen by Cox Racing Porsche, running in third position and about to cross the line. He is a 27 and a change seconds further behind Jean-Francois Bruno. Bruno faster again, by the way, than Roman Zemian in the last couple of laps, so he's whittled that 47-second gap down to 43 in the third. And the number 10 Liebert Motorsport car certainly making the right moves to eventually get to the race lead, but the Baron Motorsport Ferraris have a couple of secret weapons waiting in the wings of their garage in the form of Axel Jeffries and Mikkel Mack, both semi-pros. In fact, Mack might even be a pro. Again, there's a blank space on my entry list there. Mikkel Mack, so experienced with GTE Ferraris, along with GT3 cars as well. So I'd expect that Baron Motorsport car to increase its pace in the closing stints. Darting past the AC Motorsport Audi and heading into turn number one. So Baron being caught at this stage, but I think the long-term prognosis, forecast for this Ferrari is very positive indeed, Bruce.
Yeah, it really is, because it's weathered that storm. I mean, he's actually lapping exactly the same pace as the chasing Jean-Francois Bruno. 43 seconds is the gap between them. But I was very concerned for the Ferrari with that really slow lap after traffic. But whatever the problem was, the fact he's lapping at the good pace he was managing before the car slowed, I think all is fine again. I think Roman Zemian, the race leader, is lapping at the pace he's comfortable with in that car. But it's just when he suddenly went nearly 10 seconds slower, a bit of traffic, but we could see the car just didn't seem to be picking up at all out of that final corner. But whatever the glitch is, it appears to be sorted. So all okay for now. But we've still got 2.5 hours remaining in this race, Johnny, so still plenty can go wrong within that. But right now, with Axel Jeffries and Mikkel Mack to follow, all is looking pretty good for Baron Motorsport.
In the TCR part of the field, Ivars, Valers and the AC Motorsport crew leading then with one of their Audis. The other one has had plenty of bad luck, but Charles Dawson is still running down in 6th place in TCR. But the overall position for Ivars is 17th. Then there's the cushion of the Lamera GT car of Laurent Oscan before we find Thomas Horvath for Jenga Motorsport. Despite an awful lot of fuel seemingly leaking out the back of that car, it must have been just overfill, because the performance otherwise is very good for the Cupra from Hungary, and it's running in 2nd place ahead of the Cupra Leon Competition of PCR Sport and Jacopo Garcia and the 117 car completing the provisional podium in TCR. In fact, that's the car getting pretty close to the Le DHABI machine into the left-hander. As we go back to the pits and Phil Anson.
It's 217 again. Just followed up on that. It was contact that broke the steering arm. They've got some bodywork damage on the front end, which is being fixed up by million-mile-an-hour tape, or gaffer tape, as you like. They've already got the steering arm off. They've got the new one going on. It shouldn't be too long, and they'll be back out in the race. Great work from the team.
Yeah, really good to react to that and then to set about solving the problem. But there may still be the penalty hanging over them for driving under power into the garage. We'll just have to wait and see on that. Fuel stop for Nico Pronk. So for Salosin by Cox Racing, the Porsche that for a long time ran in 2nd and then down to 3rd once the Ivan Chen Lamborghini got through. But it's been there or thereabouts, and this presumably, Bruce, will mean that Nico Pronk has done all of his driving now, and they can hand it back to Stefan Cox and Peter Cox to the finish, both of which are semi-pro drivers.
Exactly. So I said he will do the minimum amount of time. He's done it. He's done a decent job, so he came in. But the order is shuffling. Gap between 1st and 2nd is almost identical now. It's staying at about 43, 44 seconds. So Roman Zemian, just when all suddenly looks like it could be lost, and I always get concerned when the pace of a car falls away, it snapped back into true form. So whatever the problem was, it's not offering any succour to Jean Bruno, who's driven so well to go from 4th to 3rd, 3rd to 2nd. And having got past Ted Van Vliet earlier in his stint, he's actually now 54 seconds up the road. That is the measure of how the American racer was really, really flying. But for Baron Motorsport, it's looking good at the front. They've got 94 laps on the board. We've got just under 2.5 hours remaining. And Zemian controlling. And then, in case you haven't noticed the names on the sheet, he's got Axel Jeffries to follow and Mikkel Mack. So looking super good for Baron Motorsport in their red Ferrari.
Thank you, Bruce. Bruce Jones with me, John Hindhoff, for the next section of the race. Just under 2.5 hours to go. Sterling work from the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Class leaders then. Roman Zemian leading overall for Baron Motorsport and the Ferrari. In GT3, that's the top car as well. In 4th position, the best of the Porsches. The 992 class, although there are some 991s, at least one 991 that I noticed in that category. Huber Racing, Matthias Hofzimmer in the 923. Christophe Bouchou in 12th is the best of the TCE, what we would normally call the TCE. TGT this weekend for Le DHABI, the red, white and blue Ligier, that's the 202. And the number 188 AC Motorsport Audi leads TCR in 17th position in the class. In the race overall, rather. Ivars Valers behind the wheel of that car. That car, remember, 2nd in the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai last weekend, after some sterling work by the mechanics to replace a left rear shock absorber and mount as well. It completely paggered the mounting point, grind it off and fabricate something. It was proper old-fashioned endurance stuff there. So those are your 4 class leaders at the moment. We've had 2 Code 60s for around about 20 minutes. At the moment, we're heading towards 2 hours of green flag racing. Yes, I said it. I know, at RSL_studio, it will be Blame Hindhoff.
You got that in quickly, John. Only been on the mic for 2 minutes.
Well,
now, what do you do if you're the team boss? What can you do? You can pick up time penalties, and no one can tell you off. And that's what Miro Konopka's done for ARC Bratislava. 2 penalties for him. That's 20 seconds will be served at a standstill. The 217 in the pits, that's the PCR Sport Ligier, came in after contact, broken steering arm, but bodywork off, John. Quite a lot of work going on. Maybe they're just doing, looks like this, checking the shape of the back of the car as well. So maybe there was front contact, rear contact as well as front contact.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the front, so hopefully it hasn't done too much damage. Let's head down to Phil Hansen, who's in the pit lane. Good evening, Phil.
John, welcome back. They've got the fishing wire out. They're doing a wheel alignment. That's what's happening on the 217. They have to take the back of the car off, the engine cover off, to get the jig on there so that they can get the fishing line front to rear. Simple as that.
Excellent, simple explanation. Sometimes you can look for something that's more complicated than what's in front of you, but that is really the spirit of a motor racing paddock. Have a fix, make it sensible. So taking a look at any forthcoming penalties, they come in the way of 44 at the moment. Just had been issued in this short stint for Konopka. 2 10-second penalties, now another warning, so they're about to pick up another one, so Miro Konopka is going to have to try and stay between the white lines. Yeah, between first and second it's stabilised, 43 seconds, 42 seconds, 41 seconds now. Jean Bruno chasing in the Light Motorsport Lamborghini. Roman Zemian seems to have stabilised in that race leading Ferrari, and looking for the fight back now from the Salasin by Cox Racing Porsche. It's down in 8th place, but it's got Peter Cox on board now, and going to see how quick his pace is. He should be able to pick off those in front of him, particularly as 2 of them are Porsche Cup class cars, but the Dutchman getting a move on very nicely indeed.
Yeah, you can't miss that one in the car park, Bruce, can you? That highlighter yellow number 48 with the black side stripes.
Well, it's actually, again, as the light changes, the colour of the car changes. It looked a bit more lime green earlier, but it is interesting as the lights are becoming brighter from the floodlights. The car does seem to have morphed a little bit.
It is that Manthey Racing green and yellow, the Grello, isn't it? That we see in the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's been overcast for most of the day, some cloud cover. Did have some rain earlier on in the weekend down here in Abu Dhabi, but it's stayed dry, thank goodness, and we still have a little under 2.5 hours to go. Just musing whilst I was listening to you earlier on, Bruce, how well Creventic have done to attract over 30 cars. All right, 30 started, but 30 cars were here ready to race. And this is a non-championship race, so there's nothing at stake for the championship runners. A lot of them who were at Dubai last weekend for the Hankook 24 hours there. Some of them undoubtedly getting a piece of sneaky practice before the Asian Le Mans Series is here in a couple of weekends' time. They're at Dubai Autodrome next weekend. But all of that said, 30 plus cars for a non-championship race. Little golf clap, I think, for the Creventic organising team.
Yeah, no, I just think it's a really, really good idea. Also, you look off the back of the last 2 seasons, John, where people have had their calendars cancelled, restricted, reallocated, and we all know what the pressure was like at the end of 2020 and 2021, when you had championships trying to cram all their races in. But right now, I just think track time is what people want, and particularly if this is, for some of them, their first serious enterprise for a good year or so. Asian Le Mans Series growing all the time, but why, if you're competing that, would you not be here getting practice? The weather's great, yes, a little bit overcast today, but it's warm, it's comfortable, and it's track time. And the evolution of racing in the Middle East, it's found its niche. You can't be racing here in the height of summer. You know, everything would melt, not just the tyres, but the people as well. And you know, to come racing in the Middle East in January and February, I think it's the perfect time of year. And for a lot of people, whether from coming up from the Southern Hemisphere or down from the Northern Hemisphere, it just makes sense. And now these tracks are fully recognised. And actually, it's when you take you start counting the world-class circuits that are here in the Middle East. Over the past 20 years ago, next to nothing, and now we've got five tracks capable of hosting, global standard racing. So why would they not be here? It's wise.
No, sounds good stuff. I hear noise from the pit lane. I wasn't talking about you there, Phil, but clearly something going on down there. What do you have for us? Oh, maybe not. Just car noise going past our effects mics. My apologies. Lanzarote Camel, Alan Prosser. Hello, Alan. Happy New Year. Managed to pull up a couple of great shots of, again and still, TCR cars leaking fuel. You had a couple of them doing it very, very early on. The Jenga Motorsport car was one, I think, the 113. That car had quite a lot of repairs last weekend, but did finish the race. 12 Hours of Monza, I seem to remember last year we had a few doing it as well. And not sure why.
Good spot from Alan there.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, Bruce, that we keep getting this problem with the TCRs. Obviously, you want to get as much fuel into the car as you can, and we're using potentially parts of the fuel tank that they certainly wouldn't be using, i.e. the very top bits, when they're just doing 25 or 35 minute sprint races. But ever since TCRs were conceived, pretty much, they've been doing long distance races.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. It was almost like an unintended consequence. They made them for one thing, and they proved to be very, very good at another. But why, in all the years, they haven't solved this problem, I do not know. Now, one thing that just happened while we've been talking is Roman Simeon, John, has come in from the lead of the race, the Baron Motorsport Ferrari, in refuelling at the moment. So Jean Bruno, who went from fourth to third to second, now into the lead of the race in the Lippert. Number 10 Lamborghini, yellow with black flashes on it, and he's been lapping very well indeed. But his lap pace starting to drop away, so maybe as we go from afternoon into evening at the Aston Marina circuit, maybe he's had the best of his Hankook tyres, and his stint will be coming to an end sometime soon. But he's got a minute's advantage over Ted Van Vliet. He overtook the JR Motorsport BMW driver and really has shown incredibly good pace, Bruno. He'll be in, and I'm sure we'll be looking for another interview. He's very engaging, and I'm sure we'll find out he's really enjoyed that chase.
That was a 34 lap stint for Roman Simeon, who we saw last weekend in the Ferrari Challenge. There's a Pacific Championship, running a couple of effectively, again, non-championship races, non-championship events, one here at Abu Dhabi, and then another 3 races over the Hankook 24-hour weekend. And Roman did a pretty good job there last weekend, and clearly enjoying his time in the Middle East. If you're going to be there, and you're going to be there for 3 or 4 weekends, going to be in the region for a couple of or 3 weekends in the Emirates, might as well get as much racing in as you can. And I certainly think that is what a number of the drivers and indeed teams are doing. I spoke to Stuart Hall as we were leaving Dubai last weekend, and he's staying on for another couple of weekends, working with young Oliver Goethe, who made his 24-hour debut at the weekend last weekend. Did very well indeed, won their class, but didn't do so well in the single-seaters today. Literally, his wheel fell off in the first race that I was watching, so I wish him better luck as they come through.
John, just before you came on, we saw the 217 Ligier come into the pits, and with that knackered front right corner that it was folded in, but it drove straight into the pit garage. Not allowed to do that, and it's been hit with a 10-second penalty for not adhering to pit lane regulations. You spotted it, and you were spot on.
Yeah, and I think, however, they are back out again now in that car. Is that the other one that I've just seen flash by?
In the pits at the moment still.
Still in the pits, yes, thank you. Yeah, it's the 2-on-5 that is lapping at the moment. Oh, now, Roman Simeon back in the pit lane. Did he not just stop before?
No, he just done refuelling, and then he's now driven from refuelling into the pit lane, and it's a question of who they slot in with 2 hours 15 minutes to go. Is it going to be Axel Jeffries? Is it going to be Mikkel Mack? Or will we have the driver who started, Philip Barron, going? But with a 5-driver lineup, none of them are going to have to do a huge amount of time. Can't quite see into the cockpit, but as soon as it crosses, we'll find out.
You know what's confused me there, of course. I'm at the wrong end of the pit lane for the fueling, aren't I? I forgot about that. It was at pit out last weekend. It's at pit end in this weekend. Because it can't be pit out. It's very important to clarify that, yes. No fueling in the pit lane for Hankook Racing, Hankook Endurance Racing, and that's why nobody down there that we see in the pit lane are wearing fireproofs. It's not that nobody cares about safety, there is simply no fueling. It happens at petrol pumps, which are very similar to your supermarket or your service station at petrol pumps, and there you have to have your team members with the full gear on, balaclavas, goggles, and they pump it using a pistol grip into the car. It's to save money everywhere. Also, no expensive fuel rigs, not everybody having to wear expensive fireproof underwear and suits in the pit lane. Also, in this part of the world in particular, it's very, very hot, and in endurance racing, sitting around in those for 24 hours would be fairly uncomfortable. But it's really just to save a little bit of time and effort for the teams. They have to pack less equipment, just driving onto the block paving at pit in. There's a set of pits there, a set of pumps there, and they get the fuel and off they go again. And of course they are counting the litres, because literage of how much you can fill is all part of the balance of performance. So the 188, the purple and black car, which did so well last week for AC, is leading the TCR category, sitting as it is very handily placed, actually, 17th position, so pretty much right in the middle of the field at the moment for AC Motorsport. The G55 of Ginetta is ahead of it. Yes, it is. So that, if we had a TCE class, TCE race would be leading that, but they've been split up this weekend because of the unique nature of this race. Of course, I heard you, Bruce, earlier talking about when Chris Renke had head of Audi Sport Customer Racing, had an orderly queue formed in front of him after they debuted this TCR car, the RS3 LMS, at DHABI a few years ago now. Well, they had the new one last weekend. Rob Huff was driving it, said everything has changed bar the fuel tank on the new car, and that was given a very good shakedown last weekend. Didn't quite have the reliability, but my goodness me, it's a big step forward for Audi in their TCR programme, and their endurance racing TCR programme looked fantastic.
Yeah, and I think you look at the TCR class, and it's a constant case of reinvigoration, and if you get it right, your car can stay sweet for a while, but it's motor racing, things keep on being reinvented, and it's always good to see. But what you always want to see is that you want the new car to be alongside the old car, because often the changes are so subtle, you need to see them side by side to notice any difference at all. Now, I just want to point out that DHABI Racing, I think they're just about to dive into the pits. Is that Matthias Hofsummer coming out? He'd risen up to second place overall, leading the Porsche Cup class, but sure, just about to be coming into the pits, yes. And that means that Ted Van Vliet is still leading the race, but he's got more of a gap back to second place, because that's now Miro Konopka, the ARC Bratislava car. Jean-Francois Bruno has done the refueling. He came in from ahead of that lot, and he is now in the pit lane. So as John just pointed out, it's refueling first, then pit stop second.
Nothing that says you have to go to refuelling, of course. If in a code 60 situation in particular, the pumps are full, you could just go straight down to your pit and swap your tyres or your driver or both, and then either come in the next time around or just use the fuel that you've got. It isn't a mandatory call in for tanks of fuel. So the new circuit to endurance racing, and this by far the biggest endurance racing grid that we've had on this new circuit since it was unveiled towards the back end of 2021. Now 3.281 miles or 5.281 kilometres with just 16 corners, and I think it's raced rather well for endurance racing. I always thought it did, Bruce, to be honest, but the changes that were made to try and help Formula One, which is its biggest customer of course, have certainly not made it any worse for endurance racing.
No, I always thought, the Yas Marina circuit was open with massive fanfare and people came in the circuit for the first time and their jaws dropped. But then they found it actually wasn't really good for racing. But it always was fine for stuff that wasn't Formula One. But I think the tweaks made for Formula One certainly worked for the Grand Prix. And I also think they certainly worked very well for this. But these classes of cars weren't crying out for a change to the circuit. For most people, it's a circuit that has great flow. And obviously in this multi-class format that we have with Creventic, 4 classes of cars, there is plenty of scope for overtaking. But it is better than it was before, so thank goodness. And, well done for tweaking it in the right way.
I think as well, having fewer big stops is not necessarily a bad thing for endurance racing. The cars, yes, you can change brake pads and brake discs or rotors if you're watching and listening in the States. But it's already quite a big stop down at... It was quite a big stop down towards what is now turn 5. 6 is still about the same, because that's exactly the same. But the new turn 9, sort of left-handed parabolic, which has got some bank in it, I think that's a great addition and a great modification to the circuit. It's really worked well, and there's a flow to the circuit that there simply wasn't before. More time penalties coming in, and 2 for the 205, and that is very bad news indeed for that team. They haven't had it all their own way in the Porsche. That's the 718 Cayman Club Sport. That is a variety of offences at turn 16. 6th offence at turn 16, 9th offence at turn 4. So 2 10-second time penalties have been assessed on the Veluga. It's Charles Hollings. That must be Charlie Hollings, isn't it?
It is.
In the 205. Charles getting his weekend name there. So they'll have to serve that within the next couple of hours, so before the end of the race. Meantime, 923 has been into the pit lane, and that is the Huber Racing 992 Cup car. Tell it's the 992 because of the swan neck mounting of the wheels. That's the car that's GT Silver on the left-hand side, then the Tricolore of Italy, and then very dark grey, possibly even black on the right-hand side, as my much missed father would have said. Not pretty, but it confuses the witnesses.
Well, that came in from the class lead. It qualified on class pole in 8th position overall, the 923 car from Cuba. And Matthias Hofsummer brought that in. And it is about to head out with, let's double check, with Enrico Fulgenzi. Of course, that's why you got the Tricolore on the car. Italian driver, but it's been going very comfortably all along.
So Rabdan now lead that class in 4th position overall in the 977, but due a pit stop for that car. 33 laps completed by Asalem Al-Khatbi, and they've been doing 34, 35 lap stints in that Cup car. amazing to me, Bruce. Last weekend, and you were much missed last weekend, by the way. I was a pale substitute in the pit lane for your hard work. But we had
you can
so
clock
many...
a lot of miles up, can't you, John, up and down the pit lane? Up and down
Just
that
in
pit
my
wall, which isn't just a step, it's a great big stride to get up at the deep end of the pit lane.
It was, yes, just in my 3-hour stint that I did to give George Nick a break.
John, Mikkel Mack has been the fourth driver into the Barron Motorsport Ferrari. Bang, straight onto the pace. No, not onto the pace, he's setting the pace. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 53.9, and they've still got Axel Jeffries to come. So for Barron, they're down in 5th place at the moment, but with the cycle of the pit stops, they should be going back into the lead of the race, I would say in the next sort of 10, 15 minutes. But certainly Mikkel Mack is flying. The Dane knows his Ferraris, he loves his Ferraris, and wow, he was a late addition to the Barron Motorsport lineup, but he's showing his value right here, right now.
I'm slightly surprised we haven't seen faster times from any of the GT3 cars. The new GT3 lap record was set earlier on in the year by Casper Stevenson in the AMG GT3. And we don't have any of those here this weekend, but it was a 52 flat, and that's quite a long way away. Different set of regulations in terms of the series, and there were only a dozen cars or so out on the track, so there was plenty more space. For that
tyre supplier as well, presumably.
Well, yes, it was, yes. And the GT4 lap record, a driver that's in this race at the moment, Bradley Ellis, that was Aston Martin GT4 with a 2:03.8. Now, I think we've got a little bit closer to that. If I try and find where the G56 is, and what has that car done as its best lap, because that should be the quickest.
2:03.8.
Oh, really? Interesting. Oh, well, no, that's right there. That is right there. 2:03.8. So 2:03.891 was the GT4 lap record earlier in the year. Again, with the caveats that we've mentioned, different series, potentially different balance of performance, different tyre supplier, and a third of the cars. Under half of the under half of the cars rather on the track at the same time. So very different, but it's always nice just to look, isn't it, to see where people are. Probably dark now, Bruce. The sun doesn't just drift gently below the skyline here. It drops like a stone, like someone's pretty much turned the light out. The overcast certainly not helping in terms of the twilight, but this Musco system that was installed here right from the inception of the track turns night into day. I was watching the Radicals yesterday at this sort of time of the evening, possibly even a little bit later. Indeed, they will have another race after the conclusion of the 6 hours, the Hankook 6 hours. Some of them had lights on, some of them didn't, in terms of headlights at least, and it frankly didn't make any difference because it was almost like daylight.
Yeah, it's funny. It's almost like it was supposed to be a 3-part manoeuvre: daytime, evening time, night time. But with the overcast clouds above us, it's basically gone from day to night in the space of 15, 20 minutes. But it'd be interesting to see how the temperature falls away. We have seen the fastest lap of the race, but that was just a short minute ago. But that was Mikkel Mack showing his ability. But I'd be interested to see how much lower we can go, because the track temperature will fall away, but not quickly. But it's not been searingly hot, but certainly it's been a warmish day. But the best times ought to come under the floodlights in the dark. We've got 2 hours to go.
Yeah, the track doesn't move, as we've often said before. From memory, last weekend, all right, much higher traffic density. I think it was just after 6 o'clock in the morning, so still just before it got light. We had last weekend 13 hours and 17 minutes from sunset to sunrise, and next weekend at the Rolex 24 at Daytona it'll be 13 hours and 14 minutes. Always very close between these two races. Those two races as to which is the most darkness that we have in a 24-hour race that we cover here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. In the pits at the moment is Morten Eriksson for Sally Racing, one of their 2 Cupras, and also coming in from 24th position, the CWS G56 that we were talking about a moment or two ago with that 2:03, the fastest GT4 lap. Looks like it's going to be a full pit stop for the Ginetta. And is that Phil I see down there?
Now, a while ago, I said I'm not reiterating, but I'm just saying the same thing again because Jürgen Herring's picked up another driver penalty. Well, that was the first and the second. He's now picked up the third and the fourth. And bear in mind, in his first stint in the car, he picked up 5 10-second penalties. This time he's got 4. So I thought he's going to go away in between and absolutely check out where he went off and by how much over the track. The white lines marking the edge of the track. He's done it 4 times, so that's he's nearly cost Herbert Motorsport, a team that's just moved into second place and very, very seldom puts a wheel wrong, has given them 1 minute and 50 seconds of penalty thus far from just driving a little bit wide. But unfortunately, that's on 9 occasions now.
And he'll be due in shortly. He's been out there just over an hour. 33 laps he's working at the moment. Miro Konopka has brought the RC Bratislava Huracan, the Lamborghini, into fuel. That is a GT3 car. So that leaves Ted van Wiele ahead with the, I think we can say, venerable BMW M6 GT3, superseded now by the M4 GT3. We had a few of those last weekend. Very popular choice. BMW literally cannot build them fast enough. The Paul Miller Racing team have decided that that's what they're racing in IMSA this year, and they can't have one until Sebring. They won't be at the Rolex. They're not there at the Raw this weekend, and they won't be there at the Raw rather this weekend, and hopefully get that car for Sebring. Now I do hear something coming from the pits at the moment. That you still down there, Phil? Not hearing Phil, I think, at the moment on air. Just stand by 1 second. It's not good news, I think, coming from Phil at the moment. Give it another go, Phil.
Thanks very much, Phil. We feared as much. What are they having for dinner, though? I'm suddenly feeling a little bit peckish. No, I tell you what, we'll focus on the race. Another 2 hours to go, but at the moment it's Ted Van Vliet. Is it? Ah, well, there we go.
That's the Spanish team eating paella, yeah, I'm sure. Good seafood in this area of the world, so not unsurprising. We've just come down under 2 hours to go. And in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, it's Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhoff. Johnny Parr will be joining us in a moment. ERC Bratislava, we mentioned that they were in the fuel area, and they are in the pits at the moment. And in fact, right on cue, the bright yellow, and I always think of Sir Paul Smith and his tailoring when I see this car with those multicoloured stripes on. I once splurged and bought myself a Paul Smith suit, and it had that sort of that lining in the suit.
You wear it inside out
as well. Yeah, almost wanted to. Yes, absolutely. Show it off. So Miro Knopke getting out of that car, and the team's going to work. If you're a regular viewer and listener to our coverage of Hankook endurance racing, you'll probably have noticed that the wheel changing is taking a wee bit longer this year. That's because there's only 2 people allowed over the line. So all 4 wheels have to be done by 2 people. This is part of the new regulations for this year. Brand new sticker sets of Hankooks go onto that. And with under 2 hours to go, let's have a look at how they stand. So after that set of pit stops, Jürgen Herring, who's due in actually, is leading but has amassed rather too many penalties at the moment, and that's going to cost him when he comes into the pit lane in the next couple of hours. Has to do them within the 2 hours. GR Motorsport in second is that M6 GT3, and that car, as I say, in second position. That car due its pit stop fairly shortly as well. In fact, as I speak, that car is into fuel. So Baron Motorsport will cycle back through to the lead once the two cars ahead have made their stop. The Saloshin by Cox Racing with Nico Pronk, Stephanie Cox and Peter Cox in fourth position, at the moment as we went through the hour. Lennis Leipert in the first of two Huracans. The GT3 has now got, the two GT3s now have got ahead of the Super Trofeo cars, because the ERC Bratislava car, we just saw Miro coming out of that car. Uber Racing is the best of the GT3 Cup cars. That is one of the 992s. That's 7th position, and they're racing the Rabadan car that's right behind them on the timing and scoring monitor. Then it's another one of the GT3 Cup cars. They have been so impressive, and that is HRT Performance, who have the 979. That's the Wim Mulders and Rick Renmans, the two Belgian drivers, behind them by a lap. That's the top 10. Le Deux Arbres, 202 GS2R Ligier leads the touring car category. They're TG this weekend, ahead of another GT3 Cup car, and that's the 944 of ID Racing. Leipert's Super Trofeo is in 13th position for Lamborghini, the 710. 960 TT Racing, John Murray, Jonathan Simmons and Phil Quaife in that Gen 1 991 Cup car. That's going back a bit, that one. We'll have to find out exactly how old that chassis is, but it's a good performance from those guys against the 992s. They're ahead of a few of them, including the 929 HRT Performance in 15th. CWS Engineering, that's the Christian Prosser and Matthew Ibrahim car, is in 16th. 17th for AC Motorsport. That's the best of the TCR cars. That's the Audi RS3, the number 188, the black and purple one. 930, that is another one of HRT Performance Cup cars. So that's another Porsche in 18th. The Lamera by Racetrack this weekend for the 223. That was the Lamera Lux last weekend, the lighter colour of the two cars. Then the Veluga Bradley Ellis machine, the 718 Cayman, 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Then the Jenga Motorsport 133 green and black Cupra, and then laps dropping away a little bit. PCR Sport 117, Sally Racing 219, both Cupras. CWS, the GT4 version, still running. Behind them, 218 Sally Racing in 25th. 26th AC Motorsport 199. That was the car that was fixed last weekend. Had some reliability issues already in this rate. 921 P21 Motorsport are another 5 laps further back in their Porsche. SK Racing, well, they've had all kinds of dramas, haven't they, with that crash this morning. Frank Ebederi actually fine and walked away from it. And then behind that, PCR Sport, Huber Racing, LP Racing and P21 Motorsport, all with issues. I'm not sure that P21 car actually even started. No, it did not. So that's how they stand with an hour and 52 minutes to go. And Johnny Palmer's back with us in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, shaping up quite nicely this with the pit rotation at the front of the field. Baron Motorsport, as we expected, have cycled back to the lead, JP.
Yeah, and some strong showings from teams that we really thought were going to do well in this, and others, unfortunately, that have tumbled down the order. Let's reflect then on the first 4 and a bit hours. So the sky is completely in darkness now, as we've given you a recap of the order of the cars in their various classes, and this green flag part of the race should now be some sustained running for one or two. However, the 92 Porsche is back in again. This is rather off kilter from others in the GT3 class because of penalties that need to be served for Jürgen Hering. He just brought the car in, and I wonder, John, whether we're now going to see the first bit of Alfred Renauer doing driving, because he's yet to be at the wheel of Herbert number 92.
Yeah, and he's just served 3 penalties there as he came in, so they are now clear of penalties. Also, the number 219 as well has served, and that was only a warning, excuse me, I need to go one line further down. The 218 has also served, that was a Sally Racing Cupra, it's also served their penalty that they had. That was a crossing of the white line penalty issue. And who is going to take out the 92 is the question. It is indeed one of the twins. It's Alfred Renauer in the number 92. Horrible weekend for those guys last weekend. Destroyed a car before they even got to the official part of the weekend, but the 92 held up very nicely, the Grove car.
Now, 3 laps ago, Miro Konopka came in for ARC Bratislava and handed back to son Mato. So let's head to that team now with Lukas Gajewski.
However, we are not here to speak about the driving duties on the circuit. We have found Miro for another reason. Miro, can I just say a very, very happy belated birthday to you. All the best.
Yes, every time I have birthday in the race, and my family is not very satisfied with it, but every time I am in some race, and yesterday, yes, 60 years.
Miro turned 60 yesterday, and it's a great pleasure, Miro, that on behalf of Creventic, I'm here to present a very special gift for your 60th birthday, so you may want to unwrap it for our audience.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's symbolic, but I hope less 60 caught will be, because every time is some problem, and I don't want if another people and me and another team have problem. But fantastic present. Thank you very much.
Turning 60 is a bit like Code 60 itself. You really don't want to see it, but it makes it just a bit more interesting, doesn't it?
It's a very hard question, but yes, I am happy.
And I think some of that happiness is down to the fact that you've always been living your dream in motorsport, now together with your son, not only here in Creventic, but at Le Mans, for example, as well.
Oh yes, we concentrate more for World Endurance Championship and Asia Le Mans Series, but I was star number 1, edition 1, Creventic 24-hour Dubai. We spoke every time about it with Gary and Ivo, because it's a history. It's 2006, 16 years. But I am very, very glad that this year is 24-hour and also 6-hour Abu Dhabi out of date for Le Mans Series and World Endurance. And every time, if it's possibility, I will participate.
It's a pleasure to have you here, Miro. So did you have a big party yesterday, or will it happen tonight?
No, it was big party here in pit box. We changed clutch to 5 o'clock morning, and we sleep 2 hours. Our party was here.
That's a proper birthday, isn't it?
All people call me, Miro, where is big party? In my pit box, and it's a very hard, but I like it. I like that system, I like that people, I like another team, a lot of friends is here, and atmosphere, and fine. And party will be at home.
All the best wishes, Miro. Thank you very much.
Also, thank you.
I don't know whose idea that was, but whoever at Creventic to award a Code 60 flag to a freshly 60-year-old gentleman, great idea.
Brilliant.
And, well, on the track you need to start slowing down, but I'm not sure Miro Konopka quite knows how to do that, regardless of his age. So he'll go back to the garage and potentially prepare himself for another stint. And the next drama we have on the track is the TT racing car of Phil Quaife, that has been electric since the Brit took over, but hazard lights flashing and crawling not quite to a halt, but having to be just off track. This is really dicey and tricky though, John, because there's very limited space between the white line and the Armco.
This is the number 960 we're talking about, the TT racing car. It's the black with the blue flashes. It's the 991 category Cup car. Still uses the same 4-litre engine as the new car. That bit hasn't changed, but it doesn't have the aero. They've been doing really well. Now that is, I think that's turn 10. So just coming into the hotel section, which I did like Johnny's description of it as the beached whale. Very good. I see what you did there with the big sort of tail section. Yeah, just coming into turn 12 now, and he's got it going. I think, JP, that was just a control alt delete. He's got his four-way hazard flashes on, and Phil, very experienced driver, I would expect to see him come into the pit lane here. I don't think he'll risk going for another lap. I don't see anything else wrong with the car. All the wheels pointing in the right direction. I don't see a deflated tyre. I'm pretty certain, some kind of an electrical glitch which he's managed to clear by resetting the machine, the old three-fingered salute.
Yeah, still not quite up to, well, anyway, close to race pace, but it's going quicker than it was initially, so at least it's limp home mode to get it to the pits, and then the team can assess. But that car has already had a little prang at the exit of turn 16 when John Murray was at the wheel, but it's been going for a long time since then, so I can't think that the two are connected. Hopefully TT Racing and Phil Quaife will be able to get things sorted. He's gone for fuel initially, so there is hope that he will continue on. At least that's the thing you need to do. Remember, fueling done in a satellite location from the main pit lane. Sometimes it's done after you get service, sometimes before, but here in Abu Dhabi you have to turn right almost immediately from entering the pit lane and do it's a clockwise circle when the track goes anti-clockwise, so there is a crossover point at some stage which needs to be policed, because otherwise there could be spell disaster.
It's not like Saturday Night Banger racing then, Johnny. You'll have seen a bit of that in your time on the gravel. That's the third position TCR car, by the way. When I said they were doing well, I really meant it, because against the hordes of the 992s, which should be a much quicker car, newer car, more developed car, more things for the teams to play with, they are doing very well indeed. And we had somebody last week, I was trying to make a point to Bruce, and then something happened on the circuit. We had two different classes of them last weekend at the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. A penalty being served by another one of the Porsches. This is the white number, was that the 929 that came into the pit lane?
Yeah, Simo Kangas, I reckon, for HRT Performance. And also in is the Lamera, which is being run by the Lamera GT team. So that's number 223 for Laurent Ozcan. Lamera by Racetrack being the team. So both cars
929 may well have just served a penalty, but I think it's just picked up another one, JP, for exceeding this pit lane speed limit. That has literally just been assessed. That's an 18-second time penalty. Now, I wonder if that was assessed on his way into the pit. No, he has just served his 10-second time penalty for a track limit infringement for the 6th time at turn 16. So that one he has served, but he's got another 18 seconds for expeding the seed limit as he came in.
Okay, one or two letters slightly out of order there by the sounds of things, but that's horrendous, isn't it? When you come in to serve one penalty along with a normal pit stop and potentially pick up another. Very busy coming out of turns 3 and 4, 3 abreast briefly. ARC Bratislava Lamborghini in the yellow up the inside of the 944 Porsche. 944 race number is the car driven by Stephen Lickrish for ID Racing. Also in that mix, CWS Engineering, I think that's the 278, which is the Jetta G55, and trying to lap them all, Mikkel Mack in the Baron Motorsport Ferrari that leads the race. Number 86, lights flashing to the ID Racing Porsche, but no chance to get underneath there. Should be able to do it on the exit though, and maybe even pick off the 44 Lamborghini of ARC Bratislava, although that will be going slightly quicker than it did with the previous occupant, because Mato Konopka, son of Miro, freshly 60 years old, is a touch faster than the old man, and therefore a chance maybe to get back into the top 5 for the team from Slovakia.
Just looking through some of the penalties that are yet to be served, and there's quite a lot of them, and some teams, notably the number 202, the Ligier Le DHABI, or the two Arbres, as their own team were calling it last week, has at least 2 10-second penalties to serve. The number 205 as well, I reckon that's got at least 2 10-second penalties to be served in this last portion of the race. That's the Valuga Cayman, that's the Bradley Ellis, the 2 Lucas and Charlie Hollings car. So that's got a couple. Add on to that as well the number 218, which is the... Oh, and I've just managed to kill my timing screen as I was trying to look that one down. Well, that one's got at least 10. There are quite a few penalties, is the point I'm trying to make here, JP, and doing it pretty badly. Still to be served, and we've only got 100 minutes to go.
Yeah, so you're running out of opportunities when the cars are pitting, well, GT3s, roughly around the hour mark, although a bit of Code 60 helps you to stretch it to 70, maybe 75 minutes, but 100 minutes should mean, it depends where you are on the current stint, of course, but no more than 2 more stops. And at the rate that they are being assessed, you know, are we going to be left with some cars that need to serve penalties later on than their last pit stop? It becomes slightly awkward. I think there is still the option to add that to the race time after the checkered flag, if necessary.
The thing is that what I'm saying is, Johnny, that there are some quite big gaps here, but if people have multiple time penalties to serve, they're going to come down. We might yet, in the last few minutes, as we saw in the Hankook 24 Hours in Dubai last weekend, we might see things changing towards the end. Now, some of that, in fairness, was down to the fuel strategy. And by the way, I've just seen that the 960, that is the TT racing car, Phil Quaife, bringing that car into the pit lane, that has been served. It was moving slowly. They've decided to take the extra pain of the 10 seconds there, so they've served an outstanding penalty there. But there's still an awful lot of issued penalties going back an hour, nearly an hour. That if, well, I suppose there might not have been in since then. What's the earliest one that's been issued and not served? I think it's the one for the 44 for track limits. That's the one I would look at. Yeah, that's the one that was assessed earliest. That's the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. So that's still got a track limits 10-second penalty as well. And time, as Johnny rightly says, running out for them. Now what we've got to start to do, JP, is start counting back from the end of the race, and assuming that we stay green, which there's every opportunity here, I think, sort of do, who's in the right position as far as their fuel strategy.
19 laps done for Mikkel Mack, so he'll be fine for at least another 10. Peter Cox will have to pit earlier than that, to the tune of something like 6 laps. And Jean-Francois Bruneau, who's been making very steady progress through the top 10. He's done a lot of driving, though, has John. So I just wonder whether Kerong Lee will have to do. He'll have to do at least one more stint. So that might take the number 10 car back within the clutches of JR Motorsport, for example.
I wonder what the strategy will be. Those GT3 cars have been doing somewhere near 34, 35 laps. If we go at the pace we're going now, that will be 10 laps or so before you can make your last pit stop. So, you know, potentially, in fact, actually, it's probably a few fewer than that, because you probably don't need all fuel at the moment if you're at the front, but you can refill your tank a bit further. But the computer says 44 laps to go. It's predicting 163. So we are looking at around about 20 minutes, something around about 20 minutes before the last pit stop can be made, with around about an hour and 10 or thereabouts to go for the GT3s, and that's when I think we'll see where people are standing and who rolls the dice first. I'm never sure in Creventic racing. Normally you would say when a safety car is potentially involved, be the team that takes your last pit stop first so that you don't get on the wrong side of a safety car. Code 60, it's not as easy as that, Johnny, is it?
No, because you're still making steady progress, and the gaps are retained heading into the Code 60 as well as coming out of it. Now, there was some talk, there is more than just talk. There's actually black and white regulations suggesting that there's the chance of a wave-by in this event. First time that Creventic have ever toyed with that, but condensing the field.
This is the Abu Dhabi regulation, is it?
Yeah, it seems so, yes. And maybe because it's a standalone event, they're happy to mess about with the regulations a little bit more than they would do in a standard championship round. This doesn't carry any points. So, maybe that, just trying to experiment a little bit for future seasons. We haven't seen it yet, though. Maybe the Code 60s haven't been long enough, or they haven't been disruptive enough. The 944 Porsche is being wheeled in, 924 Porsche is being wheeled in, I noticed, minus front right headlight. I don't know whether
it was very slow on its last lap, 13 minutes last lap. I wonder if they've done some remedial work on it, sent it out, and decided, or Clement Mathieu, who's behind the wheel of that, has maybe just brought it in. I think that was going into a spare garage, Johnny. I don't think we're going to see that one again. Not sure what the team have planned for that. That's Uber Racing with that 992. Fabulous squad with a number of cars in. But at the front of the field, Mikkel Mack, who put the fastest lap of the race in just after he got into that car.
And Mikkel Mack is, by the FIA rating system, gold. So although I've got a gap on my entry list for the Hankook 6-hour Abu Dhabi, we can safely say that he'll be pro as per the Creventic way of measuring and rating drivers. So that's a rather daunting task for everybody else in the race, because the guy that leads is just about the best driver in that quintet. And I've been away for a little while. I'm not sure whether we've had any Axel Jeffries driving hours yet. Can reference that fairly easily. But the length of stints that you were talking about, I was thinking they were helped along by Code 60, but actually we haven't had a Code 60 since about 3:10 this afternoon local, and it's now 7:10. So all of the stints that have recently come to an end, including Roman Zemian for Baron Motorsport, that 35 laps will have been in full green flag conditions. And to answer my own question, we haven't yet had Axel Jeffries, the Zimbabwean, at the wheel of that car either. So presumably the plan is for him to bring it home eventually. But we're right in the middle of a Mikkel Mack stint, about 2/3 of the way through it. And the car that is doing the chasing, Peter Cox Racing Porsche, will need to stop before, and by about 6 laps.
Sorry, Johnny. Battling with a couple of 3 different things here at the moment. I think I'm sorted out.
I'll give you more time if you wish. That's not a problem.
What was the question?
No, it was really just a throw, and that the fact that from Peter Cox's situation, he's going to have to pit 6 laps before Mikkel Mack, because that's how it worked out last time in the stops. And well, the lap times suggest that Mikkel Mack's just going to continue to open the gap at the moment. So what everybody else in the race is going to be hoping for is for a few track limit liabilities, a few maybe pit stop or pit lane speed discrepancies, so that will hold back the Baron Motorsport Ferrari, because at the moment, with all of their AM driving time done, they're relying now on Mikkel Mack, the pro, and Axel Jeffries, the semi-pro. It's a very decent situation for Baron Motorsport and their Ferrari.
Totally agree. Charlie Hollings in that red, white and blue Club Sport GT4 Cayman into the pit, soaks up the penalty that we were talking about. And Lucas is down in the pit lane.
Yes, with
Kari Pekka Laaksonen.
Exactly, with one of our fast Finns who just got out of the HRT Porsche, one of the numerous HRT Porsches on the grid. Kari-Pekka, first of all, would like to talk about the start, your first stint. Was there a spinner in the first hour of the race? Did you have a spin?
No, I did not have a spin. It was our teammate, the other car. I did not have a spin, but I ran out of fuel because our computer told that we had still 15 liters to go, and we were supposed to drive another 5 laps, but we ran out of fuel on the first stint.
So in general, you are a big team with numerous cars on the grid. Little problems so far, but I think still it's a very exciting competition in the 992 class.
Oh, it's very nice competition. The track is beautiful, you know, and the weather is quite good to drive today as well. And also that we got to drive on the daylight and also in the night. So it's a really nice race, very good race.
And do you face any difficulties adopting from the daylight conditions to the night conditions?
No. It's such a good illumination here, so you don't, I mean, many other tracks when we've been driving in the night times, there's a huge difference, but not here. So it's pretty much the same.
And of course, it's a much smaller grid than last weekend at Dubai, around 30 cars in total, so that gives you a chance in the Porsche Cup cars to really challenge some of the GT3 cars as well.
Exactly. I was driving quite a lot on my last stint with one of the GT cars, just, you know, between each others, and it was really nice racing with them.
Kari-Pekka, we've seen you in TCR cars most of the time in the 24H series, so how is it to be in a Porsche here?
Well, it's really nice. I used to drive Porsche, but I haven't driven a Porsche in 5 years or 5-6 years, so it felt really amazing as well. So I'm really excited about it.
So will we see you in Porsche cars more often this year in Creventic?
I don't know. I do like the TCR cars as well, so it was just a one-off at the moment. But we'll see.
That's interesting. I think if you would ask a normal person, they would always favor a Porsche over a TCR car. But what do you like about TCRs then?
Well, I think there's also quite good competition. They are also very drivable cars. Yes, they are not exactly as fast as the Porsches, but it's a very competitive class as well. So I like both of them. I mean, of course, they are different. One is the rear-wheel drive, and the other one is a front-wheel drive. So it's nice to get to drive both of them. I would.
Kari-Pekka, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, who, I tracked his initial motorsport career back to 2014 when he ran in the Carrera Cup Scandinavia, back in his homeland and nearby countries. But since then, since 2016, he's been in TCR Germany and the TCR series with LMS Racing. So I did wonder whether maybe he's looking ahead to a change of machinery, but being a little bit conservative there, John, about where he might go next.
I understand his thinking. The TCR cars are, a phenomenal piece of equipment, and at GT4 pace, for the investment, that's a heck of a lot of performance for whatever currency you're laying out. Still got the 960 with its 960 Porsche. That's the John Murray TT racing car with its 4-way flashers on. The team manager needs to be on the radio and saying, John, you've still got your 4-ways on. And that's happened to me in the past. So I know of what I speak. Now that they've seen it on the screen, I think they probably will do. Yeah, but going back to Kari-Pekka, there's something about those front-wheel drive cars that sometimes people just feel very comfortable in. They're very confidence-inspiring. The new 992 Cup car is a pretty hairy thing. It's as quick in a straight line as a full-on GT3 car. It has a little more aero and a little more tunable aero than the previous version of the car, but it's still a Cup car. You can get it with ABS from Porsche, and indeed the visit CaymanIsland.com Carrera Cup in the States, they mandate the ABS on that car. But it's still a Porsche, and it still has the foibles of driving a very much rear-engine Porsche. Some people love it, some people can go with it, and some people don't get on with it at all. Front-wheel drive cars tend to be a bit more user-friendly, a little bit more quickly, as the Lamborghini comes out the final corner with a little bit of Tokyo drift on. It's the 44 car.
Interesting, Kari-Pekka didn't run at Dubai last weekend. I thought I had a memory that he did, but can't see him on the entry. So he's run before with Autorama with Wolf Power in their TCR Golf, but took Dubai out and instead races here at Abu Dhabi. Round the outside had to go the 44 Mato Konopka driven ALC Bratislava Lamborghini as he put a lap on one of the Huber racing cars. It's 921 being the P21 Motorsport Porsche for Nuno Caetanovic of Portugal. And another car to nip by as well was a TCR machine that we're talking so much about. Actually, he's not quite past that car just yet. Oh no, they both got by the Sally Racing machine. So Sally have still 2 cars in the race. One, Lasse Poulsen, driving in 3rd position in the 219 Cupra. And 5th place in TCR is the sister car for Mick Henriksen. But there's more drama, John, for that same John Murray Porsche.
Well, left the hazard flashes on, and they're now required because going down past the support pits between turns 8 and 9, over to driver's left, he's in the teal-coloured runoff strip there that marks the edge of the trap. If this was MotoGP, he'd be getting a penalty for being off the circuit. He's keeping well out of the way. That's a very fast sweeping corner from turn 8 all the way down to the new turn 9. Now, we've seen people go to the inside of the curb at turn 9 to try and stay off the racing line because he doesn't want to have to cut across the track. He's watching his mirrors, AC Motorsport, and their Audi just going round the outside. That's the number 188 car. And then following through, that's Peter Cox in the Porsche in 2nd place. By the way, that gap between 1st and 2nd is now under a minute, and I reckon we've got 4 laps to go before they can make their last pit stops and go all the way to the end with some degree of confidence in the GT3 cars. Coming up to 7 o'clock here in the UAE, and we have got 90 minutes just under to go, Johnny.
And Mikkel Mack has about 9 laps still to go to the end of this stint, if he can do the 35 laps that the previous driver in that car, Roman Zemian, managed for Baron Motorsport. Now, Mikkel Mack's average time is significantly faster than the Polish driver by about 5 seconds on the average time. 154.9 is some going for the Dane. So I just wonder whether it's going to be closer to maybe 34 or even 33 laps on the stint. Let's hope that the fuel gauge is slightly more accurate than that for Kari-Pekka Laaksonen earlier on, when he was being told there were still 15 litres in the tank, and it conked out in the 2nd sector. 960, doing a good job, but of course also everybody behind needing to be relying heavily on the white flags. A race leading Ferrari will snake its way out of turn 14. Ginetta G56, which is back in the race, number 478 from CWS Engineering, now being driven again by Colin White, and he safely gets by the stricken Porsche as well. But this is a familiar look, I'm afraid, to the 960. I remember three separate occasions this car having to limp back into the pit lane and receive more tender loving care. Let's hope the car can at least make it to fuel, so that's one job off the list. As Jacopo Garcia for PCR Sport and their Cupra Leon is re-emerging from the pits now as well. 3rd pit stop done for that car. How does that compare to the TCR race leader? Only done 2 stops so far, Ivars Valles. So they'll have to do one more mandatory driver change, because remember, in the 6 hours you have to do at least 3 driver changes. So Porsche's in for TT Racing, number 960, and first job is just to open the door and have a chat to John to see what the issue is.
Ole Döhlemann.
Not immediately prominent from my point of view, I have to say, but we'll leave them to their work. 126 laps done, a minute's advantage for Mikkel Mack over Peter Cox. Jean-Francois Bruno running in 3rd position. Still an hour and 21 minutes to go, but we've had 4 and a bit incident-packed hours. So let's get the Creventic story on how they think the event is panning out so far. Let's get straight to Lucas Gajewski.
With Ole Dörlemann of the Creventic crew after some busy days and busy weeks, of course, with the 24 hours of Dubai and now the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi as an add-on. Ole, very, very interesting, exciting weeks behind you, almost behind you, still 1 hour and 20 minutes to go. So let's summarize your past few weeks.
Well, it has been an incredible 2 weeks behind our backs now. I mean, it's kind of something to be in the 3rd week of January and be able to say we already finished 2 endurance races, 24 hours at Dubai last week, 6 hours this week. All compliments to the team's mechanics that did the double header. We ourselves felt how much work is involved in the process of doing 2 weekends after each other. But we couldn't be happier with the car count that we have here. Last year we were here for the first time with the 6-hour race with 14 cars. Now we could increase the count to 33 cars, of which 1 dropped before the race and 31 that started, which is a great progress. And we are very happy to confirm that the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi will be again taking place next year, the week after the 24 hours of Dubai.
And basically these 6 hours are an invitational race. So that, of course, gives you the opportunity to think about different approaches, try out different things. And that is one of the big talking points this weekend, a new safety car procedure that we haven't seen yet, but we might still see it in the remaining 1 hour and 20 minutes. So what is all of this about?
Well, we've been looking at what do drivers like the most, and after all, the things that you remember the most as a driver are the battles that you have with other drivers for position on track. With Code 60, we see that after a while it's being very safe, the field is pulled kind of apart. And we just want that the person who maybe had a little bit of a difficulty and is in the back of the field still can have the challenging opportunity to have this battle in the one or the other corner. So we're playing with the idea of introducing a safety car in certain situations, also in the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. But this is the perfect a sandbox, to say so, to try out such a measure. I mean, luckily for the race itself, we haven't had a big caution so far, but we had a quite successful rollout of this procedure yesterday during free practice, so we could have a first grip on how it works out. I mean, on paper it looks very complex, but basically it gets down to having a safety car after a Code 60. And by having a pass around during that safety car phase, we're making sure that everyone who was in the same lap with their class leader when the safety car was introduced gets to join the field in the back again, so is back in the same lap with his class leader.
So we're definitely excited if that will come at a certain point, maybe for the next season. But let's stay with the 2022 season coming up. Of course, over the past 2 years, we have seen many last-minute changes, additions, whatever, on the calendar, COVID-related, of course. What about 2022? Is it still the normal calendar that you announced a couple of weeks ago?
Well, for 2022, we have chosen to stick with familiar circuit phases and keep the same calendar that we had initially planned for last year. So in March we will start the European season in Mugello with the 12 hours. We go to Spa in April for 12 hours, then Hockenheim in Germany in May for 12 hours. 24 hours of Portimao in July, 24 hours of Barcelona in September. And in November we go to Sebring for the second running of the 24 hours there. It was a great event last year. We had a bit of a logistic challenge, as everyone might know. That's also why we decided to not have a European race in October. So we are prepared for the worst and hope for the best.
Of course you do. So coming up next is Mugello. Always great to be in Tuscany in the end of March. A bit of a preview on that event?
Well, it looks quite good. We have currently a bit more than 40 cars that have already enrolled. and we have just opened the registration window. I assume that we will publish the initial entry list for the event the beginning of February. And it looks good that we will have a solid grid of above 50 cars again for Mugello. And also, if you look forward to Spa, Hockenheim, and potential full season entries, it seems that the worst of COVID times is behind our backs, and we can look forward to full fields, a great mix of cars, great mix of classes, what we started now in Dubai, and continue going on that wave throughout the entire season.
But first of all, it's back to the Netherlands for you and for your team. Have you checked the weather app already?
I don't want to. There are definitely worse places to be in January than the United Arab Emirates, and Europe is one of them. So tomorrow, after 2.5 weeks of long work, we're also happy to pack our luggage and go back to home to the families. But yeah, there are much worse ways to start into a new year than having above 80 cars in Dubai and above 30 cars here. It's an amazing start to the new year, and we're happy about it.
Ole Dörlemann, on behalf of Creventic, thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you.
Guys, if you don't mind, I'm going to take Sepp out for a nice, lovely dinner, and we'll be back in the pits very soon.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. You've been working very hard, Lukas Gajewski with Sebastian, the cameraman, and big thanks to Ole Dörlemann as well for just spending 5 minutes or so with an update of the last couple of events and an exciting calendar still to come as well. And Bruce Jones, we bring you back in to the equation. Again, it's a sign of Creventic never standing still, learning from processes, including what happened in the lead up to Sebring in 2021 and that delay in getting some of the cars on site.
Well, you know, I'm not surprised that series were interrupted over the past 2 years. You can just fully understand. But I think one of the beauties of Creventic, we've now been involved with them for a long time, Johnny, is the fact that they're light on their feet. And if something goes wrong, they're honest and they try and change it around. But if you compare the product that they have now to what they had 10 years ago, it's been a remarkable story. And I think they did really well. And I'm pleased they're going back to Sebring to give it a second crack. Because not that many people get to race at Sebring. So that's another thing. Some circuits, if you pay your money, you can get your entrance. And oh dear, we have a spinner out on the circuit as I'm talking. That's Gabriele Rindoni in the Leipzig Motorsport Lamborghini. And nothing ventured. We worked out earlier, it was about 12 seconds, 15 seconds for a spin. I reckon that's about what he's lost. So 10th place. Will it become 11th? No, I think he's got a good enough advantage. 4 minutes or so over Wim Moilders in the Speed Lover Porsche. So that's, I think, the second time we've seen, or certainly the second time I've seen the 710 Lamborghini go for a spin. But no damage done, just a bit of time lost.
Yeah, Rindoni, on some entry lists shown as Italian, on others the flag of Luxembourg, I think, for Rindoni, who is the bronze-rated driver, but only started racing in 2020 for Race Pro Motorsport at the Dubai 24 Hours at the start of that year, and also did a couple of races in Porsche Carrera Cup Italia. So getting more and more experienced with every event. Lamera GT by race performance on the outside line as the Lamborghini number 710 recovers from that moment. So by race track, I should give it its proper title. Tommy Rollinger at the wheel of the Lamera GT by race track, number 223. And it is running in the TG class, third position behind Colin White's Ginetta G55, although driven by Matthew Ibrahim. That's the 278 car, and also the Ligier of Les Deux Arbres. I think having led that class, TG, from pretty much the start of the race, and Hugo Valent on course for another really good result for Les Deux Arbres after they took TTX victory last weekend at Dubai, car 202.
Yes, hearing from Ola a short while ago, he was just saying about, it's not many people can say they've got to the end of January, they've got 2 endurance races under their belt. But for Les Deux Arbres, last weekend in Dubai, this weekend here, but also here they maximise their driving time by just having the 2 drivers in the lineup of the 202 crew. So very good great to have Christophe Bouchou back racing in series. But but with Hugo, lots of track time. But a bit like Gabriel Redone, he started the race in the Porsche for Huber Racing, and then has shifted across the Lamborghini. Of course, the 710 is the one he just had that little rotation in, or a half spin, but all seems to be fine. And his lap pace, he goes close to the pit wall to communicate with the crew, but no, good lap there, under 2 minutes. That's competitive. But what you forget, Johnny, is just simply the way that you go for a bit of a spin, and mysteriously your tyres are never quite as good again.
Yeah.
Fancy that.
Well, yes, they're stationary as you're spinning, so burning through what is quite a hard compound, actually, so that you get continued performance through the hour or even hour and a half if you are running a TCR car. But there's also the fact that you've gone offline, out into the marbles, out into the dust, and take a bit of time to clean, as well as the 50 pence piece that the tyres may well be in the other side of that incident. Now, 33 laps completed by Mikkel Mack, the previous driver in the Baron Motorsport Ferrari, Roman Zemian, managed 35 laps, but that was at a slower speed than Mikkel Mack has been doing, because the average lap times have come down significantly as soon as the Danish driver took over. So I reckon maybe at the end of this lap, which will be lap 34 of the stint, and if he's done, well, some great fuel conservation, then maybe he can reach 35. I'll have to wait and see, but we're not very far away from a pit stop. Peter Cox, I'm not quite sure what's still left in that tank, because we're on to lap 40 now for the green Porsche, and still no sign that the Saloshin by Cox Racing Porsche needs to make a stop. There's been no code 60 in this stint, so it just shows with an experienced driver who knows where to save fuel here and there, you can make 40 laps and maybe north of that yet.
Yeah, I think experience is actually, let's not praise him too much, because then we get the dreadful sight of a yellowy green Porsche limping at the side of the track. But I think Peter's years of experience, and you think how far back he goes with GT3 style racing with Reiter Engineering. He has done mile after mile after mile, but you know, he's happy at competitive pace, but not competitive next to that Baron Motorsport Ferrari that is absolutely flying. Again, another lap under the 1:55 mark for Mikkel Mack. He came in with a comfortable lead, and he's just stretching it all the time. But Cox, all he can do is just keep on going and hand over to his daughter to finish the race. But if they can get second place, well, I think they'll put that one in the bag ahead of their campaign in the Asian Le Mans Series. So really good, valuable track time for them ahead of that championship, which will be coming here for 2 of its 4 races.
Now, strangely enough, the first car in the top 5 to need to come in for fuel is Jean-Francois Bruneau for Lippert Motorsport. Now, he stopped more recently than both Mikkel Mack and Peter Cox. That's a 30-lap stint then for the American. Fuel first, then surely a driver change, so that Kerong Lee, who to date has only done 1 stint, will bring it to the flag. And if you're pitting with an hour and 8 minutes still to go, that's just about doable for the Lamborghini GT3 Huracan. And I think eminently possible for Peter Cox and Mikkel Mack if they can produce this sort of fuel mileage. 39, 40 laps should be easily good enough to get you to the finish. Cox is in though now, and I suspected as much, because he would have been on fumes. The Baron Motorsport Ferrari, are we going to see Mikkel Mack in as well? I think so, yes, straight to fuel. So both of the leading cars are in the fueling quadrant together, and it now becomes a race in that part of the pit lane, which will continue onto pit road itself and then out the other side. But they're both going to have to do driver changes, with Peter Cox handing to Stefan, his daughter, we think, and Mikkel Mack to Axel Jeffries. Otherwise Axel won't get a drive today, and there'll be a slight dip in pace, you would think, between Mikkel Mack and Axel Jeffries, but it's small margins. They are both, well, Axel a semi-pro on my list, Mikkel Mack pro, so consistency won't necessarily drop away, but the odd 1/10 of a second here and there, I would think. But
I'm not so sure about that, John.
Really?
I reckon
Okay.
they're pretty equal, but obviously Mikkel's been racing Ferraris for, you know, half a decade and more, whereas it was largely Lamborghinis and then more recently Porsches and so on for Axel, who seems to, anything happens in the Middle East or on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, he's there to play. But I really think Axel has picked up his form enormously the last couple of years. So I really don't expect any difference in time.
Well, it's going to be interesting.
Let's see if I'm wrong.
No, well, let's see if I'm wrong as well. It's going to be interesting to compare the two. We have an average lap time of 1:55, call it, because it's 0.019 when you add up all of the 34 laps that Mikkel Mack did and divide by 34. So 1:55 is a spectacular average lap. His best amongst the 34 laps was 1:53.8, and the best lap of the race may be that, actually.
It is. Before that, it was the Huracan with Evan Chen at the wheel, 1:54.2.
Yeah, so 1:54, which is way down the order now and out of the race, of course, because that car's been in the pits for over 3 hours, unfortunately, the LP Racing Lamborghini Huracan. Max Weering staying out. How far into the stint is he? 24 laps, so should be fine for at least another 10, judging by the distance that the cars either side of him have done. And Alfred Renauer, this being his first action of the 6 hours, he's 22 laps into a stint, so again, probably fine for another 20 minutes or so before we see the German on pit road. So Peter Cox has fallen down to 4th position now, still having a long slug of fuel, as is Mikkel Mack's car. Enrico Fulgenzi for Huber Racing, still up there in the 992 class and staying out for at least one more. 8 seconds away now from the Cox Racing Porsche, which is on pit road. So stickered Hankook tyres. Now working its way forward at 20 kilometres per hour is the Baron Motorsport Ferrari. So the Ferrari loses the race on pit road, but in fairness, Peter Cox arrived there earlier, and now on the move is the Lamborghini of Jean-Francois Bruno, who was the first of this trio to make a stop.
Race has got a very different feel now. An hour ago, it was the sort of closure of the day, getting darker by the moment, but it's properly dark now, isn't it? To the Yas Marina circuit. And it just gives the race such a different feel. Of course, it was a rather overcast afternoon when we kicked off, but warm and comfortable. Still warm, but that breeze, Johnny, has been blowing throughout down the pit lane. Lots of drivers have commented about it, but certainly the flags up above the pit wall really going for a little bit of a flutter.
And when it's in that direction, then that's going to create a side wind when you're going down the back straight as well. And one or two drivers has commented that at high speed, you can feel the car jostling around, and nothing to do with the pinpoint straight steering wheel from the driver's perspective, but the wind battering the side of the car, much like a bit of a crosswind on a freeway or motorway. So that to be borne in mind too. These highly skilled drivers can adapt accordingly. Now, the number 2 car, which has Max Weering at the wheel, is running in 2nd position, 15 seconds adrift of the now on an outlap Baron Motorsport Ferrari. So it is Axel Jeffries who takes charge of car 86. Peter Cox, interestingly, Peter Cox staying on board the all-green Porsche. So unless that's a driver ID issue, we won't get another stint for daughter Stefan Cox, and that car will drop to 5th, but there's a chance of, well, certainly a strong chance of moving further up than that, because there are cars ahead that owe us pit stops. Max Weering for JR Motorsport, Alfred Renauer for Herbert, and the ARC Bratislava car will have to come in on one more occasion as well. I think those that have just pitted, with a little bit of soft shoe shuffle with the pedals, should be able to get home. And if there's a bit of code 60 along the way, something we haven't actually had since about 3:10 local time, then that will help them out and secure things.
Yes, will there be a twist in the tail? So just a whisker over an hour to go, but of course we know that Max Weering won't be continuing in the lead after his next pit stop. But at the moment he's 135 laps to the good, chasing Baron Motorsport car. And we're going to watch the pace of this one, Johnny. Axel Jeffries taken over from Mikkel Mack. He's got the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini behind him, but importantly for him, a relatively clear track up in front. And yes, through the course of this race, in fact, he's ceding position to let the Lamborghini through as he gets some heat into his Hankook tyres, but then the pace will be picked up by the Zimbabwean, be sure of that. But Mato Konopka going sailing past up into third place overall.
Yeah, so Max Waring becomes the new leader. We have had the JR Motorsport BMW lead the way previously, and he will have possibly another 10 laps. If he can get Peter Cox style consumption, he'll be able to reach another 14 laps, and presumably still in the lead, but we'll just wait and see on that BMW. Of course, every GT3 car has slightly different quirks and they've been carefully balanced with one another, and fuel is one way that you can do that. So the longest stint we've seen so far from that BMW would be the 37 laps in the previous stint, for Ted Van Vliet. And Max Waring a touch faster than his teammate, so will be burning it more readily. Swinging left and right through 6 and 7. Halfway down the back straight is the Alfred Renauer-driven Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Almost a minute back. Mato Konopka for ARC Bratislava into third, as Bruce mentioned. And Axel Jeffries still getting himself in the groove after taking over. It's been a long, long wait for the Zimbabwean to take charge of this final stint. And maybe to back up Bruce's theory that there's not going to be much difference at all between the average lap times of Axel compared to teammate Mikkel Mack. That's the reason why he's been left till the end, because you would choose, ideally, your fastest driver, even if you have as many as 5 for this final stint. So inside the last 60 minutes we go, and still all to play for in a number of the classes. TCR edging towards AC Motorsport and Luke Breukers. It's been the 188 car that has been the most dominant in that class, and back we go with Luke driving after stints from Patrick Singh and Ivars Valers. So the Belgian crew neatly placed in the 188 car. Unfortunately, difficulties early on for 199 means that's still bogged down in 6th position, with now Brazilian Gustavo Xavier driving the 199 AC Motorsport car. So the podium is completed by Zhengat Motorsport and PCR Motorsport so far, each with Cupras. The Zhenga example is the TCR DSG, and it's a Cupra Leon competition for PCR Sport and Josep Pereira, someone we were hearing from earlier on, with Lukas Gajewski. The number 2 BMW heading into turn 15 and now 16. Oh, neat and tidy bit of lappery as well on the 921, because Nuno Kajtanovic spotted that the race leader was wanting to get through, just inched very slightly wide off the racing line, and that bit of lappery was easily done for Max Waring, who motors on to his 138th lap, Bruce.
Yeah, starting to chalk them up very nicely indeed, but under an hour to go now. 6 hours at the outset of the race, 5 hours are done, 1 to go. Max Waring leading the way, the gap some 55 seconds, but he will be into the pits for refueling, maybe for the final time, well, hopefully for the final time, before Alfred Renauer will then take over the lead of the race. But really, it's Axel Jeffries who's down in third at the moment, but once the pit stop cycle comes into play, and he's lapping way quicker than those in front of him. No, marginally quicker than those in front of him. He will be back at the front, but it's a question of who is going to move up into effective second place. Will it be Peter Cox? He's down in 6th at the moment, but he's just had that really long stint. Johnny, how many laps was that? 40?
I think it was bang on 40 by the end. Let's just
40
have a little
Peter
look.
Cox.
Yeah. 40 laps and an average of 157.4 throughout it, with a best of 155.9, but incredible. I mean, that's got to be the longest stint of all of the cars in the race so far.
Yeah, and that's good average lap pace too, so impressive from Peter, but I gather they're staying on to do the Asian Le Mans series, so this is, doubly good time for them. Not just a chance to come and race here, but a chance to just get it more track mileage in. And Stefan said they only picked up the car a week ago, so learning as they go.
That's Bruce Jones. I'm Johnny Palmer. We have 56 minutes still to go for the 2022 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, powered by Hankook. And you're tuned to the RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. The next hour, the final hour of the race, starts now. JR Motorsport then out front for Max Vering and Ted van Vliet. And in second position, it's the Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Alfred Renauer. He may well be bringing that car home now. So a double perhaps from Alfred to get it home. Axel Jeffries and Baron Motorsport 1:53.552. What you were saying earlier on has come to fruition, Bruce. That is the fastest lap of the race so far.
By 4/10, I rest my case. But Axel, don't forget, knows these circuits incredibly well, having been based in Dubai, done the Middle Eastern Lamborghini series in the past. But, you know, he's a coming man in GT racing. He's just got better and better. And the last couple of years, particularly last year, did a lot of racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife as well. And his face pops up in many, many places now. He instead of someone just trying to break in, he's a driver people want in their cars. So Axel, you know, I expect him to be on the top step of the podium here this afternoon. We've got, 55 minutes left, and still in third place, but with the pit stop cycle coming up, that Baron Motorsport Ferrari that literally, apart from one moment where do you remember about an hour and a half ago, it suddenly lost speed behind a TCR car that was coating the circuit with fuel. But it looks as though it was more than that. I just thought, well, slippery surface, and then what? Anyhow, caution was required, and the driver at the wheel at the time, Roman Zemian, got it back up to speed. But the real speed in the car has come with Mikkel Mack in the last stint, and now in this final stint, one feels, of the race. We expect Axel Jeffries, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, to stretch that advantage. No one has got anything close to that sort of pace among their rivals.
No, I hold my hands up there because I thought Mikkel Mack would have a kind of marginal advantage. Not a minute, I was going to say minuscule. A marginal advantage just purely because of the driver ratings and experience. But from a GT3 perspective, Axel has had more, and to be able to use the experience gained in Lamborghini racing, an awful lot with the Conrad Motorsport crew at Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's a similar layout in a Ferrari, being mid-engined. These Ferraris are turbocharged, which of course a Lambo's not. So a bit more or difference in power delivery. Once you've got your mind around that, then the balance of the car should be very similar. So let's see how quickly he can get to the race lead, because the two cars ahead of him are due in certainly before the end of the race. I'm just trying to work out whether Axel Jeffries will be fine now to the finish. We said that he had probably pitted close enough to the end to be okay. 2, 3, 4 laps in. Mikkel managed a 35-lap stint earlier on, and how long did that last for? An hour and 7 minutes. So that's just about the time that they pitted, with about an hour, 8 hour and 7 minutes still to go. So Axel will be fine from lap 134 onwards, and anybody that pits at 134 or beyond later than that will be okay as well. Peter Cox, interestingly, was a lap before on 133, but judging by the fact that that Porsche can do 40 laps if necessary, there'll be no problem getting that one home either, and it is running in 6th position currently. And as far as the 992 class is concerned, Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing's Saeed Almeri back in front of Huber Racing, who had a real stranglehold on that class not too long ago. Enrico Fulgenzi in the 8th placed car, though, is second in class now, ahead of the second of the ID Racing Porsches, and Stephen Licorice, who has just come in actually for surely that car's final pit stop as well, or what they hope is the final stop, for fuel first, and maybe a driver change for the 944 as well, Bruce.
We thought 1 minute 53.5 seconds was quick. It's slow. 1 minute 53.1 second next time around for Axel Jeffries, stretching the advantage. But he's now starting to close in on Alfred Renauer. And anybody who could take 3 seconds on the nose off Alfred Renauer in a Porsche around any circuit is really going some. That is the pace of Axel Jeffries. So Alfred, 25 seconds up the road, but do the multiplication. 3 seconds a lap. If that can be kept up, he's going to be on the tail within 8 or 9 laps. So Axel Jeffries really flying as he hunts down Alfred Renauer in that second place. And still that BMW at the front of the field. Number 2 on the bonnet, number 1 in the position sticker. JR Motorsport with that BMW M6. Max Wearing absolutely flying, but the man who's really flying is Axel Jeffries in 3rd and closing in.
Mightily impressive. Also, the way that he and Mikkel Mack will have dealt with the traffic as well, but possibly more so Axel because of the tight confines of the Nordschleife and the various degrees of speed that are around that place in the different classes of an NLS race, or indeed the great 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So he'll know where to place that car, and at the moment, having dealt with a bit of traffic, he's now rewarded with clear road down towards turn 5. So the 86 car that hasn't led absolutely every lap of the race, but they got pole position with the combined time earlier this morning, those 2 short, 12-minute sessions, each for 2 different drivers, and an average lap time gleaned from those. And since then, it hasn't really needed to look back because it got a great getaway with Philippe Baron at his first Creventic event since 2009. And yeah, since then, each new driver, despite their relative lack of experience, Ernst Kirchmeier saying, you know, I'm a 66-year-old driver late into my motorsport career, first raced a car at age 60, but he provided a very solid second stint. And then Roman Simeon, Mikkel Mack, Axel Jeffries, they've almost been getting progressively quicker and quicker. A really good and well made up lineup for the 86 car, which is now heading into turn 12. 13 and 14 next. 14 reprofiled last season, so much quicker entry and exit. And now a couple of corners to complete another lap for Axel Jeffries, who is quicker and then some than the 2 cars up ahead that still owe us their final pit stop of the race.
Yeah, just going to go back, Johnny, talking through the Barrow Motorsport driver lineup. Ernst Kirchmeier, 67 years old, another year on the clock, was actually unbelievably consistent. He did 2 minutes, 2-minute 1, so not ultimately on the pace, but he was doing what he could do and was comfortable. And then he suddenly put in a lap in the 1-minute 57s, 1-minute 57.8. I just thought, where has that come from? You were up by 1/10 of a second, down by 1/10 of a second, and then you produced that by far his fastest lap of the race. Now, Axel Jeffries actually having to work the traffic quite hard there, going past one of the Porsche Cup class cars, but didn't want to lose his momentum. And I don't think you need to take risks like that. The gap's come down to 21 seconds now as he's chasing after Herbert Motorsport. But every time I look at the top of the screen, the number gets smaller. We're down to 48 minutes and 50 seconds. In fact, maybe he does have to take every nanosecond he can find. And if it means hanging it out around the outside, well, he's prepared to do that. So keep a watch on the clock at the top of the screen. And we've got 48.5 minutes remaining, and certainly that red Ferrari is flying for Baron Motorsport. But actually, just in that moment, that encapsulates how hard Axel is pushing.
He'll have plenty of tyre to lean on because 4 brand new Hankooks were drilled onto that car in the pit stop. But it'll be a heavy beast, though, to tame in the early stages. Remember that you can't necessarily fill the cars to a full tank. There is a fuel amount, an allocation, which is your maximum fuel fill at every pit stop, unless you're under code 60, and it must be 50% of that. But there are rare occasions, apart from at the start of the race, when the car will have an absolutely brimmed fuel tank. Message quickly appearing on the top of our screen suggesting that the team manager of car 215, which is the SK Racing Ligier, needs to see the race director in their office. So that's not too serious, but might be related to a forthcoming penalty. Track limit still being closely observed, of course, and particularly out of turns 1, 4 and 16. 1 and 16 being the start and end of the lap. 9:21 just rounding turn 5 with a similar Porsche, although actually I think that's a GT3 car up ahead, if not a 992 Cup car, but it's Nuno Kaitanovic for P21 Motorsport pursuing, yes, it's the green Peter Cox driven Porsche 911. So that car has just nipped by Kaitanovic therefore, and the Portuguese is in 8th position in the that 992 class, which combines quite a lot of the new Porsche Cup cars with the older gen machines as well, all lumped together in the same division.
We've had moments in this race where we've had the 992 Cup class Porsches up in the lead of the race or in the top 3, but now none in the top 6. But I think they will run a little bit longer on this stint, and they may rise up. But effectively, the order has settled down now with the GT3 cars, where they should be at the front of the pack. But there have been some very good performances, particularly from the 923 Porsche that leads that 992 Cup race. He was on pole in class, in 8th place overall for Huber Racing, and Enrico Fulgenzi 7 very tidy laps, having just emerged from the pitch. But Saif Al-Ameri, again, that Rabdan Motorsport crew, Johnny, they've been so impressive in Dubai. And then again here, I think they're a big news story. And I'm sure they'll be attracting a lot of new fans, just because other people, other Emiratis would go, hold on, if they can do it, why can't we have it? And I think more the merrier, get more into the field, because always one of the problems in the Middle East, and they've always said this at the Dubai Autodrome, is loads of people here love cars, but they're not used to racing yet. And we want people to come over the full racing side and stand it, because then more fans in the grandstand, and then more people going, you know what, I'd quite like to do this. I'd quite like to go racing. And that's what Rabdan Motorsport have done. And hats off to them, frankly.
Yeah, it's been really refreshing. You were making a point earlier on that we've been waiting actually a fairly long time since the first ever Dubai 24 Hours. The idea was to get local teams involved, but Rabdan Motorsport showing that they have real potential for trophies and consistent trophies as well. Saif Al-Ameri actually on that lap losing out to the class lead, but there's a chance for the second place car now to offer a fight back. Yinning and yanging nicely that scrap all race long actually between Huber and Rabdan Motorsport. Marcel Zalua for HRT Performance running in 3rd position, but quite a long way back from the lead duo. Matto Konopka's just come into the fueling area. Alfred Renauer and Max Weering all in together as well. These three have stopped on the same lap previously, and therefore now that you don't necessarily need your full fuel allocation this time around, just enough to get through the final 44 and a bit minutes. And Matto Konopka was the first in the fueling area, because he's the first now on pit road properly as well for ARC Bratislava. Will Matto hand over to Miro, his dad, for one final time? They've probably done the correct number of driver changes now, so they could afford to keep Matto at the wheel. But it's Miro, I get the feeling, that makes the key decision, so we'll just wait and see. There is a penalty to be served before that can be thought about, though.
Yeah, and another car most of the cars are coming in for 10-second time penalties if they've accrued plenty, but it could be longer. But unfortunately, car 710, the second of the Lippert Lamborghinis, that's the Super Trofeo version, has got a 20-second time penalty for exceeding speed limit in the pit lane. Johnny, how many times have we said that over the years? That to me is worse than exceeding track limits around a circuit like this, where you can run a little bit wide and it's nothing untoward. But obviously it's the safety issue in the pit lane, and it might be the smallest of the transgression, but it's just one that makes you go, really?
Yeah, unfortunate, but absolutely must be policed, that, and it will be a 20-second penalty. And let's hope that they learn fast. There have been 1 or 2 speed limit infringements. Now, whether that is at the point of deceleration when you need to be at 40 kilometers per hour and it's just a little bit of excessive speed bleeding into and beyond the white line, it may be a calibration issue with the pit lane speed limiter, of course, depending on how the limiters are set up, because theoretically you need at least 2 speed limiters on board, one for the 60 kph, the code 60, and the other for the 40 kilometers per hour in pit lane. And you should be able to police manually the 20 kph required in the fueling area. Now,
you know, I was just having a little thought that what if you're adjusting between the two and you end up in a sort of a mode of not stasis. If it was stasis, it'd be all right. You're caught between your 2 speed limiters.
Yeah.
Coming away from the refueling into the pit lane, it could be one of those funny little logistical elements where just for a momentary time, even though it is a bit of a twisty course into the pit lane from refueling, that you've just got it wrong. But actually, is a bit of a tight right-hander into the pit lane, so it's very unlikely you're speeding there, but who knows. Right, the race leader, Axel Jeffrey, suddenly had loads of traffic, and just tucked in behind him, albeit a lap in arrears, was Peter Cox. So at least Peter Cox is getting to see what sort of pace Axel Jeffries can do, and the answer is sufficiently good.
And the TCR field, a fair chunk of them, having now to be slightly off the racing line to allow the Lippert Motorsport car number 10, and this is Kerong Lee getting another stint for the Chinese driver. So Kerong did a stint fairly early on after Jean-Francois Bruno's first, but would have always needed to do one more in car number 10 to make sure that the drive limit was sufficient. Car 10 started with a 33-lap stint for Bruno, then a 33-lap stint for Lee, and then it was Bruno for two stints in a row. Kerong bringing it to the finish and running in 5th position then, behind Alfred Renauer. Still remains to be seen what they're going to do at Herbert, whether they install Markus Neuhofer for another long stint that he did in the middle portion of the race. Jürgen Hering's had 3 bites of the cherry now. I think it's probably likely that Alfred Renauer, being the semi-pro, will be kept on board. Oh, mind you, there's a driver limit though to be thinking about as well, drive time limit, and Renauer has done 1 hour and 6 minutes already, so we are within that. He could certainly continue on for another 40 minutes and still be the right side of the 2-hour limit.
Could it be tight? Notice that Axel Jeffries has dropped his pace. Remember, he did those 1 minute 53s, 2 of those in a row, now 1 minute 56s. So, but he's sitting on that lead of 2 minutes, so it's all very comfortable at the front of the race. Peter Cox, there or thereabouts, he looks comfortable in 2nd place, but suddenly, I guess it's a question of who's going to get 3rd. Is it going to be the JR Motorsport BMW? Because I think we'll get Fan back in that. Actually, no, Max Waring's just come out of the pits, hasn't he? Or Alfred Renauer for Herbert Motorsport. And for Herbert, they must be sort of kicking themselves for the best part of 2 minutes of driver penalties.
Actually, I didn't spot that Renauer has already been in for his final stop, and they did keep him at the wheel, so he's a lap into that now. So did a 33-lap effort, no driver change, and on course for the final 40 minutes. And as I say, the first stint was under 1 hour and 10. In fact, it was under 1 hour and 5. So a further 40-odd minutes will be absolutely fine. So he'll stay there in 4th position. Lippert Motorsports, Kerong Lee running in 5th. Then it's Mato Konopka for ARC Bratislava and Enrico Fulgenci in the lead of the Porsche Cup class for Huber Racing. Huber, a tale of mixed fortunes, really, with one retirement, unfortunately, for 924. Clement Mateur bringing that in several hours ago now. It's been in the garage for 3 hours and 10 minutes, very nearly. The car needing... was that the one that they were going to do a suspension change on, and in the end effectively gave up because it was going to take too long? Gearbox, okay.
Gearbox issue, which, perplexed them somewhat.
Yes, but, that's right. Yeah, and the team themselves saying this is actually the second similar issue that we've had in as many weekends, and never heard of even one of those problems, let alone 2 in a row. Mark Wallenwein, Mathieu Blazek being the other drivers there, whose afternoon/evening has been cut very much short. Franco Lemmer heading into the fueling area now for SK Racing, the 215 machine that had to be sewn up after being beaten up quite badly this morning in qualifying, and it joined the race 30 minutes behind everybody else, but is still ploughing on and ploughing round. So final fuel stop for that car now, with 37 minutes left on the clock, and Saif Almeri dropping to 2nd position. Now the gap between the top 2 in the 992 class is still 1 minute and 24 seconds, and good lap time there from Enrico Fulgenci. In fact, the car's best lap of the race, number 923. That doesn't look great for Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing, because of course they'll be hunting down a class victory, but with Fulgenti now installed as an AM Plus driver, looks like if anything that gap's only going to go one way now. 1:57.8 is the car's best lap time, and Saif Alameri only capable, at least on that one lap in isolation, of a 2 minutes 0.6.
Yeah, I think that point about one lap in isolation, I've been watching the times, they haven't been as that last lap was, but certainly Fulgenti's got the legs at the moment. But for Saif Alameri, well, that car's best lap is actually a tenth of a second quicker than the best lap achieved by the car ahead of the 923. But unfortunately for them, the gap between them on the track, 1 minute and 25 seconds. So with 36 minutes remaining, it's all under control from Fulgenti, surely. The one that's not got things under control is the 710 Lamborghini from Liebert Motorsport. That's the Super Trofeo one. It's had spins. It's had, just a short while ago, I mentioned the penalty for exceeding pit lane speed limit, and that was immediately followed for a 10-second penalty being issued to it for track limit infringements. And it just makes such a transformation of race results. It's almost inevitable in 6 hours that there will be problems and there will be moments where you pick up a penalty, but it's just trying to keep them in check, because every time the 710 Lamborghini gains a bit of ground, it seems to lose them again, and now we know they've got really quite a loss sitting ahead of them in their face with 30 seconds to serve in terms of penalties.
Axel Jeffries leading the way after nearly 150 laps. 1.5 still to go before we reach that point. Peter Cox 2 minutes away in the Saloshin by Cox Racing Porsche 911 GT3 for the Dutchman, entered by the Dutch squad. And Peter Cox it will be to the finish. Fellow Dutch squad JR Motorsport. I'm not sure many people would have predicted that the BMW M6 would have been up in the top 3 in the closing stages, nursing this 1 minute and 23 second lead. Max Weering is proven to be a real talent, not just for the future but for today, and Weering is hustling that rather aged BMW around the Yas Marina circuit with good speed. He's only 14 seconds away from Peter Cox, and almost in response to that 1 minute and 20 seconds that sits in front of Alfred Renauer. Alfred's just done his car's best lap of the race, a 1:54.542. That's a combination of a very talented driver, but also the track conditions changing. Sunset, remember, was just after 6 o'clock tonight, so temperatures will be starting to cool off. More and more Hankook rubber going down onto the track surface, and particularly the racing line. And the cars are getting lighter as well, because Alfred Renauer, only 4 laps into his, what should be his final stint, will have had less fuel delivered during the stop itself, and that's being burnt off at a fair rate of knots. So a 1:54.542, not the fastest lap of the race, but is the best so far for Herbert Motorsport. And the question is, can he keep that up compared to Max Weering to pressurise the young Dutchman for that final podium position?
Yeah, worth keeping an eye on, because I think that is attainable. But can we just go back through? Max Weering should be okay through to the end of the race, because he wasn't in the pits very long ago at all, was he? 3 cars came in on the 1 lap out of the GT3 grouping.
Yeah.
No, he should be fine, shouldn't he, to the end of the race?
Yeah, Weering is 4 laps in. Renauer about the same. Peter Cox has done 15 laps, and Axel Jeffries has done 15 laps too. But I'm encouraged. I mean, the one iffy car in terms of whether it can make the required distance is Peter Cox. But then you look back at the previous stint he did, and it was 40 laps, which is way more than anybody else in the GT3 category. So if he can do that and conserve as much fuel once again, there shouldn't be the need to fuel any of those cars now, pretty much in the top 6.
Alfred Renauer improves his lap time by about 0.003 of a second, but it's going the right way. But 1 minute and 17 without Max Weering having to come in to pit again from 3rd place, it looks so Renauer and Herbert Motorsport, with all those time penalties they've served, and that does make a difference. I think I added it up to 1 minute and 50 seconds in terms of time penalties. And let's say Max Wearing's car has had a couple, they would be pretty much neck and neck right now if it hadn't been for those penalties for 92, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So last weekend they had one of their cars not even get to take the start in the Dubai 24 Hours. This weekend, much less of a disaster, but really when it's self-inflicted and he's thrown away a position, it's a little sad. But don't forget, this isn't a championship round, and for a lot of these drivers, they're doing it because they want to go and compete in the Asian Le Mans Series when it comes here in February. So on the one hand, a little bit annoying, but in others, they've all had a lot of really good track time here at Yas Marina. So that is worth something for sure.
Looking a little further down the order to the TG element of the entry, and DHABI on course for a second victory in as many weeks. Hugo Valent presumably will bring that car to the finish. Let's just see how the 202 is doing on its strategy. 202 has had Hugo Valent at the wheel for 24 laps, and the previous stint done by Christophe Bouchou was 40. So that should be fine as well. 51 minutes for a 24-lap stint. So yes, I reckon that car's okay to the end now as well for Hugo Valent, and it's quite a way in front of the other TG runners. Second, third and fourth are all together on the timing screen though, in 17th, 18th and 19th respectively, but there are fairly big gaps between the Ginetta G55 for CWS Engineering and Matthew Ibrahim in second place, Tommy Rollinger's Lamera GT car for the racetrack crew, and Bradley Ellis, who really headed away like a scolded cat in the early stages of the 6 hours, but a combination of the drivers together have put the Veluga Porsche 718 came in a bit further down now in the class order to fourth. In TCR, still Luke Breukers flying the flag for AC Motorsport. Second in TCR is the Cupra of Zhenga Motorsport and Jabolks Gal. Josep Pereira for PCR Sport, and the Cupra Leon Competition is third, with 2 minutes further adrift, the first of the two Sally Racing Cupras for Mikel Obel. And speaking of Sally Racing, 2:19, there is Obel working his way through turn 6 and 7 with the 202 of DHABI and Hugo Valent trying to lap that car round the outside on the approach to turn 9, which is audacious stuff, but the speed of the car should mean that that's done relatively easily. So Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, and looking after things in the pit lane is Lucas Gajewski.
Thank you, Johnny, and of course we have been talking a lot about the Herbert Motorsport team over the past few days. Very unfortunate race for them at Dubai. However, they field one car here at the 6 hours of Dubai with a newcomer at Herbert Motorsport, Markus Neuhofer, for the first time in Creventic. Welcome to the championship.
Thank you.
So how did you get to know Herbert Motorsport?
This is for me the first time by Herbert Motorsport, and it's a good day for me, and it's perfect. We look off the end from the so we look from the end of the race, and then we go.
So will we see you more often with Herbert Motorsport at Creventic events?
We look.
But after all, you're happy. It was a good day.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's what we like to hear, don't we? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lucas Gajewski working very hard in the pit lane there, but yeah, some future movements perhaps for Herbert Motorsport. Tight-lipped, most of those replies, but we will wait to see if anything changes in the near future. You might have expected, of course, 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches, but one was heavily damaged early on in the Dubai weekend in one of the open test sessions. So that meant that only 92 could have run. I'm sure Herbert Motorsport had options to run 2 had the situation been very, very different here at Abu Dhabi and the 6-hour event. Alfred Renauer given the responsibility to bring the car home, and it was one of the 2 Renauer twins timing the car in the penalty box earlier on, Bruce. I never did get to the bottom of whether that was Robert or Alfred just in the civvies prior to putting the race suit on, but I mean, I assume Robert Renauer is here and looking after things from a team management point of view.
You'd assume, but if only they would help us out. One would wear red shoes, one would wear green shoes, then we'd always know. But alas, I think it's all part of the game. But they've got 2 cars entered for the Asian Le Mans Series, so I very much doubt that unless Roberts decided to go over and see what's happening at Daytona, that he will be anywhere other than here. They have the 2 cars here. They will remain for, well, I presume they've got the 2 cars. They've got the one that got broken up, that got really destroyed and battered at Dubai, and the one that's racing today. Maybe the other one has gone back to Germany for repairs, or even a new shell, because it was a big hit. But you could be sure that they'll have the 2 cars ready to go in February for the Asian Le Mans Series. So I'm quite sure both Renaults are here. But I do quite like the idea of red shoes or green shoes.
Yeah,
which is easier for us.
It would make it incredible. Yes, exactly. Just have to remember which way round they were. But
yes, I know.
it would stick eventually in the mind. So for the 24 Hours of Daytona, I was hoping that page might help me out, but in fact it doesn't. Have you seen an entry list for next weekend's 24 Hours of Daytona, and are we to expect a Porsche with at least one Renault in it then?
If you give me about 12 seconds, I would have got down to that point on my screen. No.
No,
not expected to be there, but I thought he might be there, just keeping an eye on. But I'm putting all your money on it, Johnny, that he's here, not there.
Alfred has run at the 24 Hours of Daytona previously, so it wouldn't have been beyond the realms of possibility. But yeah, again, they are a crew that likes to be in as many places as possible, and there's always the option, of course, for future championships that they will look into. We're actually going to have one of the Herbert brothers, Asian Le Mans Series drivers, on Midweek Motorsport this Wednesday. So Wednesday at 8 o'clock UK time, that is, on RS1. There will be, as one of the guests, one of the Herbert's Asian Le Mans Series drivers being interviewed. So something to look forward to. We can't tell you who that is just yet.
Well, would it be a guess? You have to guess which of the Renaults is speaking, or it could be Jürgen Herring, couldn't it? Of course.
Could.
Or it could be, anyhow.
Yeah, the possibilities are not quite endless, but they are broad. So you'll have to tune in at 8 o'clock to Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday night to find out. Nose-to-tail Porsches into turn 5, and the Ferrari that leads the race is Axel Jeffries, number 86 car. Very close to the wall indeed, but Axel knows entirely what he's doing with the car well up over the curb, but crucially 2 Hankooks the right side of the white line. It was a 156.0 the last time around. The car's best lap done by Axel, a 153.1. But he may well be being told by the team now that we don't require that sort of pace any longer, because there's a 2-minute 23-second advantage. That is over a lap, therefore, back to Peter Cox in the Porsche, with neither of these cars due or needing another pit stop before the checkered flag in just over 20 minutes' time.
Yeah, but the point of interest now, Johnny, is Max Wearing. Can he catch his compatriot Peter Cox? They're separated by what? Just under 6 seconds.
Yes.
So this is far from finished. He was faster by 9/10 of a second last time around. Do some maths on that. Half a dozen laps, he could be on the tail. So we've got the clock's counting down. 23 minutes remain. So this is going to get quite close to second place. But first place, surely for Baron Motorsport, as you pointed out, that's in the bag. Surely?
I've said that before about similar situations.
That's every race.
Yeah. Alfred Renault actually quicker than either of any of the 3 cars ahead, or it was on that particular lap. Again, that might be traffic induced, helped out for the German. Let's just see what his lap time is this time. A 155.7 it was for lap 152. Is he back in the 155? Yes, he is. 155.8. So again, that's a little quicker than Max Wearing's previous effort, but Wearing took 4 seconds out of Peter Cox on the previous lap as well. Over the line goes the Ferrari, putting a further lap on the Jenga Motorsport Cupra, and a man that has been looking after the organisation of 2 entries in this field, being the CWS Engineering G56 and the G55, is Colin White, now having a chat with Lucas.
Yes, with 2 very interesting projects. Of course, most of them, or especially the new car, Colin, the V8 machine that you have fielded here once again after the debut last week at Dubai. Let's just summarize your day in your 6-hour race.
Yeah, like you said, it's a new car. We put another engine in it for this event. We weren't happy with that one at Dubai. And, you know, we qualified really well, so everything was set to go. And then, you know, a lead come off the accelerator pedal, so I had no accelerator, so I had to limp it back here. Then time we found it, we lost 6 laps. So it's been a chasing game ever since.
It's basically quite a small car. Now the V6 is, of course, or has already been very huge. Now it's an even bigger V8 engine, which I think weighs quite a lot. So how does that fit to the car?
Yeah, so the car has got a V8 in the front, but it's got the gearbox in the back, so the weight is more evenly spread. But we're running slightly smaller tyres and no downforce. There's a very small wing on the back and no splitter on the front. Whereas the other car that's running out there has got more downforce and wider wheels. It's a smaller engine, but a bit of a cat and mouse game.
So will we see both of the cars for the remainder of the Creventic season, or what's your schedule for 2022?
Yes, I'm looking forward to Mugello and Spa with the cars. And we'll take both cars there because we're trying to learn more about the V8. We'll ceramic coat all the exhaust to get a bit cold, a bit hot in there, to make it more comfortable for all of us. So we'll develop it on and get it going well.
How many of the V8 cars already exist?
I think there's 10 already been sold. For this season, there's going to be the Super Cup rounds, which is the car in the background. That was a standard car, Ginetta, G55. Now everybody's going to have the V8, and they're going to open the car up and put the big wing on the back, and it'll be quite a good drive, I think, you know. So it's good practice for it.
Should be fun. Colin White, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Yeah, it's a shrewd move that from Colin White to get a bit of mileage in before the new season. Sounds glorious. Not that a Ginetta sounded bad in the first place, frankly, but moving from a V6 to a V8 and, yeah, the balance that needed to be thought about as well. I hadn't even figured that the gearbox may be now in the rear, but that makes a lot of sense once you make it very top-heavy or nose-heavy. The G56 then into its second event for CWS Engineering, and the 278 that we're focusing on for the moment. Matthew Ibrahim at the wheel of the more regular or more normal mount for Colin White, but he's moved to the 478 for the second weekend running. That 278 is doing pretty well. Second in the TG class. Bit too much to ask now to catch the Ligier JS2R, which has bossed the race pretty much from the start, and Hugo Valent installed for the final stint, 20 or so laps ago. And from the race leader's perspective, Axel Jeffries, he is 20, let's just get that exactly right, 20, bear with me, 23 laps in, and again, average lap speed is not very far away from that of Mikkel Mack. Now, just take this into account. Mikkel Mack, average lap time from 35 laps of 155.0. Axel, 155.3. So he will have to go a little bit more to outpace Mikkel Mack, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, Bruce, as we were talking about who might be the quickest. I think Axel's actually being given instructions now from Baron Motorsport to just blend out of the throttle, ease back for the percentage gain to the finish.
Yeah, clearly, because he got into the 153s, could repeat the map will. But now we've got this fantastic battle for second place. The Dutch scrappers have got Peter Cox in front, the previous generation, we could call him, and Max Waring man at the moment. 0.6 of a second between them. They've got a Porsche Cup car just in front of them, trying to sweep around the outside. Goes Max Waring. He's done that. The M6 goes into second place and holds it at the end of the King Straight. So that was very well done. That was up at turn 5, and now they're going to go past the Porsche Cup car. Can Peter Cox tuck in behind him with a Salacin by Cox Racing Porsche and use his slipstream down the straight? But up into second place goes Max Waring. The M6 still got some fight in it, and in fact, again, seeing the Porsche Cup cars in a straight line so quick, it was only right at the end of the longest straight on the circuit. The BMW got through. Does Peter Cox get through as well? Not into the corner, not out of the corner, but of course the first big straight here leads into another, so he's got a chance to catch that. But Max Waring, job very well done, up into second place.
Fantastic bit of driving, not only from Max, but for Ted Van Vliet as well, who, remember, started that car, the number 2, and hasn't been as quick as Max during the individual stints, but when you group them all together, good enough for second place at the moment, and outpacing someone as experienced as Peter Cox. Now, the next thing is, can Alfred Renauer continue to whittle that gap down to try and close a minute? The problem is he's only got 16 minutes to try and do that, and I think Peter Cox will be able to manage the situation to make sure he finishes on the podium. But about 3 seconds taken out from, well, it was more than that, 5 seconds taken out from Peter Cox's previous lap time on one lap alone by Alfred Renauer. Max Waring's lap times had started to go up, but only because he was caught in the draft of Peter Cox, unable to get by. Now he's got in front of the Porsche. We'll see, I'm sure, those times starting to go down towards the 155s, maybe 154s again. It's not going to be anywhere near enough, though, to reel in the Baron Motorsport Ferrari. There is a slight doubt as to whether Peter Cox can finish on the podium. But, as I say, 60-plus seconds for Alfred Renauer to try and find in a little over 15 minutes, which is a huge ask. The
It's not going to happen, but I think the real point, Johnny, is the fact that Stefan Cox said that her father, Peter, only picked up the car a week ago. So this is really feeling as he goes for Stallison by Cox Racing, for Peter, for Stefan, and for Nico Pronk. And I'm sure there'll be more pace in the car when it comes back. I had a chance to learn it. Whereas Herbert Motorsport, what do they not know about a Porsche 911 GT3R? Nothing. They've been racing them so successfully over the years. But yes, that gap will come down, but the clock is Cox's friend there.
Mato Konopka might be something to keep an eye on, though, and his approach is towards Kerong Lee for Lippert Motorsport. So that's the Huracan GT3 that is run by ARC Bratislava versus the Lippert example. Both GT3 cars, but it's the older Lamborghini Huracan for number 44, 2016 spec, versus the newer shape with slightly better aero. And
okay, right. I can reset the scene for you. Further problems in terms of penalties for the 92 Porsche, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Picked up one over half an hour ago, has not served that yet. That's only issued, and just moments ago, unfortunately for Alfred Renauer, another 10-second penalty. This is for their 15th offence. They've got 20 seconds to serve, whereas the car they're chasing does not have any. There's been recent track limit infringement by our race leader, that's Axel Jeffries. So 10 minute, let's try a 10-second time penalty coming their way. But importantly for Peter Cox, none for him. They've served all that they've earned so far.
So 20 seconds is the gap between Kerong Lee and Mato Konopka. That will be for 5th position, the number 10 Huracan and the number 44 Huracan GT3. And that time around, well, still waiting for the time actually from Konopka to see whether he can get a little lower than the 1:58. But even 20 seconds is a big ask now to close down upon. It's crept down to 18 seconds between Konopka and Lee, so we'll keep an eye on that. The 992 class is still led by Enrico Fulgenzi, and he has a minute and 39 seconds advantage over the Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing Porsche of Saif Alameri. Then it's Gabriele Redoni for also Lippert Motorsport, and the GT3 entered, although Super Trofeo spec Huracan 710 is 9th, and in 10th position it's ID Racing's Porsche Christoph Langer, who certainly had a very busy stint at the start of the race when he was 3 abreast on a couple of occasions down the back straight with fellow Porsche Cup machinery.
So in terms of retirements, we've done pretty well today. Unfortunately, we lost Lorenzo Veglia in the LP Racing Lamborghini that was challenging for the lead, that took the lead, but that parked up. Clement Mateur brought the Huber Racing 924 Porsche Cup class car in. Juana Andois in the Ligier, number 217. That came in with the front right corner askew. And have we had a... Yes, it's an hour and 10 minutes in the pits. That 960 John Murray driven TT Racing Porsche just didn't seem to have good form here, and it had the spin very early on with John at the wheel, but a series of problems thereafter. And we've got another car limping in slowly. It's 25th on the timing screens. Is that Nuno? It's the other P2, P21 Motorsport Porsche coming in slowly. Can we see a problem, Johnny?
Not immediately. The tyres...
921. It's crabbing a little bit, or maybe that's just the
possibly.
stripes on the circuit.
The tyres, at least the tyres I can see on the car, are fully inflated. Let's just check the rear right. Yeah, no problem with that Hankook either. Straight across the grid, or rather the markings, the teals that delineate off-track area where gravel would normally sit, although it's just high-friction tarmac here in the runoff areas. That was between turns 6 and 7. So straight lining the right-hander at the zigzag section there, and Nuno Kajtanovic well over to the right, well off the racing line, but there is a short message on the screen telling us a slow car in sector 2, white flags being shown, but it is at a decent speed, so I think Nuno will get back again. Obviously it's a little bit hairy as you head through the very narrow section underneath the hotel, where the walls are really close to the edge of the track. But 921 doing a good job so far. Nothing like the sort of speed that Colin White had to tour in at when it took him over 10 minutes to do so. Although the 921 car is possibly losing a bit of speed now. So what was a healthy limp home mode speed, that's just dropping away again.
Johnny, I'm not so sure about that front left wheel.
Okay.
It seems to be really in quite a lot at the top. Sometimes it's just the way the lights, particularly after dark, are striking if they're coming. Well, we've just heard that there may well be a power problem that's intermittent. Turning on, turning off, turning on, turning off. Very, very difficult for Kajtanovic as he's trying to get it back, but he's pulled to the side of the circuit and parked up. But is that deemed as sufficiently... He's far from the circuit, but he's on the outside of a corner. Maybe that could yet... Well, there's a yellow flag down there at turn 9, but let's wait and see. But will we have one more code 60 before the end of the race?
Well, maybe so. I suppose the race officials might think about leaving that car there for a period of time, make sure that it's covered by yellow flags, and then once everybody's been around and passed it 2 or 3 times, they'll say, right, we'll leave that there and allow you to race to the finish. But we need to make sure the driver is out safely and the safe side of the Armco barrier. I don't know where recovery vehicles are based in that area of turn 9, whether they're on the correct side of the circuit. There's the answer to the question. Code 60 comes out with 9 minutes to go, and amazingly, this is only our 3rd Code 60 of the day, when the previous one had been withdrawn at 7 minutes past, 5 minutes past 4 local. Yes, 5 past 4 was the end of the previous one, and now at nearly 15 minutes past 8, the 3rd Code 60 is issued because of Nuno Kajtanovic and his stalled power-issued car with on the outside of turn 10, and 921 requiring now some outside assistance. But a couple of marshals, 3 of them in fact, arriving on the scene to push that car to a safe location. And hopefully it can restart once it's been pushed there and rejoin the race. Otherwise, that is incredibly galling to have the 921 car going so far into a 6-hour race and with 9 minutes to go into retirement. Now, the way the Creventic rules operate, though, it should have done enough of a distance still to be classified, Bruce.
Yeah, and also where it's placed down in 25th position, it's probably not going to be caught by any other cars, so it's losing ground to the car in front of it, the AC Motorsport 199 Audi. But I don't think the Sally Racing 218 Cupra is close enough. It's 3 laps behind to be able to overhaul it before the end of the race, particularly if this Code 60 carries on for a few more minutes yet. But just galling all the same, when you do any endurance race, you want to finish, and they were within touching distance.
Yeah, mightily frustrating, but maybe after some advice on the radio to Nuno Kajtanovic, he can get the P21 Motorsport Porsche restarted and at least bring it home across the line, regardless of what sort of speed. But you've got to think about safety as well. We're going to go back to green though now with 7 minutes still to run, and very wise to that restart was the Sally Racing Cupra. Briefly thought about re-overtaking at least one of the Porsches that was ahead of it, and then the Porsche Cup Cars outright speed came into the equation. Rick Renmans, the speed lover, put back in after Wim Mulders bailed out in the last pit stop, but Rick and Wim, fairly late confirmation that those two drivers would be piloting the speed level Porsche today, and that car is running in 6th place behind the HRT Performance Ollie Kangas driven car, the one that had that spin between turns 6 and 7. So out of that sequence of corners will go one of the two Sally Racing machines that started this race and are both still running. Michael Obel and Daniel Zephyr be driving 2:19 and 2:18 respectively. So 2:19 Obel, Brock working his way now through turn 9. Axel Jeffries and the Baron Motorsport Ferrari about to complete lap 163. Now the counter ticking down and expectant for Axel Jeffries to appear, but he's not going to appear quite at the same speed as you would have expected because we're out of a code 60, and the clever timing system from timeservice.nl rather expecting Axel home and across the line 15 seconds earlier than he did. Slightly had my alarm bells ringing, but it's fine. He's crossed the line and completed that lap. Not lost any time on it either. And
yeah, I think it's we were questioning whether Peter Cox would have enough fuel to get to the end of the race, but that little short code 60 has absolutely clinched it. And I'm sure Peter had the sums done right, but he had this ability to run very long stints. He did a 40-lap stint, which puts the rest in the shade. One of the Sally Racing Cupras off the circuit and rejoined, so it's not over yet. That's Michael Obel. But yeah, he may pick up a 10-second punishment for that, may not. But anyhow, he's being harried and the pressure was showing.
The gaps again are coming down between Peter Cox and Alfred Renaud, but as we've remarked, not quickly enough for Renaud to snatch a podium at the death of this 6-hour race of Abu Dhabi. The one that's possibly, well, still not quite close enough, but it's closer, is between Kerong Lee and Mato Konopka. And Konopka will cross the line now. It's 10.5 seconds the gap, so another 2 seconds taken away, but he'll need to find 5 seconds on the next 2 laps with the remaining 4 minutes to be able to do that. Big squeal of tyres down at turn 5, and turn 6 rather, and that was the 2:19 Sally Racing car of Michael Obel just slightly misjudging the braking point into the chicane on the back straight. 9:23 is the Porsche of Enrico Fulgenzi of Uber Racing, leading the 992 class by over a couple of minutes now. Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing, though, on course for a podium, and it looking very much like they'll be joined by fellow ID Racing car of Christoph Langer and the rest of his crew. Langer joined by Baz Schouten and Stephen Licorice as further semi-pro and AM-rated drivers. Bouncing over the curve there at turn 15. But Fulgenzi has been a bit of a star in his stints and kept that 992 class car, kept its head above water and against all of the competition, despite Rabdan Motorsport having a couple of moments when they were... Oh, now, incident at turn 1 is a spin and perhaps something more severe for the 944 car, because I reckon that's coolant maybe out the front of the car and showing damage down the right-hand side, Bruce Jones.
Good eyes, yes, it certainly rubs his bodywork hanging off. It looks so that the underside of the flare out just below the doors, or is that actually the carcass of a tyre that's stripped and is now rolling back? But I think you're right about the coolant as well. So fast left-hander, turn number 1. Has he hit or been hit? But he's sitting there, hazard lights are flashing. We've got 2.5 minutes remaining, so is this race going to end under a code 60? But we have a Cupra off on the right-hand side of the screen, so they've obviously had a clash into the corner. Did the Porsche come down the inside? Doesn't really matter too much. Both the cars off at the outside. It's the 218 Cupra at the edge of the circuit. Daniel Zephyr, one of the two Sally Racing cars, and that has come to a standstill.
Yeah,
front-end damage.
Big damage on the front of Daniel's car, and also involved, as we've said, the 944 of Christoph Lange. So that almost certainly will take the ID Racing car, the second of the two in the podium positions, off the podium, just assuming that HRT Performance and Marcel Zalua is able to get in front and steal the third place. There's going to be another Code 60 though, which will take away the opportunity, or some of the opportunity, for HRT Performance to catch up that lost ground. 2.5 minutes or so. Remember, you don't have to be running to be classified, but the Lange car would have to be ahead of Marcel Zalua by the checkered flag. Touch and go, but a podium finish actually rests on this. Be a bizarre way to get a podium in the Abu Dhabi 6 hours with the car in the wall with massive front end damage, but it could go either way. Just a minute to go. Amazing really, Bruce, that we could have such a long spell of no Code 60s necessary, and now the biggest incident of the day has happened with literally a minute and a half to spare.
Quite extraordinary. Again, you always look around as to see, well, the impact. There's actual bits of debris just past the apex of the corner in the middle of the track, and I suppose that's indicative of someone died. Well, you have to presume the Porsche tried to go down the inside of the Cupra, and the Cupra turned across, and they shared the same piece of track. But it's extraordinary. There we said, 4-hour gap between we had a short first Code 60, a short second Code 60, 4 hours and more, then a very short one straight out of that into another. Extraordinary. Right, the clock will come to the end of 6 hours in 15 seconds, and therefore victory will go to Barron Motorsport with their 5-driver lineup. But what a peculiar end.
So concern, quite rightly so, at first for the two drivers involved, and the rescue crews, medical crews are heading to the scene. But this is looking like it will be sealed in to a race result, with the Code 60 issued just over a minute to go, and therefore all of the cars will be touring their way now to the finish. And unfortunately we won't get the race to the end, but it won't change the result in a sense, because Axel Jeffries and the Barron Motorsport Ferrari were clearly going to take the race victory, and the 86 crew of Philip Barron first of all, Ernst Kerkmeyer second, Roman Zielmian, Mikkel Mack and Axel Jeffries bringing it home will be victorious, with half a lap still to go, and a patience game here for Axel Jeffries to make sure he doesn't exceed the 60 kilometres per hour, just purely because he's so excited to take victory. Not the way that they would want to have won it, but all of the heavy lifting has been done much, much earlier on in this 166 lap race. Good to see one driver is out. That looked to be the Sally Racing car, so Daniel Zephyr is walking, and without the need for marshal assistance, and also some conversation now being had between one of the doctors and Christoph Lange to make sure that the ID Racing driver is okay as well. I'm sure they'll be getting a check over in the medical centre at the track, just to make sure that everything has been taken into account. But if it was a big hit for either or both of those cars, then everything must of course be checked straight away to make sure that the drivers are safe to be released in hopefully a short amount of time. But a sorry way to end the Abu Dhabi 6 hours with two fairly badly damaged cars, particularly in the case of Sally Racing. But let's take nothing away from Barron Motorsport with their Ferrari, and Axel Jeffries and Mikkel Mack might possibly take the headlines, but in order to actually retake or take the car over from the lead of the race, the hard work needed to be done by Barron, by Kerkmeyer and by Ziemian, Bruce.
No, entirely. And I think they gained a lot of useful experience. And I think particularly when you've got a couple of semi-pros like Jeffries and Matt coming into the team, and you're learning as you go, all of the other drivers in that crew would have really benefited from that. And they didn't put a wheel wrong. They had a couple of 10-second time penalty added their way, maybe even 3 by the end. But really, everyone, I was looking at the times, they hit whatever their mark was, and they stayed consistently on it. That was a team on top of its form.
Also, as mentioned, keeping a close eye on the whereabouts of Marcel Zalua, because ID Racing sits in the wall at turn 1 with third place to its name currently. But if Marcel Zalua is on the same lap, then this will be a late change for the podium in third position. As suggested, ID Racing involved in that crash at turn 1, and the HRT Performance Porsche, we still need it to cross the line to fully confirm. But will snatch a podium in the most unlikely of fashions. Ferrari underneath the hotel, heading into turn 14 then, and still can't get the foot down, must not breach the 60 km/h speed limit, but it will hug the inside white line, will Axel Jeffries, and not with this turn of the wheel, but with the next one. The checkered flag will be in sight, and it will be victory for Baron Motorsport and Philip Baron's first return to Creventic Racing for over a decade. But it will result in victory. Not many cars have turned up with 5 drivers, but they have all done the business this weekend. And the 2022 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi, powered by Hankook, will be won by Baron Motorsport and by finishing driver Axel Jeffries, Mikkel Mack, Roman Simeon, Ernst Kerkmeyer and Philip Baron, who started proceedings off at just before 2:30 this afternoon from pole position, fought off the close attack from Peter Cox and by Even Chen in the early stages of that race. But the Ferrari stayed in front and crucially is there at the finish. Congratulations to Max Weering and JR Motorsport together with his teammate Ted Van Vliet. But Max will have impressed many paying close attention to the BMW M6 GT3. That will get a second place finish, and still keeping an eye out for the timing between Christoph Lange and Marcel Zalua, and that is still yet to be confirmed, but looking very much like HRT Performance will take a podium result. Enrico Fulgenzi, who crosses the line now with the Italian Tricolore draped across the paint scheme of that car, he will take the 992 victory in car number 923. So that's Gabriele Ridoni, Matthias Hofsummer and Enrico Fulgenzi, who take the 992 class, a combination of different generations of Porsche Cup car, but unsurprisingly the top 7, can we go even further than that, are all the 992 version of that car. I think now in 8th place is the first of the non-992s to be found. Max Weering is across the line to be secured in 2nd position, and Peter Cox for Saloshin by Cox Racing will make the podium in the GT3 division. So well done to Stefan and Peter Cox, together with Nico Pronk in the Kermit Frog Green Porsche 911 GT3R. What about Le DHABI? They have not seen the checkered flag yet, but they will be the next class winner. So GT3 is won by Baron, 992 won by Uber Racing. TG looking very much like this will be the second win of the week for Le DHABI of France. Second in TG is likely to be the Ginetta G55 for CWS Engineering. In fact, that has been confirmed because the car has already crossed the line to see the checkered flag. Lamera by Racetrack and the Lamera GT crew should get third in TG. And in the TCR class, Luke Breukers still has not crossed the line for AC Motorsport, but one of the 2 AC Audi RS3s will be victorious. The car of Luke, of Ivaz Valles and Patrick Singh, and they will lead ahead of the Zhenga Motorsport Cupra, already having seen the checkered flag, and the PCR Sport Cupra Leon Competition to complete the TCR podium. A very sedate finish, Bruce.
Marcel Zalua took the 3rd place in the 992 class, just going past Christoph Lange, who, of course, the 944 is stricken on the exit of turn number 1. So place change at the finale of this 6-hour race.
Yeah, and during the Code 60. Technically speaking, no overtaking allowed during a Code 60, but when your opponent is in the wall, there's very little else that the then 4th place, now 3rd place car can do. And well done, therefore, to to Marcel Zalua in the 928 car, and his teammates Sergio Perez and Theo Konduris. 928, an HRT performance after entering 3 cars this weekend. Yes, 3 cars this weekend. There were 4 at Dubai for the 24 hours, and they have managed to get just the 1 car on the podium, but the other 2 will at least get to the finish in the hands of the Kangas family, Ollie and Simo. Difficult start for that car after an early spin, but they've recovered the situation back to 5th. And the 3rd of the HRT performance cars will finish in 7th place in the hands of Jari Olila. And now the 202 Le DHABI car will be just about one of the final ones to see the checkered flag. There are a few more actually to appear as well, but the checkered flag is now waved towards the TG class winner, also gaining a spot overall, so he moves from 12th to 11th because of the demise of the Christoph Lange car. Lange and the rest of his crew in 944 will still be classified, but have lost, I think it's 2 places in the dying stages. Lights flashing for Luke Breukers, who is confirmed as the TCR class winner then for AC Motorsport, and for the Audi RS3 LMS, car 188 taking the win for Ivaz Vallas, Patrick Singh and Luke Breukers, finishing ahead, as mentioned, of the Zhenga Motorsport Cupra and the PCR Sport Cupra Leon Competition. So a rather sedate finish, Bruce, but it does mean that we can give everybody their quite right mention at the closing finish. Normally you have to whip through those at breakneck speed, but not the case here in Abu Dhabi.
No, not at all. In fact, it's almost like after the race on some websites you can find photographs of the cars in their finishing order. We've had the chance to see them coming in very slowly under this Code 60 finale. And one person celebrating is the driver who came 2nd in the 992 class. That's Saif Alameri, Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing, and an Emirati racing at home. I'm sure he's got lots of friends watching him circulating in that Porsche, waving the Emirati flag out of the window. So I'm sure they'll be really give it a big pat on the back when they get in. Great result for them. But for Baron Motorsport, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 drivers. And there's their car at the number 1 marker board in the pit lane. And out gets Axel Jeffries. Pats all round, and certainly the first driver to meet him. Philip Barron, meet, greet, and congratulate. That was an exemplary performance from them.
Big cheers all around, and plenty of celebrations to begin now, I'm sure. And Baron Motorsport need to be more regular in the 24H series, because Ferraris these days, few and far between. None of them at the Dubai 24 hours last weekend, just the 1 prancing horse today. But it just goes to show that those that are willing to fork out a little bit more running costs, albeit, can get the rewards. Clearly, it's not all down to the 488. It was down to a delicately assembled driving lineup as well. But they win by a clear lap in the end over Max Wearing's BMW, together with Ted van Vliet, of course, and Stefan Peter Cox and Nico Pronk in the Saloshin by Cox Racing Porsche 911. The gaps can't really be relied upon because they were all recorded under Code 60 speeds, but there was already a lapse advantage between the Baron Motorsport Ferrari and the JR Motorsport BMW before the caution came out, so that didn't get changed a great deal. But yeah, let's look forward, if at all possible, to Baron Motorsport's inclusion in a few more 24H series entry lists before the year is out. So some all-important reaction now from the last 6 hours, and of course with our victors, with Lukas Gajewski.
Yes, of course, there is delight down here at Baron Motorsport. They are now taking some pictures in front of their winning Ferrari that came here for the very first time and won for the very first time. Axel Jeffries, last time out just 1 week ago, winner of the 24 hours of Dubai, now winner of the 6 hours Abu Dhabi as well. Axel, congratulations.
No, thank you. Honestly, I'm just really happy because beginning of the weekend we had a lineup with all our AM drivers, and when it changed to 1 class, we thought we'll step in and help them. But we're really proud of the guys because up until that point they were leading quite comfortably, and all we had to do was bring it home. I mean, a lot of fuel saving in the last stint, couldn't push it all, but just happy with the result and happy to get the win for everyone.
How did you guys get together? Because Bauer Motorsport basically comes from Ferrari Challenge, where you haven't been active over the past few years.
Yes, I work a lot with one of the AM drivers in the car, and we've been doing Ferrari Challenge for a long time. And we came to do a bit of racing, for experience for Asian Le Mans. And through all of this, that's how we kind of got roped in.
Axel, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's speak to Philip as well. We spoke to him early in the race. Philip, our commentator, just said, we need to get you as a series regular in the 24H series. I think that was quite a good start, wasn't it?
It was massive fun, massive fun. We enjoyed ourselves and the car and the track and the series. And altogether a perfect weekend, perfect performance from us, like all of us. And yeah, it couldn't end better than with a pole position and a victory. And I guess a fastest lap as well, I hope.
There we go. Enjoy the podium, Philip. Thank you very much.
Ciao, bye.
Well, signs are good, I would suggest. Clearly very much enjoyed his weekend, and maybe we'll come back for more with Creventic. It depends on commitments for the rest of the year, I understand, but some rounds a little closer to home might be tempting. Ferrari take victory with Baron Motorsport, Ernst Kirchmeier, Philippe Baron, Roman Zimian, Axel Jeffries, who we heard from as well, and Mikkel Mack in their 86 Ferrari 488. Then in second place in GT3, JR Motorsports BMW with car number 2, Ted van Vliet and Max Weering. And it was Saloshin by Cox Racing for Nico Pronk, Stefan Cox, Peter Cox to complete the podium. Ahead of the Herbert Motorsport, Porsche number 92 for Jürgen Hering, Alfred Renauer, Markus Neuhofer. The Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini of Jean-Francois Bruneau and Kerong Lee finished 5th. Ahead of the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan GT3. We only had the Konopkas in that car, Miro and Mato. Lippert Motorsport feature again in 7th with their Super Trofeo spec Huracan, but it ran in the GT3 category. They were 7th ahead of, unfortunately, out, and for a long, long time retirement, the LP Racing number 88 car will not be classified. In the 992 class, a combination of various vintage of Porsches, but mainly 992s. Huber Racing are the winners. Enrico Fulgenzi bringing the car over the line, Matthias Hofsumer and Gabriele Ridoni. Then ahead of the local team, Emirati run Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing. So support from the German squad, but an all-Emirati driving lineup for Saeed Almeri and Salim Al-Ketbi, 977. Then it was the HRT performance with the all-Australian lineup of Marcel Zalua, Sergio Perez and Theo Koundunris, and it meant that car actually got onto the podium on the final Code 60 lap, because sadly for ID Racing, although they will be classified, 944 ending up in that turn 1 collision. HRT performance, Simo and Ollie Kangas finishing in 5th place ahead of the Speed Lover Porsche of Wim Mulders and Rick Renmans. Then a further HRT performance car 7th, and the P21 Motorsport car of the all-Portuguese lineup finishing in 8th. For TG, La Douce Ab taking a Douce victory in the space of 2 weeks, in fact. So the 2 Ab, I think as one team member called it last weekend at Dubai. 202 are the winners. Christophe Boucher with a mighty stint right in the middle of that, which was, I think, north of 40 laps. CWS Engineering finishing 2nd for Christian Prosser and Matthew Ibrahim. Then it was the Lamera GT car run by Lamera by Racetrack, number 223, completing the podium ahead of Valuga's Porsche 718 Cayman, number 205. The 478 V8 powered CWS Engineering Ginetta G56 was 5th. SK Racing's Ligier JS2R was in 6th place. And in 7th, a similar car, but for Spanish squad PCR Sport, number 217. In TCR, AC Motorsports crew of Patrick Singh, Luke Broikers and Ivars Valers taking the victory for the 4 rings of Audi. Zhenga Motorsports Cupra TCR was 2nd, number 133, a 5-driver lineup there as well. PCR Sports Cupra Leon Competition of Vincenzo Dassi, Josep Pereira and Jacopo Garcia were 3rd, ahead of Sally Racing's 219 car. AC Motorsports Audi, the 199, that had difficulties through the course as well. And then the 2nd of the Sally Racing 218 cars in 6th position. So that is all the classes dealt with. Podiums, of course, to happen in the next couple of moments privately, with the various drivers to be called, and quite an assembly of cars in the fueling area now. That will effectively serve as parc fermé to make sure that the cars were all being run within the rule set. It's been a busy day at the Abu Dhabi 6 hours here at the Yas Marina Circuit. We hope you've been with us for the full duration, and a really good event, which has been additional, of course, to the championship rounds. We had confirmation earlier on from Creventic and from Ola Dollemans that this will happen in 2023 as well, a week after the 24 hours of Dubai next year. Gratitude, plaudits to all involved with Creventic for organising 2 very quick-fire events, and my thanks to John Hindhoff for earlier on in the race and indeed for qualifying today. Those working very hard in the pit lane, Phil Anson and Lucas Gajewski, to Bruce Jones as well, of course, and from Johnny Palmer. We hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you again very soon here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels.
And let's have a look at the total rundown of the finishes. We had 27 cars finish the race, and it was Axel Jeffries bringing the Baron Motorsport Ferrari 488 GT3 over the line first under the code 60 conditions. 166 laps competed, but unfortunately with that late code 60 because of that incident down there at turn 1, didn't able to fly that Ferrari across the line. Max Waring in a second position for JR Motorsports in the BMW M6 GT3 from Peter Cox in the Salison by Cox Racing, Porsche 911 GT3. That's your top three in the GT3 category. Then it was Alfred Renard in the Herbeth Motorsport 911 GT3 Porsche as well, a little bit further behind. A lap and a couple of minutes behind our leader. Karong Lee brought the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan GT3 home with 164 laps completed in fifth position. Then it was Matej Konopna in the ARC Bratislava car in sixth position. Another Lamborghini Huracan, sixth in class in the GT3s, and very, very close. 0.674 of a second just separated him and fifth position Karong Lee as they crossed the line under the Code 60 regulations. In the 992 category, Enrico Fulgenzi brings the Huber Racing Porsche home in first position in the 992 category. It was Saif Alamiri in the 977, the All Emirati team, Rabadan Motorsport by ID Racing in second position in class, 8th overall. Then it was Gabriel Rindon in the Leipert Motorsport Huracan, finishing 9th overall, 7th in class in the GT3 with 160 laps completed. Marcel Zeola in 10th position, HRT Performance, in the 992 category, finishing third in that category, 158 laps done for the 928 car. Then it was 202, Hugo Valente in the Les Deux Arbres, which is the two trees, and the Leger JS 2R, and that's racing in the TG category. It was the first of the TG category cars home. Around about 158 laps completed with just their and the way that they got that done and they were so high up that leaderboard was because of the fuel efficiency of that car. They just did the 3 mandatory driver changes. Great strategy there. Christoph Langer in the 944, finishing in ID Racing, position 4 in the 992 category. And then it was Ollie Kangas in 13th position in the 929 HRT Performance 911 GT3 Cup car in the 992 category, and around about 156 or so laps completed for that car. Rick Remmons in the 979 Speed Lover Porsche in the 992 category on 156 laps, 6th in class. And when he brought that home, then it's Luke Breukers and the Breukers family having a day out in the AC Motorsport Audi R3 LMS DSG, the first of the TCR cars home with 153 laps completed. Jariola in the HRT Performance Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car 992 class, 7th position in class and 152 laps completed for that. Matthew Ibrahim in the 278 CWS Engineering Giannetta G55 running in the TG category, 2nd in class, 151 laps completed by the Giannetta. Then we have the Lamara GT, Tommy Rollinger in the Lamara by Racetrack, car number 223, and about 151 or so laps also completed by that, 3rd in the TG category. And then we have the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, Bradley Ellis was at the wheel of that for the Valunga team, and 4th in the TG category with 150 laps completed. 149 laps for the Yango Motorsport Cupra TCR DSG, 2nd in the TCR category. Zabrak Gal was at the wheel of the 133 car when it crossed the line. Then the 117 car in 21st position overall. PCR Sport Cupra Leon Competition, 3rd in the TCR category, 148 laps completed for that team. Then 4th in the TCR category, it was the Sally Racing Cupra TCR DSG. Mike Obo was at the wheel of the 219 car when it crossed the line in 22nd position. In 23rd position, the car number 478, Robert Thompson at the wheel of the CWS Engineering Giannetta G56 GT4. We saw that in the pits earlier on, with just looked like a bit of an electrical gremlin. They got it out there and they finished 5th in the TG category. In 23rd position, Robert Thompson, in 24th position, Ricky Kuma in the 199 AC Motorsport car, the Audi R3 LMS DSG, 5th in the TCR category, 145 laps completed for that car. The 921 of P21 Motorsport, the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, 992, 8th in category, 133 laps completed, so classified as a finish, as is the 218 of Daniel Zelfa's Sully Racing Cooper DSG as well. Those cars were involved in that last corner. First corner incident. Both the drivers are okay. And our final finisher, the 215 of SK Racing, the Ligier JS2, finishing 6th in the TG category, and around about 100, just under 130 laps completed for that car. And that was our runners almost at the finish, except for the 921 and the 218. And then retirements, unfortunately, for TT Racing, John Murray at the wheel of the 960 car. They got to 115 laps, around just over 3 hours into the race, and they had to retire. And then we had the 217, which had had collision damage. One Anjar was at the wheel of the PCA Sport Ligier JS2R in the TG category, 83 laps, and that unfortunately retired as well. The Huber Racing entry, the 992 class 924, only 51 laps completed before they had to retire that car. And then the first of our retirements on lap number 8 was Lorenzo Veglia in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 from LP Racing, with just 48 laps in the book. A strange way to finish the race. We finished under code 60 because of that incident down in turn 1, but amazing in a 6-hour race that we only had 3 code 60s for the entire running, which is very unusual. Just shows a very high standard of driving and respect out there for what is this a non-championship round, for this being our second running of the race here in Abu Dhabi, the Hankook 6-hour of Abu Dhabi. And I will hand over now to the podium, and it's going to be Lucas Gajewski.
Thank you very much, Phil. Here we go for the podium ceremony after the Hankook 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, and we will start with the GT3 class, our overall top 3. And in third place, it's the Solution by Cox Racing Porsche, Nico Pronk, Peter Cox, and Stefan Cox. In second place, JR Motorsport, the BMW M6 GT3, Ted van Vliet and Max Rehring. And the winners, Baron Motorsport, Philip Baron, Ernst Kirkmeyer, Roman Semian, Mikkel Mark and Axel Jeffries. Winners of the 6 hours Abu Dhabi. And for the winners, Baron Motorsport, let's listen to the Austrian national anthem. first Creventic meeting ever for Baron Motorsport, and they came out right on top. So here we have the presentation of the trophies, starting for the third place team and the third place drivers. Gary Willems and Ole Dörlemann from Creventic will do the presentation of the trophies. Congratulations, big round of applause for Nico Pronk, Stefan Cox, Peter Cox, and the Salusin by Cox Racing Team. Once again, Gary Willems and Ole Dörlemann presenting the trophies for the second place team. Congratulations, Ted van Vliet, Max Waring for JR Motorsports. And here they come, 5 trophies for the winners. Big round of applause, Philip Barron, Ernst Kirkmeyer, Roman Semian, Mikkel Mark, and Axel Jeffries, the winners, Baron Motorsports. Trophies up, guys, for the photographers. And thank you very much for a great race here at Abu Dhabi. Let's enjoy the celebrations. Thank you very much. So these are the overall winners. Third place for Salusin by Cox Racing, second place for JR Motorsport, and the winners, Baron Motorsport. So that's our GT3 podium and the overall podium just as well. 3 more class podiums coming up. First of all, the 991 class podium. Just bear with us for a second until we have all the drivers and the teams ready, and then we will start with the first of our 3 class podiums whenever we get the sign that everything is in place, which it is. So here we have the 992 class podium for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, and in third place it's HRT Performance, Marcel Zalua, Sergio Perez and Theo Kandouris. In second place, Raptor Motorsport by ID Racing, Saif Al-Ameri, Said Al-Mhairi and Salem Al-Ketbi. And the winners, first place in class 992, Huber Racing, Gabriele Wendoni, Matthias Hofsummer and Enrico Fulgenzi. These are your 992 class winners. Ole Dörlemann and Gary Willems on behalf of Creventic with the presentation of the trophies. Starting with the third place team, congratulations once again to Marcel Zalua, Sergio Perez, Theo Kandouris for HRT Performance. Well done, guys. So here we have the trophies for the second place team and the second place drivers. Saif Al-Ameri, Said Al-Mhairi, Salem Al-Getbi for Raptor Motorsport by ID Racing, second place. And the trophies for the winners, Gabriele Windoni, Matthias Hofsummer and Enrico Fulgenzi for Huber Racing. Your winners of the 992 Porsche Cup class. So please raise your trophies, guys, on the podium to get some nice pictures. That's your top 3 in the 992 class. Thank you very much, and a very good evening to you guys as well.
Love you, Oscar, Lucille, Emily.
So coming up next is the TG class, the touring cars, with an own class just as well. Just give us a second to clear the podium of the 992 class. Of course, the winners still enjoying their time, which is more than appropriate after 6 hours of hard work here at the Yas Marina circuit at Abu Dhabi. So these are the 992 class winners, Huber Racing, victorious here at Abu Dhabi. So coming up next, as I mentioned, is the TG class for the touring cars. And of course, we start with third place. Congratulations to La Mera by Racetrack, Frederic Delpy, Tommy Rollinger, Lohan Oskam, and Louis-Marie Levetz. Third place for the La Mera crew in TG class. Now in second place, one of the Ginettas, CWS Engineering, Christian Prosser and Matthew Ibrahim. That's P2 in class TG, and here are the winners with their Ligier, Les Deux Arbres, Christophe Bouchou and Hugo Valente. These are the winners in class TG. Ole Dörlemann and Gary Willems once again with the presentation of the trophies, starting with the third place drivers and the third place team. Congratulations, big round of applause. Frederic Delpy, Tommy Rollinger, Lohan Oskam and Louis-Marie Levetz in their La Mera for La Mera by Racetrack, third place. Trophies as well then for the second place drivers, Christian Prosser and Matthew Ibrahim for CWS Engineering.
Happy birthday, Ma!
And here come the trophies for our winners. The Ligier team, Les Deux Arbres, Christophe Bouchou and Hugo Valente. Your winners in the TG class. So please, guys, raise your trophies for some nice photographs after a very exciting 6-hour encounter here at Abu Dhabi. And a big round of applause for La Mera by Racetrack, CWS Engineering, and Les Deux Arbres, your winners in the TG class at Abu Dhabi. Thank you very much, guys. Very happy to see you back at the next round at Mugello. So, coming up next is the TCR podium to conclude our celebrations here on the podium at Abu Dhabi, with the top three coming out onto the stage in just a couple of moments as everything is ready for our last podium. So here we come, the TCR class, and in third place it's PCR Sport, Vicente Dazi, Josep Pereira and Jacopo Garcia. Third place in TCR. In second place, from Hungary, it's Zengo Motorsport with Kisma, Tamás Horváth, Csaba Tóth, Szabolcs Gál and Zoltán Zengo. One of our 5 driver-strong lineups in second place in TCR. And here we have the TCR winners. It's AC Motorsport with Patrick Singh, Ivars Vallas and Luke Broikers. These are your TCR winners, and these are your TCR trophies presented by Gary Willems and Ole Dörlemann, starting with our third place crew. That's PCR Sport with Vicente Dazi, Josep Pereira and Jacopo Garcia. Congratulations. Trophies for the second place team now being presented, which is quite a lot of work with 5 drivers there on the podium. Well done to Kisma, Tamás Horváth, Csaba Tóth, Szabolcs Gál and Zoltán Zengo for Zengo Motorsports. And the trophies for the winners. Congratulations once again to Patrick Singh, Ivars Vallas and Luke Broikers for AC Motorsports. So please raise the trophies as we conclude our Hankook 6 hours of Abu Dhabi podium with your top 3 in TCR. It's been a great adventure, not only in Dubai, but also here at Abu Dhabi. And the next one is, of course, just around the corner. It's going to be the very, very popular event at Mugello in the Tuscany. So make sure you join us on 25th and 26th of March for the Hankook 12 hours of Mugello. See you there. Bye-bye, Abu Dhabi.